kind of want Chris to start.
You want me to
What
start?
are we supposed to, there's not chapters in the book. How do you want to start off?
Well, I
Or how do you
mean-
want to swap?
There's not chapters?
No, there's no page numbers or chapters.
What the fuck? No page numbers either?
Alright, okay, here we go.
Wait,
So
wait,
Chris-
wait. We gotta add the one all the way on the right.
Alright, so read like every text on that first page.
Grand Senior Boulevard, a story about a misfit by Caleb Tullos. This one's for the misfits out there in the world like myself who've ever struggled with anything I've ever struggled with. Should I read these?
Yeah, go ahead. These are my clip notes.
Things he'd struggled with. Soliciting a 15-year-old girl. Okay. Learning the English language. Kissing girls without their permission. Creeping on girls and texting them uninvited.
Good lord.
Being a decent human being. Being turned down by girls he had short conversations with and acting like it was a big deal. To the person who is reading this, I bet you are wondering, what made a 17-year-old want to get on his computer and just randomly start writing? I bet you are wondering, why does this individual want to share all of this information? Well, let me just tell you if you don't know who I am. My name is Elijah Vincent. I am not trying to offend anyone by writing this story. Is this like a biography? Like an
Yeah.
autobiography? Oh my god. Okay. Let me just go ahead and do the courtesy of informing you of the consequence of reading this book.
Oh?
If you read this book, then you are going to get a look into my life. This used to be my journal. I have decided to challenge myself and open up about some things that are not easy for me to talk about. If things get too heavy or intense for you, I'd advise you not to read this. Beware, you have in fact been warned.
Jesus.
So in context for anyone watching or like reading this kid, he wanted to write an biographical book, and he's clearly inspired by Perks of Being a Wallflower, but like he didn't understand anything about that book, and he just simply literally copy pasted his journal without actually proofreading it or making it into a book. He literally just he like copy pasted the journal, pasted it straight into a document, didn't edit anything or proofread anything, and just pasted it into the book as like chunks. And some of the chunks are like from his phone as text messages, and so they're raw text messages from his phone that he didn't write or edit. And so there's like emoji blocks that show up as question marks. And so so everything in this book is like 100% real that he thought was meaningful, but he literally calls himself out, as you'll see what I'm talking about later on. When he literally has unedited text messages of him and some like girls, him saying really simpy weird shit, and he's like, he's saying like really creepy stuff, and like he didn't proofread the book, so he doesn't realize how weird he's being. So everything in this book is like literally, actually this kid's journal entries that he didn't even fucking fictionalize whatsoever. He changed his name from Caleb Tullos to Elijah Vincent as the name he made up for himself in the book.
May 2nd, 2014. My father, mother, and I had a conversation at the table of the restaurant.
What restaurant?
The restaurant!
Oh.
Okay. My father asked, "So what's on your mind, son? I'm kind of wondering what is going to happen." Oh, this is him talking now. "I kind of wonder what's going to happen. Honestly, I don't know what to expect," I said. Well, son, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you this. Returning to a place after you have been away for a while is very emotional. People are going to be different and not the same.
What?
No.
Different and not the same?
No way.
No.
People move on. I'm telling you this because I know what it is like to return to a place that I have not been to in a while. I also hope that you will think before you act. Every action has a consequence," said my father. "Okay," I said. After we ate,
Okay.
After we ate, we went to the apartment complex. While they began doing the paperwork for the apartment, I walked over to the school, which is only a 15-minute walk from the apartment complex to Grand Senior High School. Okay, we got a drink. I had conversations with several different individuals there. I asked a lot of my friends for help, but I only was able to get 2 good friends of mine to come help me and my mom move into the apartment. Everyone else said either that they were busy or that they had something else going on. That's the same. Their names are Richard and Dennis. Wrong there. With that being said, that leads me to say that
What?
Dennis is 6'5".
Describe someone's height.
Woo! Dennis is more a silent type of person. He doesn't speak very often. In other words, he's a man of few words. Of course I told him I would be returning to Tennessee. He sounded excited on the phone when I told him. I'd say like 80% of my friends looked excited when I went, and talked to all of them. He is skinny, and he has like a skater's physique.
What?
His hair was very much like an afro. If Dennis got into a fight with someone, he would without a doubt have an advantage on almost anyone he would fight, which is height. He has this really black curly hair with really dark black eyebrows. He had some facial hair developing on his face, and he is now able to shave.
He's now able to shave.
Although he doesn't shave very often, he is not very athletic. He sits up and he walks up straight. He has good posture. His spine doesn't curve like a football player or like a wrestler's spine does. Richard is 3 inches shorter than Dennis. Richard also has black curly hair and black eyebrows. His hair is much longer and he can put it into a ponytail. He doesn't have as good of posture as Dennis does. He kind of has a curve to his back like a football player or a wrestler.
Wait, did he say that?
No.
The other guy doesn't have that.
He is not super built, but at the same time, he's not super skinny either. I wouldn't say that he is not athletic, though. While we were walking back to the apartment, Richard and I engaged in a conversation. Dennis remained silent.
It's called going otter mode. Why didn't you just say he's going otter mode?
Hey, Eli. While you were away, what were you doing? Asked Richard. Well, I got a good look at what life is like down in Louisiana. So I went through YCP. But those are just 2 things that I did while I was away, I said. What is life like down there anyway? Asked Richard. Well, it's the country life. It's way different from Tennessee. You got crawfish, which you can't get here in Tennessee. You got more country folks, and plus the cops are quicker to get pissed off, I said. What is YCP? Asked Richard.
ICP?
Whoop whoop. Well, it stands for the Youth Challenge Program. It is an sponsored ad. It is an alternative military standardized educational program which offers adolescents a chance to change their future. You go there and you can get a GED, but unfortunately for me that did not happen, which is why I have returned to Tennessee to get a high school diploma. It is a 17-month program. I'm still in it. I not as challenging as I thought it was going to be. I was disappointed as far as that goes. They didn't really push us that much, I said.
I just wish they pushed me.
Right now, I have to report to my case manager every so often to update him on how things are going for me, I said. What, like his case manager? So it was like boot camp, asked Richard. I guess you could say that, but I've never been to an actual real military boot camp, so I wouldn't know. But we did things like march, make our bunks, barracks maintenance, scream at the top of our lungs like we were ready to kill and ready to take over the world. Okay. Even when we ate, we had to eat it a particular way. We couldn't just eat like civilians, I said. What did they make you do when you're eating? Asked Richard. Well, you wouldn't speak while you ate. Your arms, hands, and elbows couldn't touch the table while you ate, and your eyeballs had to be on your tray. If they caught you violating the standards, then they would grab your tray and dump it in the trash, I said. Damn, I wouldn't make it. They would kick me out the first day I got there, said Richard. Dude, those first 2 weeks sucked, man. And what is worse is you are not allowed to have anything that is operated by a battery. You're not even allowed to have a basic wristwatch, I said. Yeah, I definitely would not make it, said Richard. Yeah, without the wristwatch, dude, how would you make it? I also expanded my vocabulary quite well. And I learned a bunch of inappropriate phrases and words that have been drilled into my head, I said. Like what? Asked Richard. Like, for example, of the cadre was talking to us about fighting, and he said, if you are being attacked, I will come to help you. But if you are running your dick sucker, I will take my time to get there to help you, I said.
running.
All three of us busted out laughing. Time to drink.
Oh no.
Another example. I don't have a penis. I have a meat pistol, and it shoots my DNA, I said. All three of us busted out laughing. But this time we were laughing even harder. That might be the most sexual saying that I have ever heard in my life, said Richard.
Was this dude 12 when he wrote
He was 17. Yeah, that phrase is definitely not going to be a phrase that I'm going to be saying in class, I said. Who's going to be paying us for the job, asked Richard. My mom is, I answered. So you found that special someone yet? I asked Richard. No, not yet, Richard replied. What about you? Asked Richard. I'm not sure if I want to get married, man, I replied. And why is that? Richard asked. I got a lot of different emotions about that, I said. Yeah, that's understandable, Richard replied. When we got to the apartment, me, Richard, Dennis, Mom, and Dad began moving into the apartment. It took us like an hour or two to get done with everything. Afterward, Dennis walked home because he lived in the apartment complex that I'm going to be living in. I drove Richard home. I'm driving my dad's old silver 2001 Neon Altima. It's a piece of crap, but it's better than nothing. It gets me from point A to point B. I dropped him off. I had to return home to help my parents set up my mom's bed. I tried to persuade them to let me go hang out with my friends, but I was unable to do that. I came back to the house and I was angry that I couldn't go anywhere. Well, me and my parents were trying to set up my mom's bed, and my dad accidentally slammed over my mom's jewelry box, and my mom started crying very hard and then ran out of the house. She returned 5 minutes later and got into my face and said, "You have got to be a team player here, or this is not going to work." I apologized to her for acting selfish. My father apologized for getting angry. Shortly after that, I went to bed. Okay.
This is literally like a 12-year-old's journal.
Yeah.
Not spell checked, not edited to be more interesting as a book.
Right. May 3rd, 2014. Later that day, I met up with Richard at the streets of Indian Lake. Later that day, I met up with Richard at the streets of Indian Lake for some coffee. My mom was going to... that was a reread.
Oh, okay.
My mom is going to start working at a retirement center. I'm going to see if I can get an interview set up there, and I'm going to see if I can work there. Okay. But anyways, back to what I was saying. Let me just go ahead and tell you. The streets of Indian Lake is awesome. At this place, there is a movie theater, a Buffalo Wild Wings, a Red Robin, a Barnes & Noble. Inside the Barnes & Noble, there is a Starbucks, and it's all in walking distance.
How do you describe any of that?
It would be like less than a 5-minute walk to every place from Barnes & Noble that I just named off. Now, if you were to walk somewhere like McDonald's from Barnes & Noble, that would take you around 10 minutes.
It's like
This is one of my favorite parts of the book. It's like this whole paragraph right here.
Alright.
old man rambling about his childhood or something. Like,
Now, if you were to walk to somewhere like McDonald's from Barnes & Noble, that would take you about 10 minutes. A walk from Barnes & Noble to Walmart would take you around 15 to 25 minutes. The great thing about it is the fact that there are sidewalks that you can walk on to get to Walmart from Barnes & Noble at the streets of Indian Lake. No. If you take the back way which crosses over the railroad, which crosses over a railroad track, and walking down an empty road and walking through a field, it takes a little less time, I believe, if I remember correctly. While Richard and I were there, we both ran into an old friend. Her name was April Zane. I had a conversation with her after Richard had his order taken and had paid for what he ordered. "Hello," she said in a respectful tone, smiling at me. "Hey," I said nervously. "What can I get you?" she asked, smiling at me. I told her what I wanted, and then I paid for my drink. No one was behind me, so I just said to her, "So you work here now?" I asked. Dude, the way he structures shit is so funny.
I know.
Sure do, April said. You look like you have been working out a lot. You look hotter.
Working out. Working out.
God damn it.
He always like has sentences that are designed to like jerk himself off in the whole book.
Well, thank you. I actually haven't been working out at all for a while. Once, when cross-country season starts again, of course, I'm going to be running a lot, said April. Wait, who? Okay, this is a weird structure. I heard you moved back here, said April. Why is he's separating the... Whatever. That's correct, I said. Hey, there are people behind you. I'm gonna make your order now, she told me. Okay, so I'll talk to you later then, I said.
Like, he thought that was like a special, meaningful interaction
Yeah,
with
right?
a woman. But
Yeah,
it's just him,
she
like,
said.
trying to order a coffee. And she's like, okay, I'll... Can you, like...
I gotta work now.
Yeah, literally, like, it's like,
Yeah.
he doesn't real... The thing that's so real about this book and so raw about it is he literally doesn't realize that's what's happening. And he put it into a book and published it and somehow didn't see, rereading his own shit that he wrote, what was happening. Like, he's so unself-aware of, like, what's going on. It's been unbelievable.
I sat down with Richard. 5 minutes passed as we waited to get what we ordered, and then we got what we ordered, and we sat down at a table. I'm glad that you could come, Richard. I texted Dennis and asked him to come, but he told me that he didn't want to come just because he didn't want to come, which is a shitty excuse if you ask me. So that pissed me off, but oh well. I said, yeah, Dennis is a pussy, said Richard.
What? What the fuck?
So how is everything going as far as you moving in and everything? Richard asked. Well, it's weird and strange to be back here after being away for so long. I've been trying to arrange times to hang out with friends, but a lot of people are busy and can't arrange to make it happen. To a certain extent, a lot of people don't really seem to care if I was back or not. My father was right. People do move on, I told him. Dude, do you remember when we were in 8th grade? This place used to be the shit back in the day. I used to be down here almost every weekend just partying my ass off and just bawling until I was falling. But now almost no one I know ever comes down here. Like it's dead, asked Richard. There's no question mark, whatever. Yeah, I said. Yeah, people used to come down here so much, said Richard. How do you feel about coming back to Grant Senior High School? Asked Richard.
There it is.
That's not how people talk in real life. I honestly don't know what to expect, considering the fact that the last time I was there, I was being harassed over rumors that has been spread about me that were not true, I said. Was it about that girl who put a restraining order on you and wanted nothing to do with you? Asked Richard. Oh my god, yes, that is correct. And I swear to god, if people start harassing me about that shit again when I return to Grant Senior High School. Oh my god, yes, that is correct. And I swear to god, if people start harassing me about that shit again when I return to Grant Senior High School, I'm going to be ready to fuck some people up. And I'm going to be ready to confound people, I said.
Found?
This guy is like such a rough guy.
I'm a
thinks
rough
he's
boy.
So badass. Like,
He's
it,
such
it,
a
it
rough
gets
guy.
worse as the book goes.
Oh,
Like,
God.
he really
Rough
thinks
and
he's so
tough
tough.
fella.
He's a scrawny ass motherfucker.
Well, of course you will be. Elijah, you are probably going to be the biggest senior at Grant Senior High School this year. God damn it, why does he keep saying the full name of the high school?
He's gonna be the biggest kid there because he literally like flunked out of high school and then failed to get his GED. And then went back to high school. He's like bragging about that or something in the book all the time. I don't know why.
But dude, I don't think that anyone is going to bring up something that happened almost 2 years ago. It's going to be very ironic for me if anyone brings that whole thing up again.
Aw.
Richard.
What does that mean?
That's
He
not
doesn't know what the word
ironic.
irony means.
Yeah, you have a point there. It happened almost 2 years ago, I said. What are you planning to do after we graduate? I asked. I really don't know, said Richard. What about you? Asked Richard. I'm going into the military, most likely, I replied. Oh, really? When did this happen? Richard asked in a curious voice. I made this decision while I was at YCP, I told him. What branch? Richard asked. The Army, I said. What job are you going to do? Asked Richard. Well, I want to do infantry and then work my way up to becoming a United States Army Special Forces combat diver. I said.
That's not a fucking thing!
Combat diver? So you're going to be a guy who pops up from the water, grabs people, pulls them down under the water, and kills them, said Richard. I guess you could say that, yeah, I said.
That's
And
so badass.
me and him both laughed. But in all honesty, I'm glad I'm back, I said. Yeah, so am I. It's good to have you back, said Richard. I took Richard home after a while, and then later I got in contact with Dennis and an old friend of mine named Carl. Both of them said they would come hang out with me on Sunday. That day, I also went to have a conversation with someone that I had wronged, and he had been on my mind for a while. I drove to his house and to apologize to him face to face. I drove to his house and I was slightly nervous because I didn't know what to expect. I pulled up to his house and I parked my car. It was like 10 at night. My father is staying with us for a few days before he returns to Louisiana to go back to work. So I drove up to his house, parked the car, got out of the car, and walked up to his house. I rang the doorbell and waited for a moment, and then Mr. Allen stepped out, and it is Clint's father. He looked like he was 6'4".
What? It's so weird how much of
6 What's in this fucking book? It's ridiculous.
to be a main character in this book, you have to be.
They're literally all JoJo characters.
Yeah.
Literally.
I imagine he weirdly describes men's physique specifically in this book.
That's
way
weird.
too detailed. Like he has like subtle gay like connotations.
He looked like he was 6'4" and in good shape. I know that he worked for some sort of news company or whatever it was called, and he was white and had brown hair, and he was wearing blue jeans with a purple collared shirt. He had a very deep voice. What are you doing here, Eli? What are you doing here, Eli? He asked me. I wanted to speak with your son, Clint, he asked me. What? Okay, that's funny. For what purpose? He asked me. I wanted to apologize to him, Mr. Allen, I said. He looked at me strange for like 5 seconds and then said, Okay, well I don't know what this is about, but just say everything you need to say and run on, Eli, he said to me. Yes, sir, I said. I waited out there for a couple minutes, if I were to guess, and then Clint stepped outside nervously and unconfidently and said, Yes, he said. No, oh my god. He looked almost as tall as his father. He wears glasses and he is autistic.
Bruh. He wears glasses and he's on it.
He wears glasses and he is autistic. The kind of autism that he has is the kind where he can't control how loud he speaks. And he doesn't know how loud he is speaking. He speaks at a very high volume, by the way. No.
By the way.
I then asked him this question, but I spoke very slowly when I asked him this question. Oh my god. Like, autistic people, like...
Brain dead.
I think he's calling the wrong person autistic.
Maybe.
I asked him this question, but I spoke very slowly when I asked him this question. I found the right words to say, but these words came out of my mouth very slowly. Do you remember when we were in the same class together and stuff, and I used to harass you? I asked him. Yes, he replied. Again, when I spoke very slowly. Well, I've come here to apologize to you face to face and say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all the times when I have wronged you. I ask you to forgive me.
This is like a little ableist.
Yeah, no, it is.
Literally, he doesn't realize it.
Okay, we are cool now. You have been forgiven, he told me. After that, Mr. Allen stepped into the conversation that I was having with Clint, and he put his hand out, and I shook his hand. He said, It took a real man to come over here and say that, Mr. Vincent. Tell your father I said hello. He, Mr. Allen. He, Mr. Allen. Okay. Will do, I said. After that, I went back home, and I went to bed. Alright, it's your turn.
I went to the mall and I got a watch and my ears my earrings needed to be fixed, and so I got a watch, and I got my earrings repaired. I told my mom that I was going to do this. She called me right after I got my earrings fixed, and I bought the watch. She was giving me a hard time about my decision. Before I went home, I went to a barber shop and I got a haircut. My hair was not very long, but I'm growing the top out and I'm cutting the sides and the back of my head as short as it can go. I will even get a shaving razor and I will cut my hair all the way to the skin. I like to have a military haircut, if you know what I mean.
You know what I mean.
When I got back home a few minutes later, Dennis and Carl arrived. Richard told me that he couldn't make it because he had something else going on. Me, Dennis, and Carl watched the movie Braveheart. Shortly after that, they left. May 5th, 2014. You know that job that I said my mom got at a retirement center? Well, my mom got me an interview for a job working at the dining services of that place. The interview was awesome. The name of the man who interviewed me is Mr. Ricky. The interview went well. He asked me why I wanted to work at the retirement center. It's like he didn't write that to have quotation marks at first, but he put it quotation marks after it, but he forgot to change the grammar to be like if he was actually being asked that. Why I wanted to work at the retirement center, quote unquote. What do I want to do with my life? I don't think he's supposed to put quotation marks around those. Questions like that. I answered them to the best of my ability. Later that day, my father and I said our goodbyes, and we told each other that we loved each other, and then he headed back to Louisiana. I went to go work out at the high school, on the JROTC track, because it's been a while since I had worked out, and I was trying to start working out again. He said work out like 3 times in that sentence. It looked like it had changed quite a bit over the last 2 years. The track was just a trail of rocks that just was as long as a mile. The track looked like it had begun to fade away, and it was harder to see. Identifying the trail and seeing it was harder. I ran like 6 miles in 48 minutes, and I did 20 pull-ups, and I did some abdominal workouts. Do you think he, like, padded that a little bit? Do you think he's exaggerating slightly? It says I ran like 6 miles in 48 minutes and did 20 pull-ups.
That's impossible.
Yeah, that's still impossible. Fastest mile in the world was done in like 6 minutes. That's like literally
The fastest. Yeah. For some reason, this pain began to build in my right leg as I was running. That must have happened at boot camp,
Yeah,
too.
that must have happened.
As I walked back to the apartment, it continued to hurt. I tried to consume something that had protein in it, so that way I can acquire more strength physically. When I got home, I pretty much just chilled out and watched some Netflix. May 6th, 2014. I don't think a week goes by where my mom doesn't complain to me about something. It gets quite annoying, honestly. Tonight, I went to the streets of Indian Lake. Bought a dictionary. I must have been walking around for 3 hours. I also walked to Walmart, and then back to the streets of Indian Lake. I could feel the wind blowing on my face. It felt good outside. The breeze was nice, cold, and cool. That summer breeze felt awesome. The star. It felt awesome. It's like a childlike sentence. The stars were out shining bright. Cars were passing by with their headlights shining bright. Later that night, I went back to home and I worked on the novel that I'm writing. So.
Yeah, he mentions himself working on this book. It was actual work.
That's kind of meta when you think about it. So, what kind of book is it? Is it an epic fantasy type of novel that I'm writing? No question mark, even though it should be. I also watched something on Netflix that night as well. It's weird because you thought he was gonna be like, or like, no, perhaps you'll learn later. Or he would drop the super meta bomb on you like, maybe it's this book that you're reading right now. But instead he just says, what, this kind of novel I'm writing? I also watch Netflix. May 8th, 2014. I worked on my novel all of yesterday. I also went through my dictionary and pulled 2 words out of it and tried to use them when I write my book and when I wrote in my book. Today, I went to the same place where I worked 3 days ago to work out again. As I was running around the track, I saw 2 fellows who both looked to be over 6 feet tall. I walked up to the track, too. When I passed them, I stopped to talk to them. Well, you didn't pass them then, right? You can't say when I passed them, I stopped to talk to them. You didn't pass them then. I was breathing really hard, trying to catch my breath. I noticed who one of them was. I knew who this guy was that was standing to the right of me. They were both standing there. When I went up to them, I knew the fellow who stood to the right of me. His name is Andrew Lane. That was really good.
It never stops being funny. Like, every single fucking sentence in this book is just a gold mine.
What the hell are you doing here? I asked Andrew in a friendly tone of voice. Wait, let me reread that. What the hell are you doing here? We are having some friend time.
We're having friend time.
That's actually like 4-year-old dialogue. My mom said I can have friend time.
Andrew Lake also had autism.
Like
the kind that makes you act like a child. So I spoke really slowly to him.
we are having some friend time, he replied in an intelligently sounding
That
voice.
counts.
How do you say that intelligently sounding?
I don't know! What does that mean?
We are having some friend time.
You might call it.
Someone of
Anal
your intelligence. Yeah, it sounds sexual
Yeah.
mostly. We're having some friend time. What are you doing here? He asked. I guess I'll try to make him sound really pompous. What are you doing here? Running my ass off like a motherfucking hamster. I used to run this track all the time when I was in JROTC as a freshman in high school, I told him. I see, said Andrew. I laughed, and so did he, and his friend that was standing beside him. But not only are we spending some friend time here, we're also here because we both have girlfriends. And they are both in the band. They are doing a concert here, and so therefore, we are here to see them perform.
It's like, I imagine a guy in like a cravat and like a suit. And therefore...
Do you mind if I join you? I haven't seen you in a while, I asked. Yeah, sure. I don't mind. I walked with them into the school. Andrew's friend went somewhere else to do something. I believe he went to go speak with his girlfriend. That left me and Andrew at the staircase near the math hallway. At Grant Senior High School, there's a staircase that leads upstairs. And then once you get to the top of the staircase, you will see these 2 double doors. If you open the double doors, walk through them and look to your left, you will see the math hallway. You will know it's the math hallway when you see it, because there is a sign that says math before you enter the math hallway. Back to what I was saying, me and Andrew, we sitting down at the staircase, just having a conversation. So, How is everything going with JROTC? I asked him. Good, I guess. I don't love it with a burning passion, he said. It's so weird being back here. I can't really put into words how weird it has been for me. All of these memories flood my mind right when I walk into the school all at once. What's been going on at Grant Senior High School since I left? I asked. Nothing really. I mean, other than I have a girlfriend now and the police have increased security at this place, he said. Are the JROTC teachers still doing their jobs correctly? I asked. Yeah, Sergeant is still getting angry, breaking his glasses, throwing staplers across the room, and screaming like he is about to cut off our heads, he said. Me and him laughed. Colonel is still humorous and patient, but if you make him angry, he turns into a scary and crazy person, he said. Yeah, I remember a time when this one guy who was not behaving well in class when I was a freshman in high school and when I was in JROTC. This guy made him so angry and he was just so full of rage. I can't recall anything he said, but I do recall that he said, "And my detention is mopping this floor."
What?
And that... I'll reread that. It is weird. I can't recall everything he said, but I do recall that he said, "And my detention is mopping this floor." After that, I believe Colonel said a very few words for the rest of the class, I said. Yeah, I can just picture it all going down in my head right now, he said. If I knew that later on I was going to want to be in the military, I would have stayed in JROTC. Leaving JROTC is one of the biggest mistakes I feel I've made. I feel like if I really wanted to, and if I put my mind to it, I could become the leader of JROTC within a year or 2 years, I said. Yeah, I don't know if I could be in the military because I am constantly feeling dejected and depressed all the time, he said. Why do you think you feel that way all the time? I asked. I really don't know. It might just be the chemical balance in my brain. It could be the situations that I face in life. Or it could be a bunch of other things. My parents are always taking me to see a psychiatrist and stuff. It is a daily battle that I deal with, he said. I don't know if I told you this, but a few months after I left Tennessee, I went into a psychiatric hospital because I told my counselor that I was depressed and having suicidal thoughts. And then later they took me to see a counselor and I told her that I feel like I'm at my breaking point and I need to get help or I'm pulling the plug. So then later that day I ended up in a psychiatric hospital. I ended up there for a week. And believe me, it is not a place that you want to go, I said. Yeah, my family has a history of people who have gone to psychiatric hospitals, he said. I also believe another reason that I went to the psychiatric hospital was because I just couldn't stop thinking about certain things that had happened to me before I left Tennessee. Man, I swear to Christ, there are some things in this life that are just straight up fucked up, I said. Yeah, life's a bitch, and it sure as hell ain't fair. The next thing I know, Andrew's friend returns and tells us, hey, it's fixing to start. If you guys are here to see the concert now would be the time to enter the school auditorium, he said. So, we got up, walked to the auditorium, and we both found somewhere to sit. It was roughly 100 people there. 3/4 of the seats were taken. After the concert, I decided to go walk home. When I got home, I took my running shoes off.
Literally, what was the point of any of that shit that just happened? There was no character building whatsoever or any, like, actual scene. It just was just random fucking dialogue about nothing.
Bro, it's the Pulp Fiction method. You just don't understand it. I discovered that I had blisters on my feet. I guess I will not be running for a while. Baker, I am passing the book to you.
May 9th, 2014. Today I worked on my novel and walked to Grant Senior High School to see my friends. When I walked to Grant Senior High School, I had a lot of different conversations with people about a lot of different things. I also got a lot of different phone numbers. I asked April why she hasn't responded to any of my text messages, and she told me, I'm sorry, I'm so busy all the time, and I'm not doing homework, I'm working, and if I'm not working, I'm doing homework. I went to the JROTC room to talk to the colonel, and he looked excited to see me. I told him why I had returned to Tennessee, and then he started talking about the military. I've decided that I'm going to join the army, I told him. If you were to go into the army, what would you want to do? He asked me. Well, I'm thinking I'd like to go into combat and work on my way up to special forces, I said. Excellent! We got a lot of soft guys in the army. We need some guys in the army who are willing to do the extra work. What did you score on the ASVAB? Have you taken the ASVAB? He asked. I did, but I didn't score so well, I told him. Well, first things first, get the ASVAB score up, he said. Are you working out at all? You look like you're in good shape, he said. Eli. Yeah, I've been going at it, I told him. Well, keep going at it. I'll see you around, he said to me. Okay, see you around, I responded. When I got back to the apartment, I went with my mom to Chick-fil-A and I had a dinner with her. When I got back, I watched some more Netflix. I guess watching things on Netflix is something I do to increase my vocabulary.
What a cope.
Wow.
May 10th, 2014. Today was filled with conflict for me. I went and got a physical done for work. They make you get drug tested in order to work at the retirement center. Me and my mom were driving home from church tonight. She started yelling at me in the car. She started yelling at me because we were having a conversation, and she asked me, what is bothering you? I told her, I don't want to talk about it. As a result of this, she started yelling at me. I did my best to not talk back to her. I just let her yell at me. I said very few words. I don't remember everything she told me, but I do remember she called me selfish, bitter, and cold. She also told me that I'm biting the hand that feeds me. She also told me that I'm not allowed to go anywhere tonight. After she chewed me out, she said to me, I'm going to spend some time with people who actually want to spend time with me, and people who value me as a person. After that, she got in her car and drove off. I don't know where she is right now. I'm going to bed. Good night. May 11th, 2014.
Good night.
Today is Mother's Day. The conflict began almost instantaneously after I woke up. My mom did the big rant towards me. She yelled at me after telling me that I'm selfish and that I take her for granted. She also told me that she wants to engage with her in a conversation, interact with her. In the middle of her yelling at me, I said, well, I think you are acting ignorant, cruel, and I think you are being cocky, and guess what? I'm done talking to you. I walked into my bedroom and locked the door. She came banging on the door and yelling, open the door! I yelled, get Dad on the phone! She said, Dad is not the one who's down here making a way for you to graduate from high school! I opened the door just so she would stop banging on the doof. And because I didn't want her to bust down the door, when I opened the door, we began walking back to the living room. As we were walking back to the living room, I said, you yelling at me is nothing. I have drill instructors in my face. I don't remember everything she told me, but I remember the conversation ended with her crying and me apologizing for talking back to her. She also told me she acted that way because she thought that I might have been suicidal. Later that day, I got her something for Mother's Day. I got her a gift card to Steak and Shake. I went to bed earlier than usual because I had work in the morning and because I felt hurt by my mom. May 12th, 2014. This was my first day working at the retirement center. My boss, Mr. Ricky, showed me around the retirement center. He told me it's so much information, it was hard for me to take it all in. I was there from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. It was exhausting. Today's been one of the longest days of my life. I don't have much else to say about this. And I wrote thank fuck next to it. May 15th, 2014. Why did he write that? What was the point of that? The past few days have consisted of me writing a lot and working at the retirement center a lot. I've worked a total of 16 hours since I've been working there, I believe. My job consists of washing dishes, taking out garbage, sweeping, mopping, serving elderly folks, talking to elderly folks, and so on. The retirement center where I work is called McIndy Village. After work, I headed to Grant Senior High School to talk to my friends. This teacher came up to me, got in my face, and said, the assistant principal told you yesterday that unless you are enrolled, you cannot be here on school grounds. Do you want me to call him and ask him? I thought I could here during visiting time. He said 3:10 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. If that is not what he meant, then obviously I misunderstood everything he told me, I said. I was there, and he told you that you cannot be here on school grounds. Oh well, you're bad, he said. Okay, I am sorry, I'll be leaving now, I said. I will see you this coming August, Eli, he said. May 16th, 2015, he accidentally put a whole year ahead of time by accident. He typed the 5 instead of a 4. It's supposed to be the next day, but it's a whole year from that day. Today I went to work, and I worked from 7:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. There are a bunch of females that work at McIndry Village. I decided to go up to one of them and try to get their phone number. I won't go too deep into details about what happened, but I will tell you this. The girl that I talked to had a nice body and a pretty smile. She told me that she had a boyfriend, therefore she didn't give it to me. She also told me that her boyfriend gets jealous and that if she was a single, she would have given me her number. After I got off work, I picked up an old friend of mine named Marcus from Grant Senior High School.
This guy is such a Chad. I can't believe it.
And we went to the streets of Indian Lake. I tried to get other people to come, but everyone else that I tried to get to come either was busy or was not picking up their phone. Marcus is black. He stands 5'5".
Oh my god!
Wait, why did he make him
He made him really short. He's the only guy in the book that's short. I don't know why.
Oh, that's a third.
Maybe like, I think in real life he was probably the only person that was taller than him. So he wanted to like knock him down a peg. And he sags his pants like myself. He also wears baggy clothing like myself.
Oh my god, that almost made me choke.
He is also ripped from head to toe. He even has a 6-pack. Me and him went to the Godzilla at the movie theater. Afterwards, we went to Buffalo Wild Wings and got something to eat. So what does the future hold for you? I asked. Well, after high school, I have plans to go study in auto mechanics, hoping to get a job being an auto mechanic. My father is involved in that, and he works for a repair shop, said Marcus. What makes you want to do that? I asked. I don't know. I guess because it's something I'll pay the bills, if you know what I mean, said Marcus. Yeah, you gotta work in order to make a living, I said. What about you, man? Asked Marcus. I want to become a United States Special Army combat diver, I said. My father was in the army. He said, "Alright, what do you do in the army?" I asked. He did want a tour in Vietnam. He was an infantryman, he said. When did you decide you wanted to do that? He asked. Wait, what the fuck? Why did he put two different whatever. When I went to YCP, I responded. What is YCP?
Oh my god.
It's just a military standardized youth program that I went to. I'm still in it. I just got done with the residential phase of it. After the residential phase, I have to keep in contact with my mentor for a year, and then that is that. What are you thinking when you first heard I was coming back? Asked Marcus. He said with that previous line when it was him talking. He said, yeah, what the fuck? Okay. I was looking forward to you coming back. I don't really have any more thoughts about it other than that, I said. So you got anyone you interested in? I asked. God, the dialogue's so hard to keep up with. Not at the moment, no, Marcus said. What about you? He asked. I've ran across some pretty girls, but no one that truly see myself spending the rest of my life with. I haven't been starstruck, if you know what I mean. I'm not too sure that I want to get married, man, I said. Ever since Charlotte did what she did to me, I haven't really felt anybody about the way I felt about Charlotte, I said. What happened between you and her anyway? I heard a bunch of different things about what went down between you and her, but I want to know your side of the story, he asked. Well, it's kind of a long story, but I'll try to make it brief, simple, and straight to the point, I answered. Okay, he said. Here we go. My sophomore year is when I met Charlotte. I'd pursued her for 2 weeks, and then I made this decision to try to kiss her at school. I hate how he uses the word pursued. I thought she said she wanted to go out with me on the phone, but obviously I misunderstood everything she told me. The next day, which was on my 16th birthday, by the way, the guidance counselor called me to her office. She told me to stay away from her and not to talk to her. I also found out that she was the one who reported me to the school guidance counselor. But anyways, I was going to stay away from her and not talk to her, but I got lied to by a friend. She told me that she wanted me to talk to her when she really was not the case. So I continued to pursue her. And later, a cop pulls me into his office and tells me I'm not allowed to have any contact with her. I basically had a restraining order put on me without a legal document. My parents knew what was going on. My father was in the office when the police officer told me. My mom and my dad really didn't do much to support me when I was going through that. And matter of fact, they were abusive and manipulative to me while all of that was going on.
Oh my.
They also treated me poorly and appallingly while I was going through this. The worst part about it is that he is a pastor. It is pretty hypocritical coming from him. My mom is also a Christian as well. It is also pretty hypocritical coming from her.
What does that mean?
I've seen the way they act at church and how they behave behind closed doors. I guess what makes them fakers. I'm not too sure what they have told and taught me my whole life is not just some fairy tale or lie. I'm not going to participate in their religious bullshit. Anyways, after the restraining order hit, Charlotte started talking about me to people all over Grant Senior High School, and people started calling me a stalker and calling me creepy. Obviously, Charlotte completely misunderstood me. Even Mr. Hoffman bullied me about it. My lowest point, I think, is when I started considering maybe suicide was an option. Also having thoughts about getting a gun, shooting up the school, and possibly shooting myself. And then later I moved to Louisiana.
That's a dream.
And then later I moved to Louisiana, and so yeah.
And so yeah.
And so, yeah.
And so yeah.
What stopped you from shooting up the school and ending your life, he asked. I guess just the fact that I knew it was temporary. I also thought it just not be worth it. It must be worth pissing my life away over those people who are pieces of shit straight up, by the way. And over this motherfucking bullshit, I said. Yeah, like for real, that makes you pissed off. They would piss me off too. Yeah, well, they can suck a dick for all I care, and I don't got no reason not be embarrassed about what happened, but they do, I said. You tell me that reminds me of a time when I got jumped. These bastards also believe something that was said about me was not true. I think it was the reason they jumped me. It was either that or they wanted to get whatever I had on me. How many guys jumped you, I asked. There were like 7 of them, I believe. I think they were in a gang or something, he told me. When did that occur? It happened just a few months ago. Do you know who those people were? No. Well, if you find out those people were, just let me know, because I wouldn't mind kicking ass and taking names, I said. You got it, he said.
You got it.
After we ate, I took him home, and I went home as well, and went to bed. May 18th. Yesterday was pretty laid back for me. I didn't go to church. I pretty much just chilled all of yesterday. Today, me and my mom went to Steak and Shake to get something to eat, and we went and saw the movie Neighbors. Let me just go ahead and say, do not go see that movie. The movie Neighbors is nothing but a bunch of F-bombs, sex, drugs, violence, and sexual humor. May 20th.
I love that.
People are oftentimes rude to me at work. I just try to keep working and not say a word. I do speak to people at work, though, although I don't act every single employee at McKendree Village. What? Just being honest, some of those people act like stuck-up jerks. Some mornings I wake up and don't want to come to work. Today I ran into a homeless guy. I gave him $20, but that's it.
But that's it.
What a good Samaritan. I have a feeling that he might use that to pursue his drug addiction if he does do drugs. If he does do drugs. There was this girl that I knew of, and she just happened to be a friend of my Facebook, and just started texting her. I saw her at the band concert that I went to the other day with Andrew. I saw a Facebook status that she put on Facebook. Yeah, and I just wanted to talk to her. I called her after work, and then she's texted me. Her name is Lucy Black. Can't talk right now. What's up? This is text messages, by the way. Me. It's Elijah Vincent. I was just wondering, how are you doing? I saw your status on Facebook, and I was concerned. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. Okay, well, thank you, but question, how did you get my number? Facebook. Okay, that's cool, I guess. Well, thanks for being concerned, but I'll be fine. I've been through things 1,000 times worse since freshman year. Okay, well, I'm here for you if you need anything, or if you just want to talk. Okay, thank you. So how have you been? Working hard, playing hard, music writing, and working out is my life right now. I'd say my life has its up and downs. Cool. I've been working my butt off in school and practicing trumpet until my fingers fall off, quite literally. And working 2 jobs. I could never play the trumpet. It seems so complicated. No, it's really just 3 buttons and 2 slides. And slides.
There's no slides on
Slides?
I mean, there's like valves you pull out.
Maybe that's what she
Do
meant.
you think she was played trombone and he misremembered?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
But there's no buttons on a trombone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a slide.
What has a slide-in button?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Absolutely nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Is
There's
this,
no point for a slide if there's
Do
buttons.
you think this is fabricated?
I think he's just stupid.
I think he's just
I'm not saying it's not too difficult to be the great at it, but with the easier classical instruments, that's bullshit. Oh, I think I confused the saxophone with the trumpet. I wrote next nice cover, bro, next to it. He's like, lol, good job! With a box question mark emoji, because he didn't have the question mark, didn't translate well. The emoji wasn't there. Do you have a social life? Because I wanted to ask you something. A little bit of one, so what is it? My parents want to throw me a party for my 18th birthday, and I was wondering if you wanted to come over to the party, although it won't be for a few months. Sure, sounds like fun. When's your birthday? My birthday's going to be August 29th, 2014, but the party would be on August 30th, 2014, which is on a Saturday. Oh, okay. I wouldn't throw it on Friday, because I know that some of my friends play football, and they would not be able to make it, and I know that some of my friends would probably go to the football game instead of going to my party. True, I'd be one of those people because with me being in the marching band, I'm required to go to every school football game. Exactly my point. Yep, haha, smiley face. Hey, are you still at JSHS? I'm going to be Grant Senior High School for a senior year. I was away from Tennessee for a little over a year. Okay, that's what I thought, but I wasn't quite sure. I have a crappy memory sometimes, haha, smiley face. Well, nice talking to you. My phone is about to die, so I gotta go. I'll talk to you later, smiley face. Okay, nice talking to you, TTL, smiley face. Lucy began texting me the next day as I was driving home from work that evening. Lucy, hi. Me, what's up? Nothing but much bored out of my mind. I'm meeting with a marching band. Oh god, that must be really boring, question mark box emoji. Yep, haha, smiley face. What are you up to? I'm driving home from work. Oh, fun. Where do you work, if you don't mind me asking? Macon D Village. Are you athletic? Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah. Me.
Wait, does he not even know what she looks like?
I don't know. Me, do you work out or play sports? I play volleyball, well I did, and I work out most mornings. Are you the yelling type? What do you mean by that? Would you start yelling if you got in an argument with someone? Maybe if it depends on the person, but usually no, it's very rare that I even raise my voice. What about your boyfriend or husband? Not necessarily, as I said, very rare. I guess it mainly depends on what we are arguing. How much kindness and compassion do you think you have? Too much a lot of the times.
What does it feel like?
Me, how tall are you?
Why does it he, like,
Lucy,
doesn't know
5'10".
Why is it like he doesn't know her like at all and he's like literally asking questions?
He creeped on her on Facebook and got her name, her fucking number from Facebook.
And just doesn't know it.
So this is all like true shit that happened.
Yeah, this is literally him copy pasting text messages.
Oh,
All of this. He clearly didn't edit it because there's question mark box emojis from the actual phone.
Oh.
These are unedited text messages that he just put into a book. You can tell because like there's a box around the text messages. Look at this.
He didn't even
When he texted him, it auto formatted it into the box from the phone screen.
Dude.
On the page like this. It's a big black line
How
around
much
the thing.
money did he put into publishing this?
He did it. He put it through fucking Goodreads or whatever. Where they Lulu.com. It's a really cheap, shitty ebook site where they auto format shit for you. He just put it in the Microsoft Doc or something and uploaded it and just auto formatted it. And he just straight up just published it immediately without proofreading it. That's literally what he did. And that's why everything's so fucking funny. I'm glad he did it because this is a fucking gold mine. Lucy, she's like 5'10". Would you date a guy that was shorter than you? Maybe. I bet you're wondering why I'm asking all these questions right now. Am I correct?
no, not really.
Well, I have a pretty good idea of why. Okay, I'll just say it straight up. I'm tempted to ask you out. Okay, well, no offense unless you know I like really well, then I won't date you. Yeah, I think we should take things slow. There's this thing called a love ladder. Okay, never heard of the love ladder, but okay. It's a metaphorical thing. I can explain it to you. Okay. Can I explain it to you? Okay, go ahead if you want to.
Freaked out. Like,
Yeah, literally.
You can tell she's creeped out.
Yeah.
You can tell she's like backing up.
This might take a few minutes. Let me find the right words. KK, me. Step 1. You have to spend time with someone to get to know them. Step 2. You start dating and you have fun together. Step 3. You and that someone start talking about the future. And then step 4. You and that someone take a commitment to each other. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, she's like, God damn it. Why did I talk to this guy?
A therapist taught me that. So will you let me go to step 1 to see if you'll let me go to step 2?
My therapist taught me that.
Yeah, sure. Me, excellent, smiley face. Lucy.
Excellent.
Hey, Lucy. Yep, smiley face. So, what's going on with you this summer? Nothing. You don't have band camp? Well, yeah, I have that and work. But what? That's it. WBU? Question mark. Working, music, and writing and playing hard.
Playing hard, working hard.
When do you think you and I could hang out in person? Maybe next weekend? Weekend? That's two separate words. This coming weekend or the weekend after the coming weekend? 30th to 31st. Okay, sounds good, smiley face. Yep, smiley face. That's all she replies with is yep, smiley face.
Yep.
Do you want me to keep growing my hair out, or are you okay with getting a buzz cut? I don't care about your hair. I don't care, it's your hair, sorry. Me, by the way, what kind of music do you like? Pretty much all genres, I just don't listen to Screamo and rap. It's funny you say that, because I listen to almost just rap and Screamo. But I do like alternative music and pop. Yeah, oh well, haha. Not all rap and Screamo is profane, though. Some of the songs that you can just relate to. Do you want me to give you an example? Well, it's not that, it's just those genres of music are always displeasing to my well-tuned musician's ears. Fair enough. Lucy, yeah. Me, what artists do you like? Lucy, The Cataracts, David Guetta, Cobra Starship, Paramore, Linkin Park, Muse, Panic at the there's no commas between any of this, by the way. Panic at the Disco, Breakin' Benjamin, that's kind of based. Queen All-American Rejects, AKB8B48? Who the fuck is that?
Queen and music, bro.
Coldplay, Maroon 5, All Time Low, Swedish House Mafia, Sleeping with Sirens. Sleeping with Sirens? Who doesn't like Screamo music?
Do they scream?
Yeah. Offspring, Nirvana, The Piano Guys, Justin Timberlake, Hot Chella, Ray, The Fray, The Script, The Beatles, oh, and also Shanae.
Shanae. Almost a, what would the word be? Like social experiment-like example of what it looks like when someone is like
Super not interested.
forcefully texting someone and trying to advance like
The love ladder.
the quote unquote love ladder while they're like after the love ladder was even mentioned, it's obviously like if there was any doubt before, they know now.
She's not fucking interested.
It is no.
She's in the love pit, if you will, and he's offering to lower the love ladder to let her out of it conversationally. She does not want. He'd rather stay down there.
If it wasn't obvious to her before, it was obvious as soon as she said he was talking about a love ladder. That he isn't trying to like. He never was when he messaged her concerned about it.
No.
It was literally like, you hot, me message, you hear love ladder? You hang out me, right now, I want fuck. When you hang me want fuck. What happened soon?
Want step 2 love ladder. Step 2 love ladder, no.
Me want step 3 and 4, but 3, 4, I will hang with you step 1.
Step 4 coming. Eventually. A strong urinary tract, something to look forward to in a mate. I want a woman who can break skin with a piss stream.
May 22nd, 2014. Today I went to the barber and I got a haircut, and after I went to the barber, I went by Marcus's apartment and picked up the $10 he owed me for buying his movie ticket. Marcus told me that his cousins were playing basketball at his basketball court not too far from his apartment, and I agreed to drive him and myself to the court. I drove us to where we were going to play some basketball. As I saw driving, we started having a conversation. One comment led to another, and then we began talking about that one night when I was a sophomore, and we went to the skating rink. Marcus, dude, do you remember that time we went to the skating rink that one night sophomore year? I began to laugh. Me, dude, the funny thing is, I was 16, and we were all out past curfew. When you are 16, you are not supposed to have more than one person in the car with you at a time. Marcus, dude, remember when we drove past that cop and all of us started freaking out? Me, dude, I was so scared shitless that he was going to move over. We busted out laughing. Me, but that was a kick-ass night, man. That night was probably one of the best nights of my life. We went to that place and we partied so damn hard. We even danced that night to that hardcore party music. We made some memories that night. I'm not your boyfriend, baby. Marcus, hell yeah we did. I miss that Mustang you drove. I swear I do. Whose car is this? Me. My dad gave me this 2001 Nissan Altima. Marcus. This car is nice. Me.
I hate this fucking car my dad gave me. God damn it.
Why do like douchebag guys always have to say the entire title of their car?
I don't know.
It's such a funny attribute. I don't know.
When we got to the court, we played, I think, 3 on 3, I believe. Marcus is also one of my black friends, if I didn't already mention that.
One of my black friends?
He's not racist. He has a black
Just
friend.
so you know, he has a collection.
He has a whole collection
Only
of them.
one of his black friends.
Of my many African
Of my
American
many black friends. May 24, 2014. After work today, I went to the mall to pick up an application for security at the Rivergate Mall. I ended up talking to some security guards for I think an hour. I told them I was picking up an application because when I get out of the military, this is something I might want to do. One of the guys was telling me about being in the Marine Corps. This guy must have been like 6'2", super built.
Oh my god.
I'm getting drunk. Super built, over 200 pounds. He told me, well, if you are looking for the most challenging mentally and physically, let me tell you this.
The most challenging.
Mentally and physically.
In training, we were fixing to go march with our rifles and do drill practice, and this dumbass forgot his rifle. The next thing that happened after our drill sergeant found out this idiot forgot his rifle is me and the rest of our platoon had to stand at the position of attention for 3 hours. Our drill sergeant had to watch on him, and every time 5 minutes went by, he said 5 minutes just went by. Every once in a while, I would fall asleep standing up for like 13 seconds, and then I would wake back up. I was astonished when he told me all of this. I also told one of them that I've been struggling with the mathematics part of the ASVAB. He replied with, I struggle with that part too, but you can learn it. It just takes some practice. I replied with, well, that makes me feel good. When I left the Rivergate Mall, I decided just for some reason to go by my friend Corey Jackson's house. Dude, the ASVAB is like literally one of the easiest fucking tests. How the fuck?
This guy is literally stupid as shit. Like, you can tell it from reading.
Like,
He failed to get his GED. If that doesn't tell you by
That's
itself,
true, that's
like,
true.
the
When I got there,
post-
when I got there, I parked my car. And I walked up to his house, and I knocked on his front door. I rang the doorbell. He came to the door, opened it up,
Why does
stepped
he
outside.
describe each individual second of every interaction?
Every step, dude. I rang the doorbell. He came to the door, opened it up, stepped outside, and shut the door. He stood 5'8", and his biological mother is from Hong Kong, and his biological father is from Great Britain. He was wearing glasses and had black hair. He was one of my more thinner friends.
Why does he go into detail about the physical appearance of every single fucking male
don't
character?
know.
It's like fine to do if you do it fucking well, like, you know, it paints a picture, but god damn.
You're supposed to do it in interspersal sections.
Yeah.
Not like dumping
Like,
it.
they're supposed to say, like,
Her
he said,
her brown
like,
hair flows over.
Or no, he's supposed to
her
be like,
shoulders, I
he
don't
said
know.
shaking his, like, messy black hair to the left.
Yeah,
And then, like,
stuff like
you
that.
sprinkle it in throughout the conversation
Yeah.
as it goes on. To
Getting a
gradually-
mustard stain
And
on
it's
his
like-
light blue
And
shirt.
then, like, after a while, you'd be like, he said scratching his, like, mini scars, like, over his right eye. Or something.
Yeah.
Like, that kind of thing. Like, you get a gradual picture of this person through little interactions.
But
not,
this
like,
guy does
dumping
fucking
a whole
info
fucking, like-
dumps. Hey, Corey, I said. Hey, he said back. We hugged. We sat down. And Corey and I continued talking. We must have been sitting out on his front porch just talking for like 2 hours. I had only drove here like I think 3 or 4 times, but I wasn't 100% positive that I was going to be able to find your house. I attempted to find out where you live by trying to remember to the best of my ability, and my memory took me to exactly where you lived, and I was able to find your house by surprise. It was pretty ironic for me. I surprised myself, I said.
Not much words to just say, like, I remember where you live.
Yeah, right?
I thought I remember where you live.
Because I don't know why you say you can't write the thing you want to write when people like this write.
True. Awesome. How you been, Elijah? He asked. Well, I just got back in town. I had tried to call you, but you didn't, it said. Your phone had been disconnected, I said.
Wait, did he say I tried to call you, but it didn't?
But you didn't, it said. Your phone had been disconnected. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I got a new phone and a new phone number. Here, let me give it to you, he said. I got out my phone and he put his phone number in my phone. Hey, are you still flying around those drones around? I asked. Yeah, my skills with those things has really increased since you left. Right now, I'm studying for the ASVAB because I want to mess with drones on a military type of level, he said. It's funny you say that because I've decided I want to be in the military as well, I said. What do you want to do in the military, he asked.
What do you want to do?
What do you want to do?
What do you want to do, bro?
I want to be a United States Army Special Forces combat. Eventually, I left. Before I left, he gave me an invitation to his 2 sisters' baby showers. He told me both of their boyfriends got them pregnant, and now they are about to be mothers. I told him, I will see if I can make it. This is about to get interesting.
Now this is about to get interesting.
What the fuck does that mean?
Pregnancy vagina.
Oh, hell yeah!
They fucked.
Maternity.
Are these doctors gonna let me into the room? Let's see.
I'm gonna get the numbers on Facebook.
May 25th, 2014. I went to work. It was my mom's birthday today, and we decided to go and get something to eat. I'm reading this grammatically the way it's typed, by the way.
Good.
We went to a Mexican restaurant. They did that thing to her where they put that big Mexican hat on you. A sombrero?
Big Mexican
That
hat.
big Mexican hat.
Mexican hat.
And they bring you a dessert, smash whipped cream in your face, and they sing some sort of Mexican happy birthday song to you. It was pretty hilarious, and yet amusing to watch. And yeah. Yet, I was laughing so hard when this happened. After dinner at the Mexican restaurant, we went to the movie theater and saw Heaven is for Real. Today I texted Lucy.
Here we go.
Okay. Poor fucking girl. Me. Boring day at work? Lucy. Yep. Me. Where do you work? Lucy. Kroger. Me. The Kroger from across College Heights Baptist Church? Lucy. No.
I love how, like, literally he's like, which location?
Yeah, like he really wants to know.
Yeah.
Where?
No. Greenbrook, Kroger, and
Why did
Hendersonville.
she tell him?
I don't know, because she's a stupid high schooler. Me. The Kroger across from Ellis. Lucy. No. Me. What's the address? It's creepy. That's a drink.
What's the
That's a drink.
address? Okay.
Okay, what's the address? IDK. Okay, look, you know the Kroger by Chick-fil-A, Starbucks, and Texas Roadhouse? Me. LOL, no. Oh, I love this song.
Flu salad.
Yes. Lucy. Okay, well, haha, smiley face. Me. LOL.
She's so boring.
Lucy.
Lol.
LMAO. Me. Are you stressed out? Are you mad?
Am I making you feel stressed out?
Am I making you wet yet?
Are you wet yet? Are you ready to fuck me?
Can I? Do you still have your hymen?
No.
No hymen, no diamond.
Yep, smiley face.
No.
You're 14 years old, right? Do you wanna fuck me? Even though you're 14 years old.
Okay, stop. Continue.
Okay. Me. Are you stressed out? Are you mad? Lucy. No, not really. Why? Me. I was just wondering if you was feeling some type of way. Lucy. Well, honestly, I just feel relaxed, mellow, and at easy. Me. Oh, so you saying you are feeling some type of way. Lucy. Wait, what? Now you've got me confused. Me. Oh, you've never heard that song, Type of Way by Rich Homie Quan?
What?
Make you feel some type of way. Some type of way. Some type of way. It was pretty big in like 2014.
Guys started saying that a lot after that song came out. Like, I just feel my way.
Yeah. Lucy. Yep, never heard of the person who sings it. Me. Are you off work? Lucy. Yeah, I got off at 8. Me. You must be feeling some type of way.
Why does he keep saying that?
then.
He heard the song that day.
Lucy. Look, Eli. I worked at 9 and 1.5 hour shift today, so my brain is absolutely dead. So I have absolutely no clue as to what you mean by that. Me. Okay, I'll stop playing with you. Lucy. Thank you. Me. I'm sorry. Lucy. It's fine. Me. I know what that's like. I once had to work it for 11 hours straight, and that was on my first day working at McKendree, and are you okay? Lucy. Wow, that sounds like it sucked. Yeah, I'm fine. Me. I wish there was more I could do than just talk to you about it. Lucy. Okay. Me. I was talking about your day and about how
what does he mean by that? I wish I could come into your room and just start massaging your stressed shoulders. I wish I could just soothe and calm you myself.
That's creepy. That's creepy. We have to drink for that. Lucy. Oh, right. My bad. Haha. Me. I wish I could jump through the phone and do something for you.
I'm taking another.
Yeah, that's creepy. That's creepy.
Bro, I blocked that. Why did she block him,
She's
dude?
a little fucking girl.
Yeah, she's a kid, bro.
She's 14 years old and she's just like, this is normal?
That's kind of how it is when you're like,
Cowboys talk to me.
dude, that's how it is when you're like fucking 11.
Panicking, like,
When you're 11
Yeah,
to
this
like
is normal.
15, bro, that's how it is. When you're a girl. That's literally how it is.
you're just like, yeah, that's how adults do. I don't want to
Yeah.
assume.
Literally.
I don't want to assume he's like trying to rape me. I don't want to assume that he's trying to statutory rape me or anything.
Stop. Me. I wish I could jump to the phone and do something for you. Lucy. Lucy. Aw, well thanks, smiley face. That's sweet of you to say. Smiley face.
Like what? What does he mean?
Lucy, you there? Me. Yeah, sorry, I'm documenting. Lucy. Oh, okay.
Documenting?
Document?
Is he trying to say like he's like copy pasting this for the book? Like, he's
Probably.
Like, I'm documenting.
Me. Hey, Lucy, I need to go to bed because I have to get up around 6:30 a.m. to go to work. Lucy. Okay, good night. Me. Good night, sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Smiley face.
See, what's weird about that? Like, that's what you tell your kids. You tell your kids, good night, sleep tight, don't let the bed bugs bite. And it's like, literally, he's like 5 years older than her.
Okay.
It's the whole thing.
May 26, 2014. My shift supervisor got angry at me today at work. Apparently, I was not working fast enough. My boss, Mr. Ricky, stepped in and showed me how to wash the dishes the right way. And I don't think I've heard the word water so many times in one day in my whole life. After work, I went home and later went to a bar. I was there to see this.
A bar?
He's like 19.
19.
I was there to see this guy who used to give me drum lessons. There were these guys that I ended up getting into a conversation with. I could tell that they were all just completely wasted. They tried to get me to sleep with this woman who was like 3 inches taller than me. And I was like, no. I'm
hell
not
no.
fixing to have sex with this woman.
This giantess.
I prefer girls. They were also telling
What?
me. Let's start the book. I added that.
Okay. Oh my god.
Dude, I thought that was real.
No.
You can't add shit like that.
Sorry.
That could be real.
That
It's, like,
actually
really
could be.
close.
I was like trying to be absurdist, but you're right. I wasn't trying to fool anybody. I thought it'd be obvious.
Trickster.
It's not obvious. The
They-
dude is writing the like. He literally might as well be saying, "I'm a pedophile. I'm a pedophile."
Okay. They were also telling her that I was in the Air Force, which is a complete lie. I talked to several women, though. I talked to one woman who was like 24 years old.
Whoa!
And she said she taught kindergarten. That's more her style. I talked to a bartender. I talked to a bartender who called me baby. She told me she was a lesbian. I could tell my sexual hormones were very active. It was like my body was screaming out, "Have sex with a woman tonight!" Creepy, creepy.
Whoa, can you reread that? I feel like I didn't take in.
Okay. I could tell my sexual hormones were very active. It was like my body was screaming out, "Have sex with a woman tonight!"
He's like a rapist, like alien.
He had to have read Perks of Being a Wallflower, and then immediately afterwards read Catcher in the Rye.
The two most like commonly.
I don't think he's read a book in his life. Although, I couldn't bring myself to doing that. It wasn't that I was scared to do that, it's just, I don't think that would be a wise decision, or an intelligent decision. It just didn't seem like the best choice to make. The music was very loud, and I wish I had brought some earplugs with me. The whole entire place smelled like cigarettes and alcohol. There must have been over 50 people at this huge bar in downtown Nashville. Some of the people that were at this bar would have fallen down because they were so drunk. It was so funny. I took a cab down there because where I parked my car was far away from the bar. The bouncers at this bar looked extremely ripped and in shape. If you were there, you could tell that all of them were over 6 feet tall.
My fucking God. He talks about guys being ripped so often. It's
Yeah.
like, it has to be like a game.
I'm almost out of alcohol. I'll just start drinking out of yours.
Okay.
They looked like they could run through a solid brick wall, and they like could knock
Into
someone.
my ass. I mean.
And they like could knock someone out in one punch. Make no mistake, they were all nice guys though. My old drum teacher and I had a conversation after he got done with his set. I told him about YCP, my plans for the future, what I was doing back in Tennessee, and about his stepbrother's band. He told me that his stepbrother was in a heavy metal band. He told me to go check out their Facebook page, so that's what I did. The name of this band was Against the Wolves. I told him I think I'm starting to lose my liking for rap. I had to leave at 10 p.m. because the rules at the bar were, if you were not 21, you were not allowed to be there if you were not 21 past 10 p.m.
Glad to clarify.
I took a cab back to my car. As I was driving home, I listened to music in the car. I also texted Lucy as I drove home. Me, would you want to go to a baby shower with me on the 31st, I think it is? Lucy, can't. I'm going to be busy that whole day with a shooting for a good friend of mine's short film he's making for a film contest. Me, what are you doing the 30th? Lucy, why? Me, I thought I was going to hang out. Lucy, oh, okay, well, it will have tones different time than that. I'm sorry.
What?
Me, well, I want to see you, frowny face. Lucy, Eli, I have a question for you. Me, what? Lucy, why are you going after a girl you barely know, whom when you lived here, you didn't even acknowledge her existence? It just makes no sense to me. Me, well, I did not know you back then. I'm not a god. I'm not all-powerful and all-knowing, and I'm trying to get to know you.
What, she was in middle school?
Right?
When he was in high school? Back then, quote-unquote?
Lucy,
That means
okay.
he was 17 when she was
Like,
12?
something like that. Lucy, okay, well, look, I'm going to be honest with you. You're just going to be disappointed, just like any other guy that goes after me. I'm just some nerdy girl who is from an uptight Catholic family and who teaches Sunday school. Me, that's not fair for you to say that to me. You don't know whether I'm going to be disappointed or not. You don't have any right to tell me that. Lucy, ... Me,
Ellipses.
it's more than an ellipses.
Ellipses plus 2. I turned 30 13 minutes ago.
Who said that?
No, I'm looking at
Wait, it's your birthday?
the clock.
It's your birthday.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday, dear Dark Lord! Happy birthday to you! Okay, let's continue and we will party
I can't
later. Lucy, ellipses. Me. And I honestly don't think you are nerdy. I actually think you're pretty cool.
What's wrong with being nerdy?
Lucy. Oh, ellipses. You do realize that I go to anime conventions dressed as different anime characters each day of the convention, right? I'm just gonna shut up now. Ellipses. Sorry, I'm very hard on myself, and that's partially because anytime any guy has shown interest in me, he has ulterior motives. Me. Like what? Like wanting to see just how desperate I am so they can humiliate me, or just want sex, or they lost a bet so they had to ask me out as punishment. Me. Well, I'm not that type of guy, okay? 17. I'm 17 years old, and I'm not into the lifestyle of sleeping around, doing drugs, and smoking. Lucy. Okay, well that's good. I'm sorry for saying all that crap a few minutes ago. I'm just tired, if being hurt, and walked all over. Me. Oh, it's fine. I understand how you feel, and I know how you feel, so when can I come see you? Creepy, creepy, creepy.
When can I come see you? Huh?
Lucy, I decay at the moment. Me. Now, do you believe that I'm not trying to hurt you? Lucy, yes, okay. I need to go to bed. I have work tomorrow. Good night, Eli. Me. Good night, Lucy. Smiley face. May 27th, 2014. Today, Corey called me up and asked me if I wanted to go see The Amazing Spider-Man 2 at the movie theater at the streets of Indian Lake. Woo! Woo! We got something to eat at Steak and Shake before we went to see the movie. I fell asleep in the middle of the movie, but oh well. Me. Oh my god, is this going straight into text? Me. Hey, I'm free tomorrow if you want to kick it,
Kick it.
Lucy. Have to work tomorrow. Me. What time do you get off work? Lucy. 10 p.m. tomorrow and 8 today. Me. Well, I would come pick you up, but I don't know how. Okay, that would be with your parents or with you. Lucy. Well, I drive myself. She's lying. She's like 14.
Yeah.
And my parents would completely flip their shit if you did that. Me. Oh well. Lucy. Yep. Me. Why don't you ask them? Lucy. Trust me, they would say no. Me. And why would they say no? Lucy. Because they don't know you. Me. So are you telling me that they need to meet me? Lucy. Yes. Me. When do you want me to meet them? Lucy. IDK. Me. Have you told them about me? Oh my god. Lucy.
Have you told him about me?
No, why would I? Lucy. Oh wow, I just realized that probably offended you, didn't it? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be offensive.
Miss anything crazy?
Yeah, really creepy. Okay. Me. Tell your parents about me so I can meet them. Lucy. Okay, ...
She has no intention of doing so.
Fuck no.
She doesn't want to meet them.
No, fuck no. Alright, that's creepy. I'm drinking for that.
May 28th, 2014. Me and my mom had lunch with an old friend of the family named Scott. In the car, me and my mom got into an argument about how I spend my money. I told her, it's my money. I earn that money. What difference does it make? I swear she is so controlling. She wants control over what feels like every part of my life. But anyways, after lunch, my mom needed help from my old friend with something on her computer. So I had to just wait around for them to get finished doing what they were doing. When we got back, I went for a run.
Oh yeah? Did you?
I ran 7 miles.
How many minutes?
How many minutes?
How many minutes did you run 7 miles?
It doesn't say.
Wow.
That was 5.
I ran 7 miles in 5 minutes. I felt like I was about to die when I came back in the apartment. I also, however, did some push-ups and some sit-ups.
Oh yeah?
I texted Kaylin today.
Who's Caitlin?
Yeah, who's Kaylin? I thought this character's name was Lucy
It
Black.
probably is her real name.
Oh, and he forgot to change
Yeah.
it, and he's
He
just
does
that
he does that a few
lazy.
times. There's actually one point in the book where he writes his real legal name. He writes Caleb Tullos in there instead of.
And he
like-
just literally forgot to fucking.
Yeah, so her name is Kaylin in real life.
He didn't. He couldn't have literally went on fucking Microsoft Word and
He didn't proof
hit-
anything.
Control F and just type
He literally
You
didn't.
probably don't know how to do that shit.
He's too fucking dumb.
me. Did you tell them? Huh. Lucy. No, I haven't seen them or talked to them due to me working all the freaking time. Me. Lucy, do you even want to date me? Yeah. Yeah, I'm drinking. Lucy. It's not that. I'll explain it to you either while I'm on my break or when I get off work. Me. Okay. Lucy. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll explain what's up with me. Me. I'm listening. That's like authoritarian. Like, it's like, yeah, it's like, I'm listening.
Speak!
Speak, pet.
Speak, kitten.
Speak, my Discord kitten. Lucy. Okay. Look, my last relationship, I was in a serious, very committed relationship with a guy for almost 2 years. But this past summer, he started acting weird and was extremely clingy. And then, like a week or two before school started back, he broke up with me without telling me why and ran away. And I asked his mother, what happened? And she explained to me how during the time we were dating, he enrolled in the Marines, and she thought I knew the whole time. So he's in
Marines.
How the fuck do you just enroll?
Was she dating someone that was 18?
Probably most.
She was 13.
Most 13-year-olds.
history truly fucking yes. Thank you.
How fucking is
And she thought I knew the whole time. So he's in the Marines. And then he came back to the visit and he didn't tell me he was in town, but his mom told me, so I thought I would go surprise him with a visit at his family's house. When I got there, I found him on his back porch making out with a 14-year-old girl. So there is my problem. I'm still extremely hurt from that, and I don't know if I even want to try to date anymore. There, now you know, and please try not to judge me for dating a guy 2 years older than me. He's like,
2 years?
I won't. He's like, I won't judge you, babe. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
I'll raise the bar.
I'm pretty frustrated right now.
Okay,
that's not right.
that's not right because she's like 14 or 15.
You can't join the fucking Marines. You can't enroll in the Marines until you're 18. If this is in the past and she's 15.
Maybe she's lying.
Well, yeah, she is a dumb fucker.
She's a kid. She
15-year-old,
literally
yeah,
does
it probably is literally.
Honestly,
trying to get out of talking to this
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
creep.
most likely, she literally is just trying to say anything to make him shut the fuck up and leave her
Also,
alone.
15
I had a similar thing like that happen to me.
Did not.
And we don't have to date if you don't want to. We can be friends if you want to. If you want to date me, we don't have to be serious. That is him. He's like, well,
We can still fuck,
we
right?
don't have to be serious, but we can still fuck, right?
Oh, hell, so, you know,
Maybe fuck.
Fuck.
Maybe fuck.
Lucy. Okay, thank you for being so understanding and patient with me. And it means a lot to me. People usually don't take the time to get to know me. Me. Have you told your parents about me?
Oh my god!
Anyway, after the have you told your parents about me? Lucy. Yes! I'm assuming you're happy about that, huh? Haha. Smiley face. Me. Yes! This is so excellent and brilliant! Smiley face. Lucy. Oh, okay. Ellipses. Well, I'm glad. Me. Hey, I gotta go do some things before I go to bed, so I'll talk to you later. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna jerk my dick.
Lucy. Oh, okay. Good night, smiley face. Me. Good night. May 31st, 2014. For the past few days, I've been working a lot, and I've been writing lyrics a lot. I don't get along with a lot of people at work. My job... They probably can sense the pedophile scent on them, honestly. My job involves dining services, which means I wash dishes, take out garbage, sweep the floor, mop the floor, prepare food, and so on. I have to deal with these other employees treating me in a disrespectful way. I bet they literally just tell them to help
Hey,
sometimes.
Can you, like, do your job?
No! I guess to an certain extent, you have to have thick skin to work where I work. If you don't, then you won't be working at McKendry Village for very long. You also have to have thick skin to be in the military, too. It's like they're the same thing. It's like they're the same thing, and he's like so badass. Some of the people...
That must be huge.
My muscle's huge. I'm 6'5". Some of the people who work at MV, I don't even think enjoy working there. They are just there because they are trying to pay the bills and put food on the table. I was tired after work. After work, I went home and chilled out for the rest of the fucking day. Did you stub your toes on the Dark Lord's steel toes boot?
On your chair. Oh my god.
I'm sorry. This chair was made in China. It is very durable. June 2nd, 2014. Just to summarize what happened yesterday, I worked yesterday. I get a paycheck. I get a paycheck every 2 weeks. So I pick up a check every 2 weeks.
I'm gonna quit talking. I just wanted to get that point across.
Today at work, I had to attend this class talking about the job and what is expected of me as an employee of the dining services of McKendry Village.
We should have had a drink every time he says the word McKendry Village.
Honestly.
Later, after work, I met up with Carl at the Rivergate Mall. I asked him if he wanted to go, and he was able to make it. We stayed there for, like, I think almost 3 hours. It was just me and him. We had a chat on the Ferris wheel. Friend time. They were having friend time.
Friend time.
Why is this suddenly bold? Like this?
Yeah, he does that a lot. I don't know what the fuck his problem is.
His earlier conversations weren't bolded, but
Yeah,
now this
he
one
random,
is.
he just doesn't, like, I swear to God, he just let it auto-format it however he wanted it to be.
He had like an AI like
Yeah,
formatting.
I think it's like that.
God damn. Can you believe we are fixing to graduate from high school? I asked him in an enthusiastic way. He's definitely 18. He's 18.
I turned 18 in April and I graduated in May.
I feel like he changed his age in the book because it's kind of weird. You know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy, right? I feel as if we're just starting our first day in high school just yesterday, said Carl. Yeah, it's like, how the hell did we get here? I said. Let's go back and review, he said. Freshman year, not so good of a year for me. Got rejected by girls frequently. Got backstabbed by friends frequently. I got mistreated frequently. I also haven't had my first girlfriend yet. That is pretty much an accurate description of what I had to put up with all throughout high school. And in middle school, on the other hand, I did have some good times. I went to the school dance, I went to parties, I learned how to fight. I spent a lot of time on the streets of Indian Lake.
Oh,
Indian Lake! God damn it. I wasn't done with my Deku impression. That's the best summation I could come up with at the top of my head, he said. Another paragraph by Carl. It's like 3 things in a row.
Carl, you fucking ass.
Freshman year was not exactly the highlight of my life either. I'm never gonna forget that drum solo you did, though. You killed that all the way, from start to finish. I loved how at the end of the drum solo you threw your drumsticks into the audience like a rock star. That was so epic, said Carl.
So how much did you beat this guy?
One day.
You only met him once?
Yeah,
How did you find out about his book?
He gave it to me. So I was auditioning for a metal band, and like I told the guy like I don't play metal music. I'm into like Jimmy Eat World and shit, and I play like alternative. And he's like, still you just go card. The guy I was talking to was really cool. I'm still friends with him. But like he introduced me to this guy. I met him. He's like a skinhead, like fucking typical like
JROTC fuckboy.
Yeah, and like literally, and like he played drums and he did these like shitty pig squeals and shit all the time. And the guy was like, yeah, like Caleb wants to scream for the band, but like he's a better drummer than he is a screamer. And I was like, I can stream like fry stream, and he's like, oh, let me show you something. And so like I was like showing him like my screams, like that I do. That's it's like Taking Back Sunday type screaming. And like I remember Caleb Tullos like laughing at me the way my recording, and like, what the fuck? And
Really?
He was like making fun of me, and he was like, yeah, I'm like, I was telling him I wrote books or whatever. And he's like, yeah, I'm a cover writer too. And like he went to his car and he had a bag of his books in his car, and he gave me one. And like I actually took it home and read it and let me and Brian find out how funny his book was. And I told my the singer of the band about it. And he's like, yeah, he gave me that shitty book too. I never read it. And then like a few hours later, he was like, me and my wife have been reading this in our bed for the past few hours and laughing our asses off. I was like, thank you so much for telling me this. And like, we were both just like making fun of him for like a week straight. And he was like, dude, I was like, I'm so fucking, I've been grinning all night. This is the funniest shit. And like, the guy was like literally being a piece of shit to me the entire day. He was like, shut up, fucking asshole.
I don't want to rip on the man himself too much on my stream. That seems ill-intended. I don't know.
He's a villain. So.
Probably still trying to pick up 14-year-olds, honestly. Probably still messing. Like, I found your number on Facebook. After he was talking about throwing the drumsticks into the audience. Yeah, I do remember doing that, I said. I remember so many people thought you were weird before you left, I said.
Uh-huh. Did they?
He said, I remembered so many people thought you were weird before you left, I said. Did he mean Carl?
He does that a lot where he changes like who's talking by accident because he didn't proofread the book.
Okay. How do you even do that from a draft? No, even from a draft perspective, how do you say I said after something someone else said?
You probably just like nod off halfway through writing the sentence because you fucking have drool brain. Start drooling halfway through writing a sentence. Like, oh,
okay, so using context clues, Carl said that. Yeah, I think I have trouble with social skills, but as you can see, I've gotten better at it with practice, I said. I think that's funny because it almost seems like in mid conversation he's like, yes, I'm very charismatic. You can tell that normally I'm not, but right now I am, truly. What happened to you? He asked. The Youth Challenge program happened. That program will get you right, I'm telling you, I said. I'm not as fast to comment on something now than I was before, I said. Yeah, I can tell, he said. As far as everyone else goes, this is who I am. Anyone who doesn't respect that or like that can go fuck themselves for all I care, I said. How was your sophomore year? He asked. God damn it. Don't even get me started on that shit, I said. So bad, I'm guessing, he said. Correct, I said. Oh yeah, 'cause of that whole thing that went down between you and that girl, he said. Yeah, I said. We don't have to talk about that if you don't want to, he said. Oh, it's fine. I don't mind talking about it. It's important to talk, I said. After we rode all the rides at the fair, I felt like puking. Later that night, I went to Walmart and saw the guy who betrayed me when he lied about me to Charlotte. As soon as he made eye contact with me, he looked away. He made a wise decision by not eyeballing me. He was with a group of friends, but I was fearless and full of rage. I was ready to fight him and his friends if it came down to it. I didn't care if I was going to be outnumbered. I didn't care if I was going to have to fight 4 guys at once. I might have gotten beat down if I fought them, but it would be harder to walk away and back down than to square up, fight back to the best of my ability, and take a beating. I've backed down from fighting before. It doesn't feel good. June 3rd, 2014. I really don't like working where I'm working, especially if I'm only getting paid $8 an hour. After work today, I went to Walmart in Hendersonville to get some things. I saw 2 people, that should be a period, but Henderson to get some things. I saw 2 people that I knew, period. Then the period. One was a guy who used to bully me back in the day when I was a sophomore in high school. I wish he would have tried to start a fight with me. I would have kicked his ass. I also saw this other girl who rejected me when I was a sophomore in high school. I would have kicked her ass too.
Whoa!
No, I'm doing what you did. I just thought. And I'm not talking about Charlotte. She is a cheerleader, and she is tiny. She is like 5 feet tall, I believe. When I came home, I worked on the novel I'm writing. She is tiny. I'm gonna grab her. June 4th, 2014. After work today, I went to Walmart. He goes to Walmart so much. He, like, every day he goes to Walmart. Just... Yeah, they're like, oh, this fucking guy.
Fucking Caleb guy.
After work today, I went to Walmart just to see if there was anything that I wanted to buy. My dad and I also talked on the phone, and we talked about how things were going with me and mom and stuff. I saw some guys that I knew, but I didn't speak to any of them. None of them were close friends of mine. One bad thing about living in Summer County is you run into the people you know all the time. Some of those people are not people you want to run into, if you know what I mean. My mom also told me that she wasn't planning on cooking anything, so she gave me her debit card, and I went and got something to eat. She told me this is a food run, be a team player here. I didn't say anything back to her. I just put in my earbuds and played Limp Bizkit. I made that up.
Okay.
I didn't say anything back to her. I don't know what the hell her problem is. She makes me feel like shit just because she feels like shit. What does that mean? What part was she even...
I really feel like he's just such a shit something to his mom that, like, he, like, completely omits the reason why she goes off every single time.
Yeah, like, what did she even do wrong? Just saying... She gave him a debit card and said, go get whatever you want to eat, but also get food, be a team player. There's nothing wrong with that. There's literally nothing she did wrong. Even on his account. Imagine, like, literally what reality is.
Yeah.
When I got home, me and my mom watched Lone Survivor. Later that night, I had a conversation with Lucy on Facebook, and I was in for a surprise. What does that mean? Me. Wait, I want to do the texting. I haven't done that yet, I don't think. Or have I? I don't know. Me. How are you doing? Lucy. Ellipses question mark? What's the box question mark?
Oh, that's when she posted an emoji and then you copy pasted it and it didn't translate to text.
Oh, it's probably like a... Using context clues, I'm guessing it's like a diagonal smiley face, like...
Well, that was an actual...
I've been better. Me. I know that you said you were crying the other day. I'm sorry that happened. Lucy.
I'm sorry that happened.
Lucy, it's fine. Because the day's events don't even hold a flame to what happened today. Me. What happened? Lucy. My ex showed up at my house when I was home alone, and he knew where we keep our spare key, so he let himself in.
What?
Whoa.
Me. What happened? Lucy. He forced himself on me. But it's not like I put up much of a fight, even if he's stronger than me. Me. So you guys made out?
Creepy.
What do you think? Like, idiot, fucking dog shit person? That is his first question. He's not like, oh my god, or like,
Yeah,
are you okay?
literally.
Or like, do you need me to like call the cops? Or like,
His first reaction is literally he's like jealous and like.
did you
asking-
make out?
Yeah, literally. He's not concerned about her at all. He just wants to know if they made out because like he likes her. It's fucking gross.
So you guys made out. Lucy, no. Ellipsy. Me. So what did you do? Lucy, if you think about it hard enough, you would figure it out. Me. You guys had sex. Lucy. Yeah. Ellipsy. Me. Why would you do that?
Do that.
Like, huh?
Would you do that?
Why would you do that?
Oh my god.
You messed up major time. Lucy, I don't know, because I still love him. Look, I honestly don't know why, but I did. She was raped.
He was right.
She
by
was-
an adult.
She was raped.
But. And he's like mad at her.
Apparently a lot of rapists in this town, or something. I don't know.
Kentucky.
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Where's the worst thing?
Yep.
Is it really? Worse than Kentucky?
Indiana is worse than both, but I think it's either worse.
It's crazy that you have a ranking on those three.
That was an awesome.
Me. I can't believe you had sex with a guy who betrayed you. I can't believe what you are telling me right now. Why the hell would you do that? I don't get that shit. He's like mad.
Yeah, he's like yelling at her for being taken advantage of.
Dude, I hate this guy and I'm going to cancel him. His band has 10,000 followers. I'm canceling.
Lucy. Wait, what?
What?
It says Lucy, like Lucy as in like this is what she says, and then, well, Lucy, do you really want to preach to me about that? I didn't choose to lose my virginity. I was raped when I was 12. I have no purity. So you want me to preach to me some more? She's actually mad, rightfully so.
Yeah, that's so sad.
I don't understand the beginning though, where it says, well, Lucy.
It's probably,
She probably just means, well, do you really want to preach me about that?
it's fucking sad as fuck.
Yeah, that's actually really sad.
And he's like mad at her. What does he say back?
Me. You were raped. Lucy. Yes. Do you think I would lie about something that fucking serious? Me. So you are really going to have sex with a guy that doesn't give two flying fucks about you and who betrayed you? This is completely unbelievable.
I hate this guy.
Oh
I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him.
I'm actually like, I'm like speechless.
Why are you? Yeah.
To be honest,
what? Yeah, I'm sure he Googles himself once a month. He's gonna find.
I feel so bad for Lucy.
How self-absorbed do you have
I-
to be to write an autobiography when you're still a fucking teen?
Lucy. Well, I already did, and if it bothers you, then go ahead and unfriend me, which she should have said a long time ago, like on way before she spilled this. I don't need to be preached to about it. He dumped his little slut to get back together with me. I haven't felt this loved and wanted in a long time. Me. Well, first of all, I'm not preaching. I'm stating what I think, and if that's the type of girl you are, then leave me out of your life.
Dude, she wanted nothing to do with him in the first place.
Lucy. Well, I'm not a slut, but I would do anything for this guy. I can't describe it, but I just feel like I can't live without him. Me. I can't believe you're actually doing what you're doing right now. He is just going to hurt you again. Me. I don't know if you realize this, but I feel hurt and rejected. I just thought I should put that out there.
So, yeah.
We'll go ahead and drink to that.
Creepy drink, creepy shot.
Lucy, I'm sorry, Eclipses. Lucy. But now you understand why I tried pushing you away to begin with. She's going soft on him. She's literally like diverting. It's like, yeah.
You really can't be like when you're like a little girl like that. You don't want to show anger at anybody. It's yeah.
Cause yeah, people can be fucking violent and shit. Me, you chose him over me.
Oh
Wow.
my.
Dude, there was never a fucking option for you in the first.
Did you hear the wow?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. You chose him over me. Wow. There's something funny about that. Wow.
Wow, wow.
How do you talk to someone who just got raped like that?
You being a fucking idiot, is how.
Lucy, that's not what I'm trying to say here. I hurt people without meaning to, so thus I keep people at a distance. Me. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. And no, you're not a slut. What you are is a bitch.
Whoa! Dude, he's literally talking to like a fucking kid.
He's a typical Redditor.
Redditor, predator.
Yeah. June 6th, 2014. I went to the fair by myself yesterday. I was disappointed that it didn't work out. What, like him texting some 14-year-old? Is that what he's referring to? I started losing hope that I would ever get a girlfriend. Alright, this is the part that's highlighted and then has a thing that goes up to the top of the page. And says, you don't get a girlfriend by stalking girls and texting them creepy shit? Good footnote.
Good footnote.
I was almost 18 years old, and I had never had a girlfriend. I slept like 12 hours before I woke up today. I went on a run today at the streets of Indian Lake.
Also, on his Instagram, he mentions that he's celibate, and it's like, no, you just can't get fucking laid, dude. Like, say you're
he's
celibate.
celibate.
Is he still celibate?
That's what he said on his Instagram.
I'm sure he just has a dick too small to fucking actually have sex with.
He can't fit in like that.
You tried a few times.
That's what my groomer had. Am I trauma dumping again? That's not like traumatized. This is how it is.
Afterward, I went inside Barnes & Noble.
I bought Perks of Being a Wolf.
That's
What?
the only book I've read.
I went into Barnes & Noble, and I saw April. I had a conversation with her, and I asked... I don't
The
know.
girl that works at the coffee shop in Barnes & Noble, Baker, know your lore.
I don't remember that at
forgot
all.
about the word. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
I had a conversation with her, and I asked her, are you available later to talk or
Oh
hang
my
out or
God.
something? It's like immediately he's like,
He's hard.
okay,
Fuck this girl.
okay, who's this hoe? Can I like vent to her about how this 14-year-old didn't fuck me instantly?
You won't believe this film.
You won't believe this 14-year-old bitch who fucking got raped yesterday and won't fuck me. Why didn't she let me rape her? Why?
Oh my god, this guy needs to be in prison.
He really does. Unironically.
Oh.
She asked me why. I told her, I just want to spend time with you. Then she said, oh, okay. I don't remember much about what happened when I spoke to her that day.
Oh, okay.
I wonder if that means like something really creepy happened. And he's just like, I don't remember. I got 2 Red Bulls when I went into the store. When I drove back home, I found a new place to go running. It looks to be a 4-mile run if you did 1 lap. June 8th, 2014. Yesterday, I did a split shift. Man, that made me so frustrated and angry. I've been trying to watch what I say at work. I've been trying to. I'm thinking about what I should say and do at work and what I should not say or do at work. There was an employee who talked to me about what she called an inappropriate comment. Later, April texted me, Elijah, I'm really sorry, but I need you to stop calling and texting me. I know you were just trying to be friendly and everything, but I'm not allowed to hang out or even really talk to guys much outside of school. And I'm going to be on a mission trip the week of your party, so I won't be able to go anyways. I'm sorry. Take care of yourself. I felt very angry and disappointed when I got that text message from her. In my mind, I was thinking, okay, fuck you too.
Oh my god.
I worked on my book that I'm writing every day, almost. I find myself listening to heavy metal very frequently. After work, After work, I got on Facebook and saw that the baby shower for Corey's sister Leah was still going on.
How old she turning?
And I drove over there as fast as I could. When I arrived there, Leah...
24.
When I arrived there, Leah gave me a big hug. I don't want to sound like a pervert when I speak about her physical appearance, but I will say she is not bad looking.
Oh.
Leah invited me to Emma's baby shower. Hers was going to be on the 15th of June. I told her I'd come. Leah has black hair, and she looks to be Asian or something along the lines of that. Leah is really nice and tender-hearted. I swear she is. While I was over there, I got a free meal. Corey started flying his drone around. It was very amusing to watch him play around with that thing. I'm glad you came, Eli, he said. Well, thank you. I'm glad to be here, I replied. Oh, so what about that virginity of yours? You still got it? I asked. Yup.
What?
That's who the boy
Is that to the girl?
No, to Corey. To Corey. Corey started flying.
That virginity of yours?
Yep. He said. Yeah, me too, I said. You know how both my sisters are pregnant? He said. Yeah, what about it? I asked. I wish it was me. I walked in on Leah having sex with the father of her child, he said. Whoa! I like how he spelled whoa, like, not like whoa, but like, woe is me. Like,
Whoa, W-O-E.
W-O-E. Whoa! What the hell? I said while laughing. Yeah, I don't know if I have ever felt so much awkwardness in my life, he said. I got up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, and I heard moaning. I opened the door, and Leah's... I opened the door! He heard moaning, and he's like, what is this? What's going on?
What's going on in here?
Is there
My sister's room.
Is there a zombie in here? Attacking my sister?
Oh no! Bunny!
Oh boy! Yeah. I opened the door and Leah's boyfriend was on top of her and banging her. As soon as I saw what was going on, I walked out of the room and said, "Son of a bitch," he said. Oh my god, that is funny as shit, man, I said while laughing. We both busted out laughing so hard right then and there.
No.
Damn you, Baker, for making me read this. Bust out laughing. Alright. After we both got done laughing, he said, "Hey, Eli, are you doing anything for July the 4th? As of right now, no, I answered. You want to come with me and my dad on a boat to see the fireworks? He asked. Hell yeah, I said. Alright, I will see then, he said. You know how you're going in the Navy? Are you going into the Navy to work with stuff like this? I asked. Like what? Flying these things around? He asked. Yeah, I said. Yeah, he said. Yeah, I'm going into the military because I want to be a Green Beret, I said. You know, my dad was in Special Forces, except he was in the British SAS.
No, he wasn't.
He
was
did-
not NASA yet.
He did a great deal of stuff that he can't talk about, said Corey. Secretive. You wouldn't know, Baker. Didn't you tell me that your mom is Chinese? I asked. That's such a funny sentence. I don't. Didn't you tell me your mom is Chinese? Yeah, she is, said Corey. How did your parents meet? I asked. They met at this hospital. My mom was a nurse and my dad had a broken leg and she took care of him while he was recovering. They started talking and the rest is history, said Corey. You can start over. I gotta pee. It's June 9th on your...
Imagine needing to pee.
Sorry.
Okay.
Probably
Imagine needing to pee ever in the history of mankind. It is the green furry's time to read. That day I didn't have to work, so I watched a movie. I took a look at Charlotte's Twitter today, and I saw her kissing her boyfriend in one of her photos. It sucked looking at that. I don't know why I torment myself doing that. I swear I'm gonna be single for the rest of my life if I feel it needs to be. If she starts talking shit about me on social media, I'm going to flip shit. June 10th. I wrote in my journal. I ran at like 4 in the morning, but I stopped running after 30 minutes because my legs hurt and I was very thirsty. My mom wanted to go eat steak and shake, and so I did that. And then we got home. We watched 21 Drum Street. Anyway, June 11th, 2014. That day, my mom went to the therapist. I tried to talk to my mom today about not talking to me about what I do with my money, because I earned that money. Of course, being her stubborn self, she did not listen to me. While my mom was seeing the therapist, I called my dad, and I told him what was going on. When she got back, she took me to the orthodontist to get my braces tightened. When they were tightening my braces, I asked the orthodontist assistant, "Are all of your orthodontist assistants good looking like this?" She laughed and said, "I'll take that as a compliment. Those assistants were making me horny as shit." When my mom got pissed at me, she was yelling at me in the car and slamming her hand on the steering wheel, and she was threatening to kill herself. I texted my dad and told him what was going on. He talked to my mom on the phone, and she was yelling at him on the phone, and my mom told me they're definitely getting a divorce, and it was my fault that they are. She left, and I went to sleep, trying to calm down from the conflict. I called my dad, told him that mom told me that it was my fault, and he told me it was not my fault. He said if he is on the 50-yard line, I am 5 blocks from the stadium. I told him that I'm going to need his support through this, and he said that I have got it, and that whatever we say to each other about mom, we don't say anything to her about it.
Oh my god.
My mom came home and I asked her if I could get ice cream. I went and I saw Corey. I got some cookie dough ice cream. I gave him a ride home. I talked to him, but I can't remember what we talked about. June 12th, 2014.
Max, why even mention it?
You missed the part where he said the nurses made him horny as shit.
Well, why didn't you repeat that part?
There would be 40 as shit.
Dude, this orthodontist assistant make him horny as shit.
Bro, he's so masculine. He has so much testosterone. I wish I were him.
June 12th, 2014. I went and got money put in my checking account. I went to work from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. After that, I came home and changed in some different clothes, and I went to see Corey at work. I bought a large cookie and cream milkshake and a 20-ounce root beer. As I watched him work, me and him were screaming out, "I'm gonna grape you in the mouth!" in the store as loud as we could. When there were no customers around, I also watched him serve customers. I also gave him a ride home. We listened to dubstep, and then I killed the prom queen. I told him that I loved him. I'd do anything for him, and that's real. He usually says yep after I say that. After that, I went home. I went to bed, and I saw how many push-ups I could do in 5 minutes and crunches I could do in 5 minutes.
Did you say he usually says yup after I say
Yeah.
What did he say then? If he
Who knows? June 14th, 2014.
What does that mean?
I went to work from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. One of the girls in the kitchen started singing, and I sang, "Meet me down by the altar with your white dress," and I said, "Okay, got it." And then she started laughing and said, "Shut up." I went to Hooters to get something to eat because there wasn't really another restaurant nearby. I doubt that.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like eating Sonic. I asked a coworker if I could borrow $5 because I only had $15. What? I asked one of the Hooters girls if all of them were this hot, and she walked away not knowing what to say. After that, another girl came up to me and asked me if I needed something. I said no. I worked on my book today when I could. June 15th, 2014. After work, I went to this baby shower for Corey's sister. Corey's sister had invited me to it, and she wanted me to come if I could. I'm writing this book. And I also wanted to be in a heavy metal band at some point. I've been told that I'm very silly at work. After work, I went to the baby shower. I went to the baby shower for Corey's sister, Emma. Leo was there. I had a blast. We played a bunch of games. There was one game that we played where I put a balloon under my shirt and pretended to be pregnant. It seemed to be ridiculous, but I did it. I was laughing so hard. I picked up Corey later on and brought him home. I had a bunch of photos and videos from the shower. Leah and Emma went to hang out with their boyfriends after the party.
God
After they left, I had this overwhelming feeling of sorrow. I don't even know why I did. Later, when I went home that night, I watched some porn and masturbated to it spelled improperly. I also watched Saving Private Ryan that night.
Wow.
June 21st.
I like how literally he's like, the girls I was hanging out with went and hanged out with guys that weren't me. I don't know why I felt sad, but I really did. Then I dripped off.
It's fucking... Ugh. A few days had passed. Those days consisted of sexually stimulating myself.
Ah!
Work, writing, exercise, and having thoughts about the future. Unfortunately, a lot of the friends that I had when I was a sophomore don't talk to me anymore. They have changed. I got in contact with an old friend of mine named Tyler. We got in contact through Facebook. He asked me if I wanted to hang out, and I hadn't talked to him in about 3 years, and I was like, yeah, sure. Tyler and I had dinner with my mom, and we went back to pick up Marcus, because I was talking to him earlier that day, and I told him about my plans for tonight, and he wanted to come. Tyler also told me about this girl that he'd been dating, and we picked her up as well. Later on, I dropped Tyler's girlfriend off by her house, and I dropped Marcus off at his house. Tyler was spending the night at my house that night, and we both got back to my mom's apartment, and when she was asleep, we both started talking about sneaking out, and we finally were like, alright, let's do this, and we snuck out. Me and Tyler both were past curfew. We were both discreet about it, and we tried not to do anything to draw attention to ourselves. We drove over to his mom's place so he could get a tattoo done. His mom is a tattoo artist.
No.
June 24th. That morning I was at work, and I was in a bad mood. I went to take my 15-minute break during work. I get 2 breaks. I got a 15-minute break, and then a 30-minute break. My mom starts ranting the first thing in the morning. She found scrapes on the tire covers of the car. She started accusing me, saying I abused the car by leaving money in there, by leaving food in the car. She starts going on and on. I swear to God, I don't like my mom. I went to work at 7, and I got off work at 2. She asked if I knew the scratches on the car came, and I said no. I think she also mad at me because I came in late last night when I was expected. Sometimes I isolate in my room simply because I don't like being around my mom.
What a bitch.
June 27th.
Dumb bitch.
Me and Tyler, Marcus, and Tyler's girlfriend, and some dude, Marcus' cousins, went to the fair in Gallatin tonight. Marcus said he ran into those dudes that jumped him. Me and everybody else pretty much told him if they jumped him again, we would have his back. Plus, I'm muscular dude, and I'm 5'9". So I'ma do damage.
I'm
Wait,
gonna do
whoa.
damage.
I thought he described himself as taller earlier.
He did.
No way.
I rode a bunch of good rides. I tried to talk to this one girl at the fair. Her looks stood out to me. She looked really built and athletic. She was also small, and she had nice boobs and a nice butt. I was like, damn. I tried to talk to her,
Make your way.
Drink.
Wait.
but that conversation did not go as well as I wanted it to. I left that night empty-handed.
Empty-handed?
Bro, what the fuck? How do you actually write? Yeah, I went to a fair and I saw a girl, and she was real small. But I liked her build. She seems like fit. But she had nice tits and ass. And then I tried to fuck, but she said no. So I went away. How sad.
To this girl one time. I thought she was hot. She didn't
I
fuck
thought
me.
she was hot. Why didn't she fuck me? Why didn't she take me right behind the thing she was working at? Why did she do that?
Dude, this type of person is literally the worst type of fucking.
July 2nd. Today I helped another old friend of mine named Scott Jennings. He called me earlier this week and asked me for some help moving out some stuff from his mom's storage place into his mom's house. He told me the reason he asked me because he knew that I'd show up and because I'm someone he can trust.
Wow.
He's living with his mom right now because his mom needed help paying the bills, so he lives with them and he pays the rent. Me and Scott were moving out. Scott Jennings stands 6 feet tall.
Oh,
There we go.
Ah, I'm gonna drop.
I'm not even drunk.
And he is a bit chubby. He put on a few pounds. He's really black curly hair. Does everyone have black curly hair?
Really?
I don't know.
I haven't noticed. that.
Literally every single person he's ever described as black curly hair.
Most people.
It's so curly, he could have an afro if he wanted to. And he's white.
And he's
And
white.
he's white.
So how's it being back in Tennessee, asked Scott. Well, if I'm honest, it's a love-hate relationship, I said. And how's that, asked Scott. Well, I like seeing old friends. I like being back in Nashville, but I don't like my home life. As a matter of fact, that place where I live is not a home, I said. And why is that? Said Scott. Well, I feel like my mom tries to argue with me about stuff to manipulate situations. I also get sick and tired of hearing her bitch and complain about shit. She makes me feel like shit just because she feels like shit.
That's like the second time this.
She be arguing with my dad on the phone and fighting with my dad, and then after she tries to talk to me about it, yeah, he did. I'm just look. She tries to talk to me about it, and I'm just like, yo, I really don't see how it's any of my business. Whatever is going on between the two of you, I don't want anything to do with.
He keeps talking like
He talks like a gangbanger. Sometimes I stay out longer than usual simply because I don't want to hear it. And well, there's some of my friends that I've gotten back in contact with, and then there are some that changed for the worse or just stopped talking to me altogether. I said, yeah, I know how that is, said Scott. Yeah, you told me about your parents getting divorced when you were in middle school, I said. Yeah, wait, what? Didn't he just say his parents got divorced like a few days ago?
I think he's talking about his friend's parents getting divorced.
Oh. Yeah, one of the reasons I decided to be one of my mom's plays was because it was a way for me to get away from the drama. Irony. People would talk shit to me because they don't like the fact they don't spend much time with my parents. I'm just sitting there like, okay, well, you go live with all those people for 20 years and come talk to me. And yeah, people change for... Wait, 20 years? And yeah, people change for the... I think he told on himself there.
Wait, so he's older here?
Yeah, I think so.
Wait.
Wait, is this Scott talking?
About his age?
So, it sounds like
He seems like he changes his age frequently. And yeah, change for the better or worse. And for those who lives... These are those whose lives become so busy that they don't have time for their friends, said Scott. How are your brothers doing, by the way, asked Scott. Well, my brother Thomas is going by a senior in college this year, and my brother Michael is still doing dubstep. And my brother Evan is still working at a sandwich shop, I said. You've gotten really big over the years. I'm sure your brothers don't want to mess with you now, said Scott. Yeah, I remember in 2012 on Christmas Day, me and Michael were about to fight because he wanted to make a big deal out of nothing. I was horseplaying with my dog, and I wasn't being abusive or anything. And Michael decided he wants to start talking shit to me, and he gets an attitude, and I start smiling at him. And he's like, you want to stop looking at me with that face? And the next thing I said was, what are you gonna do about it? And he legit gets up out of his seat and starts yelling at me like he's about to hit me. So me being me, I get into his face a fighting stance without putting my hands up. But I definitely balled my fists. And if he put his hands on me, I was going to punch him in the face. I'm glad he didn't because I would have kicked his ass, I said. Yeah, sure you would have, said Scott. Scott's a badass. Yeah, sure you would have.
Sure.
July 3rd. Earlier that day, I went and saw a scary movie after work. I had dinner with Corey and his family at his house. After that, Cordelia, Emma, and Mr. Jackson went to the lake to take out the boat. We went under this bridge in Hendersonville, and there were spiders everywhere, and I was freaking out, and so was Emma and Leah, and Mr. Jackson and Corey were laughing at our reactions. After that, I went home. I also got a big lecture from my dad about watching the movie The Exorcist. He said a lot of things, but the point he was trying to get across to me was watch what you put in your brain. My mom also freaked out when I told her that I saw Delivery Us from Evil with Richard.
Okay.
July 4th. I went out on the boat with Corey and his dad today. It was pretty awesome, may I just say. Corey's sister were out doing their own thing. The fireworks were awesome. They were so thunderous. Right. The volume of fireworks was so noisy that Corey had to shout for me to hear what he was saying when they went off. Riding on the boat was fun. Corey's dad drove the boat down to Nashville. It was awesome sitting in it, and we went downtown. Nashville is in the river.
Okay.
Hey, Eli, said Corey. Yeah? I said. I've seen the way you look at Leah. Do you like my sister or something? Corey asked. Well, yeah, I mean, she's taken, and well, she's got a kid, and she doesn't date younger guys, especially high school students. I said, yeah, sadly, said Corey. What?
Whoa.
What? Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Hold on.
Hold on,
What does
Corey.
that mean?
That's your sister.
That might sound weird, but the other night I had a dream about her, I said. Oh gosh, I have to hear this, he said. In the dream, me and her were...
You said that. I don't think he said, oh gosh, I have to go.
In the dream, me and her were in her car. She was driving and I was in the passenger seat. We were having a casual conversation, just talking. I don't remember what we were talking about, where we were going, but it's one of the best dreams I ever had, said Corey. About his own sister?
Hey,
That's a typo. He meant to say, he said me.
Okay.
But that's funny. Okay, now I know, I don't think. I know you have it bad for my sister, said Corey.
Bruh.
July 5th. I went to work, and after work, I started driving home. I was sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic, and I ran into this dude going 10 miles an hour. I was trying to do something on the map on my phone. I get out of my car, and this dude and his wife gets out of the car, and this dude was 6 feet.
Oh, drink.
And he looks skinny, and he says, "Really, man? You're going to run into my fucking car? Are you fucking mentally retarded?"
Did he run into his car?
I don't know. He said he bumped me, rear-ended him. And then he charges at me and tackles me to the ground.
No, he
And he gets on top of me, he grabs me by the collar and attempts to punch me in the face. I block his punch, and then I shot my hips up and knocked him off balance. And I rolled him over. And then I got on top of him and get about 5 good punches in on his face.
Good punches.
Next thing I know, some guy pulls me off of him and tells me to chill out. And I see this guy, it was my blood boiling this way. It was. I pushed him off me and said I pushed him off me so hard that I knocked him off his feet, and I said, "Get the fuck off me!" I said to the guy who physically assaulted me, "Motherfucker, fuck you, bitch!" After that, I got back in the car. I was lucky that the police didn't get involved. My parents are wondering what was going on. I told them about the traffic and that the reason it was bumper-to-bumper traffic is because there was a wreck. I had to do a number 1, so I urinated in a cup in the car and I dumped the pee on the ground. But I did my best not to be noticed when I did that. When I got back to Gallatin, I went to Walmart and I got some movies. After that, I went home and I went to bed. Not a good day!
Is it my turn yet?
Motherfucker, fuck you, bitch!
Dude, I swear to God, he like fucking literally.
He's like the villain in his own story.
Motherfucker, fuck you, bitch!
I just don't believe that some dude walked out of his car after he rear bumped him and he said, "Oh, you're mentally retarded," and like tackled him and trying to punch. Like, no one does that. He literally is just making that up in order for.
Okay, July 6th. When I went to work, I stopped by Corey's house to get my shoes, and I told Corey about what happened last night on the freeway. Mr. Jackson was telling me about how Emma's boyfriend is a dickhead. He said that she needs to get into a wreck and die. LOL! In all caps. That's all caps. Mr. Jackson told me that he treats her like shit and he's not done a damn thing for her. We talked for like 15 minutes and I went to work. I told this guy who was in Marine Corps that I wanted to be a Green Beret. He said to me that I will not become a Green Beret. I said to him, when I become a Green Beret, which I will, I am going to track you down and say to your face, "I did what you said I could not do." He said to me back to me, "And when you don't become a Green Beret, you're still going to find me and tell me that you did not do it. And then I'm going to say, 'I told you so.'" He even told me that I wouldn't be able to get...
Domino's now, by the way.
That I wouldn't...
Wait, you're like, he's not a Green Beret?
He's not a Green Beret!
For maybe like a year or two, and I feel like he probably got like discharged or something, because now he works at Domino's.
Oh, how's that Green Beret doing for you, Caleb Tullos?
Fuck you, Caleb Tullos.
Okay, and then I'm going to say I told you so. He even told me that I wouldn't be able to get into the army. Dude, imagine telling someone they can't get. That's a big insult. Anyone can get in the army.
Anyone can get in the fucking
The
army.
army is for like.
That's
honor.
literal, like
Army's
you
literally for the
you don't
dumbest
have
of
to
the
do
dumb.
anything to be
Like,
in the fucking
Suicide
army.
grunts go in the army.
Suicide. The plasma grenade grunts to get into the army.
This dude was talking to me, and he was like, "Yeah, I want to join the army because I want to kill those Israeli bastards."
That's all people like that do.
And when I was like, when I was 15,
You know, if you go over there, you're not killing. You're
not killing Israelis, dude. We're allies with Israel.
You're gonna
That's
be
what
killing.
I told him, and he was like, "I don't care. I just want to kill brown people." Like literally, that's what he said. Like, I'm not fucking joking.
Later that day, I went to the gym at the apartment complex and I worked out.
Ah!
July 9th, 2014. The past couple of days that have consisted of me working out and washing dishes at the retirement center. Today I went and I hung out with some old friends that I knew back in elementary school. That's the whole fucking entry.
Wow.
July 10th. It skips forward. Okay. After
You should have omitted that. What the
After
fuck?
work today, I went and had some Starbucks with an old friend of mine named Judd Blyde. Judd Blyde?
God,
What kind of fucking name is?
name?
No.
Okay.
That's changed. That has to be.
What kind of voice should Judd Blyde have?
What kind of character is he?
I don't know yet.
You don't remember?
Hi man, how you been? Said Judd. Well, good. And not so good, I said. How's that? Asked Judd. Well, I hate that I'm living with my mom, and it's nice to reconnect with my friends. And sadly, some of the friends that I used to have changed for the worse. Ignore me, or just don't talk to me anymore.
Dude, could you imagine,
If all
like,
of your friends quote unquote change for the worse, maybe you need to fucking
could you
evaluate
imagine being
yourself.
friends with this guy and, like, literally,
Oh
like,
my
being, like,
God.
figuring out how creepy and cringe he is and, like, distancing and then, like, reading this book, like, oh, my friends changed. Like, bro, like,
Yeah,
no, you
I
changed.
yeah, I remember the closer I got to graduating, the more me and most of my high school friends drifted apart. We went our separate ways. Some of them did magically backstab me, but some of them life just happened and we lost contact with each other, said Jed. How do you feel about going back to Grant Senior High School? Wait, no, sorry. No, sorry.
Son of
How
a
do you feel about going back to Grant Senior High School?
Son
asked
of a
Judd.
bitch.
Well,
Baker, I noticed you haven't been drinking.
Baker, don't avoid it. I know you're.
It's your birthday. You have to drink.
Yeah, drink.
it's a look at
I'm
Well,
getting a big cake tomorrow.
Well,
Or get
I
a big
feel
cake.
uneasy about it because the last time I was there, I was about to kill myself. Because honestly, I was so sick and tired of being bullied almost every day because a bunch of kids want to run their own insecurities on me. Run their insecurities on me.
Aw.
What an
All the kids
what
are
an
gonna
odd
train on
turn of
me.
phrase. And please, there was a girl there that I really liked, and so I pursued her. And I thought she told me over the phone that she wanted to go out with me the next day or whatever. It was, I tried to kiss her at school. The day after that, on my 16th birthday too, the guidance counselor calls me to her office and tells me to not have any contact with her. I was going to do as she said, and then a guy who used to be my friend lied to me and told me she wanted me to talk to her when she really was not the case.
Is that the story?
Yes, that's the story.
Uh,
A few days later, the school police officer pulls into the office and tells me that I'm not allowed to have any contact with her. After that, the girl starts going around school spreading false rumors about me, and it wasn't just the students that were harassing me. There's a teacher there was also bullying me as well. I almost reached the point of giving up completely and just totally self-destructing. Damn, said Judd.
damn.
Yeah, fucking HHS didn't do shit. I was getting bullied over there, said Judd. Yeah, the system of Sumner County is broken, I said. It feels weird being back here, Judd. He didn't say Judd said it, it says Judd.
Good.
Being back here, Judd. You just moved back here too? I asked. Yeah, I went to the job school for a while. I didn't get through any
Job school?
I don't know. What does that mean? I didn't get through army training, so I was like, okay, I'll get a job school, said Jed. Oh yeah, you told me about that. I was thinking I'd go to be at infantry and work my way up to special forces, I said. Well, good luck with that. The army might be for you, but it sure as hell is for me. And well, I believe you could do it. You're a muscular, big, and athletic dude, said Judd. And your dick is huge as fuck.
God damn.
Yeah.
See that dude?
People wonder why I didn't play sports, and my response to that is that it was just not my passion. Music is, and so is writing. I
Dude,
said.
you don't understand. I
No,
have
no.
a totally ripped bod, but it doesn't matter. I'm like an artist on the
No, he
inside.
didn't say I said. He said so was writing, and it's just said. There's not even punctuation. It's just said. If those things are a passion, then why are you trying to go to combat? Asked Judd. Yeah, I don't know. I want to make a writing career and a music career happen for myself, but at the same time, I'd love to be an infantryman. I said. Well, I thank you, and I both know you're going to have to choose between shooting people and your creativity, because you can't be a badass and be in a famous band and be a famous author at the same time, said Judd.
This guy's wise, actually.
Yeah, you're right, I said. But you got time to think about all that, said Judd. He's like, yeah, I said.
Yeah.
July 11, 2014. Today I drove for about an hour to get to my old friend Jimmy's house.
My old friend Jim.
Jimmy was in special ed, like myself. And he stands 6
Lip
feet
sticker.
tall.
Oh my
He stands 6 feet tall. We got a
Another-
drink. We got a drink.
Another drink. Another drink pile.
And he stands 6 feet tall. He's white and he has long hair. We
Why
had
did you say your skin color.
So odd.
we had a movie night and I met this girl named Tina. She was Native American, standing 5'2".
Another-
How does he know the exact height of all these people? Full of energy. Me and her had an intelligent conversation.
Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me?
We had just met and she's really nice. She told me how she ended up spending some time in the mental hospital with Jimmy because she attempted suicide, just like Ian did. I told Ian, who the fuck is
It's
Ian?
like my dead boy.
I told Ian, I don't know if it's my raging hormones or whatever, but for some odd reason I had a strange urge to make out with her.
Can't you see a slide?
Oh my god.
God damn, I love suicide.
Jimmy asked, "Do you watch a lot of porn?" asked Jimmy. "I watch it once a week at the most," I said. "Oh, well, that might have something to do with it. And yeah, I've had that urge too," said Ian. July 12th, 2014.
Sometimes I get sexual too.
Sometimes
You know
I
what I
like to
mean?
get a little sexual, you know?
Sometimes.
I mean, we've all been
Hey.
there, man.
Hey, you watch porn once a week? Hey, I
Stop
get it, man. Hey, I get sexual sometimes.
Okay.
My dick gets real hard, now I have to come.
July 12th, 2014. Today, that same guy at work who told me I couldn't be in the military got in my face today again.
Nuh-uh.
He's-
No fucking way.
He started disrespecting me. We got into an argument and I was close to punching him in the face. I also took a walk to the high school last night and I nearly got sprayed by a skunk because there are so many skunks that visit that place.
Interesting.
July 14th, 2014. Today, one of my coworkers asked me what was going on because I was a bit more quiet at work than usual. As we were cleaning dishes, we had a conversation. In that, I pretty much told him about last night. I told him about how me and my mom had a conversation about the whole Evan and Michael thing.
Huh?
Who's Evan and Michael? Her and my dad fighting about the whole Charlotte thing. She said she was sorry for all the mistakes she has made in the past as a mother. Last night, I looked at a picture of Charlotte, and I had this feeling of motivation, sorrow, and mellowness.
Dude, he keeps using Lucy's real name.
Yeah, that's so
He
fucked
uses it
up.
so often.
I pretty much had felt all these emotions all at the same time. Just in case I didn't explain earlier in the story about what the deal is with Evan and Michael, let me go ahead and
What did he literally,
explain.
like, say, like, he's writing a book and he's literally, like, in the middle of it, like,
Oh, by the way, here's
in
this
case
plot
I
point.
didn't write this earlier. I don't want to check, by the way. But in case I did,
Literally, what he
Literally.
did, 'cause that's literally how he wrote.
My brother Evan is a pothead and an alcoholic, and so is my brother Michael. My brother Evan is more even-tempered than my brother Michael. You could say that Michael is an angry person. He gets angry really easily. They both left home at really young because they both got into drugs and partying. They didn't comply with a standard my parents set up for them to follow, and my parents were not going to put up with it. As far as my parents making mistakes go, they both have been known to argue frequently and abuse me emotionally and verbally, which contributes to why I don't like spending time with them. But anyway, besides that, today after work, Today after work, motivation and motivation and sorrow. This kid is such a narc. But anyway, besides that, today after work, I locked my keys in the 2001 Nissan Altima that I drive.
He said, wait, did you have...
No,
You should have had that as a...
you should have had that as a drink. No, we'd be so
2001
drunk
Nissan
though.
He's
Altima.
only said it like 3 times before.
I watched the movie Castaway, and I cried like a baby when I watched that movie. If you wonder why, it's because I could really relate with the character that Tom Hanks plays in the movie. I kind of feel the way that the fictional character Chuck feels. All his logic told him that he would never get off that island, and that he would die alone, in the same way that all my logic told me I was never going to go back to Sumner County. Yet here I am in Sumner County, Tennessee.
Wow, dude, it's like
No, dude, this guy deserves to be bullied, like,
It's
so
like-
bad. Like, you should have saw earlier where he was, like, yelling at this girl for getting groomed and shit. Yeah, he cried, bro. He cried watching fucking
Dude,
Castaway.
Listen,
What?
it's like when I'm in
Yeah.
Tennessee, it's literally like I'm stranded on an island, and so like I totally get what like Tom Hanks feels when he's stranded on an island. You know what I'm saying?
I went shopping with July 15th, 2014. I went shopping with my mom and we got some new shoes and shirts. We also put my check into my checking account and I got 10% out and got it in cash and I put another
10% out.
right? And I got
Who measures not money to get out of the bank in percentages?
fucking autists. I put another 10% of it into saving. After that, I went to the mall with Marcus to look for some Supras, and they didn't have any that I liked. I went to this place where I could donate money to help people. I don't know, probably shoes or some stupid shit. And so I donated $38.13. What a good person, I think.
He just jerking himself off in the book like that. Like,
Yeah.
I gave a homeless man $20. I donated this money.
Shortly after that, Marcus and I went back to his mom's apartment. We were talking, and I don't even remember what we were talking about, but I then started acting like I was jacking off.
What? What? Wait, whoa. Can you reread that part? I feel like. Wait, hold on. What?
Okay, yeah, I will. I don't even remember.
This man is not neurotypical. I'd have to agree.
Fuck no.
In fact, a previous viewer has said that exact same comment in different words.
Okay. I don't even remember what we were talking about. But I then started acting like I was jacking off and I was sitting on the couch and the couch was right next to the door and Marcus's mom walked in and it was one of the most awkward moments of my life. We both busted out laughing.
Let's go. The process to you, Caleb. Keep being a creeper.
Man, this headache is... What the fuck? Where's he mentioned a headache? Whatever. Man, this headache is killing me, said Marcus. Why do you have a headache? I said.
Who's... Huh? What are you what? What are you laughing for? I don't have a headache. What do you have a headache?
I went to see a doctor today, and me and my mom found out that I got my skull cracked from being jumped, said Marcus.
Jesus Christ.
Damn, that must have been hell of a beating you took then, I said. It was. Getting jumped by 6 guys is not fun, said
He said
Marcus.
7 guys earlier.
Well, you know, he's a guesstimate, man.
I wish 7 guys would jump fucking Caleb.
Same.
For real. I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sorry you went through that, I said. After I left Marcus's place, Evan called me, and we ended up having an intelligent
Oh,
conversation.
No!
In the middle of the conversation, we start talking about me possibly joining the military one day. Oh my god.
What's coming up? I
I wonder what's gonna come up.
The Army or Special Forces Army Combat?
Army Combat.
I wonder.
Let's see what's going on here.
Continue. I'm waiting with bated cock right now.
I'm waiting with my hand in my balls. Hey man, I heard you were considering joining the military, said Evan. I am, I said. Which branch? He asked.
Oh no!
The Army. I'd like to go infantry and work my way up to special forces, but I'm still deciding if that's something I really want to do or not, I said. Man, if you got killed in combat, I just don't know if I can handle that, he said. Yeah, he's fucking capping. Well, I mean, like I said, I haven't made a final decision about that yet, and well, it would be better than being in high school.
What? Being shot at? It'd be better than being in high school. I mean, when you think about it, high school's kind of like Warzone. You know what I'm saying?
It gives me hope to know that this high school bullshit is not all there is, and that there's a life outside of high school, and that it's just a season and it's not a life, I
No
said.
wonder he lasted like less than a year. Like at actual military.
Bro, send this little Inwa to the Ukraine.
No, he's in a band now.
Yeah, he's in a metal band. Has like 10K
He
followers on
dropped-
Facebook, and he
So
posts
I'm sure they bought all of them.
He-
He went into the
to the military.
military, yeah, and then he just dropped out really quickly, and now he's in a band.
He's in a band and he works at Domino's
Oh, yeah,
Pizza.
yeah.
And also, by the way, this is like an autobiography that this guy's writing, just using like different names for like half the time.
I mean, more than half the time, but
Accidentally sneaking in
using
the
real
real
names.
names.
He didn't
edit
spell
it
check
well.
it.
Yeah,
Proofread
man.
his book.
For sure, he said. I know that you're looking forward to getting out of here because I know that over these last few years you went through a lot, man, he said. Yeah, man,
What?
Damn it.
What did he
God
say?
damn it, God
What did
damn
he
it.
say?
Yeah, man, I had a girl put a restraining order on me.
Oh no!
I got bullied by students.
This is the third time?
This is
It
the third time.
Third copy paste.
I got a girl. I got bullied by my students. I even got bullied by a teacher. I almost killed myself. I got betrayed by a friend. I went to YCP. I've been dealing with my mom and dad fighting and their emotional abuse. I moved away from Tennessee for a little over a year and other things. I had a girl call me out on Twitter. I got rejected a lot by girls. Man, can you believe I thought for a split second that a girl named Bridget that I met in middle school in the 7th grade when I was 13 would possibly be the love of my life, I said. Dude, I had this... Wait,
Did you
dude.
change your name?
Elliot Roger.
Elliot Roger.
Who's Elliot Roger?
You
That
don't
was the Supreme Gentleman guy?
Don't get off on a tangent. dude.
Alright. Dude, I had the same thing happen to me. There was this girl that I met when I was in middle school, and I thought the same thing, man, said Evan. I found out a few years later, after the 8th grade, that she took a picture of herself naked and sent it to some guy that she liked.
Ew! Gross!
So I'm glad me and her didn't end up going out. I'm so
Jeez.
ready to be done with high school, I said.
Ew!
How dare she send nudes to
To
people that
something
aren't
she was
me?
actually interested in. Elijah, I'd do anything for you. I hope you know that, he said. I know that, I said. We continued to talk. Later on that night, I lost my wallet. Luckily, I
What?
found it.
What the fuck
Is that how the chapter ends?
No.
Oh.
When I went to bed, I had another dream about another girl. This time it was about Bridget.
A drink? I'm drinking to that.
That's
Oh,
creepy.
no.
That's creepy. This time it was about Bridget. I dreamed that I looked at her while I was having a conversation with some friends of mine at a restaurant. Who were these friends? I don't know. Restaurant
What?
where we at? I don't know.
What?
Bridget kept on looking over at me like she was checking me out.
Chicken me
Or like she liked me. She was hanging out with her friends at a table waiting on their food. They kept on telling me that she liked me and that she talks about me all the time. I told them I was going to ask Bridget to prom. I began walking toward her and then I woke up in the middle of the night. It triggered a large amount of unwanted thoughts and emotions. I got up to get a glass of water because I felt thirsty. Yeah, later on, after an hour or two, my mind cleared up and I went back to sleep.
Give me that book. Give
Alright,
me that
your
book.
turn, your turn,
I'm
your
reading
turn.
now.
So,
I went to the mall and I got my diamond earrings cleaned and I bought some
no.
J's.
Jay!
I bought some J's.
Keep getting more and more like...
Stupid shoe.
Good.
Yeah.
I bought some J's. I told my mom that the shoes costed $140. She said that she is concerned about me spending so much money. I would have said the same thing. And then I said, well, that is on me. We had a long conversation, but just to make a long story short, that's pretty much how it went down. July 18th, 2014.
Why would you type that shit?
I went to work because my boss, Mr. Ricky, was a man short. Unfortunately, I had to stay 2 hours later because I made a mess outside with some food. Question mark? After work, I went home and I went to sleep for 2 hours and then I woke up and I got in the shower and then I put my J's on and some cool clothes. I went to Dairy Queen and I got a chocolate extreme blizzard. Look, no E, like literally just extreme. Like misspelled. Extreme blizzard, and I got a meal. I met Judd at a movie theater. Judd Chud. I gave him $12 to buy my tickets for me since I was 17. Me and him went to Walgreens. I was 17, seriously, not 20.
I'm not
20.
20.
I'm not 20. I'm 17 this time. This isn't.
It's not weird that I dated a 14-year-old.
This isn't.
I was 17.
This is
I
not
was not
legally
20.
damning. This is not legally damning. I promise. Me and him went to Walgreens and I bought a 20-ounce Red Bull.
Ah, there we go.
I was wearing my army shirt and this woman.
Oh,
Fucking damn it! I'm gonna die.
Oh my god.
I don't know about you guys. I'm literally sipping. I'm sipping. I'm like micro sipping. I'm simping after this,
over
dude.
Charlotte.
Dude, Charlotte.
Charlotte.
Oh, Charlotte.
Fuck. I was wearing my army shirt and this woman at the store asked me, "Are you in the army?" I told her no, but that I'm thinking about it. And after that, me and Judd the Chud went to the movie theater and we saw Purge 2. It was scary.
Why do you keep mentioning so many fucking random movies? He doesn't have any actual memories of anybody, so they like attach them to fucking movies.
Yeah.
After that, I took Judd home and I went home and I went to bed. July 19th, 2014. I worked from 11:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. That same guy harassed me again today. We were trying to finish up work and he started getting my case again. Yo, everyone wants to get out of here but you, man, he said. Yo, that's a false statement, I said.
Yo, that is a false statement.
We gotta show you how to do things 15 or 20 times for you to get it, he said.
Bro,
More like
telling on himself.
More like 3 or 4 times. I'm not a quick learner, I said.
Yeah, we know.
Well, we shouldn't have to show you that many times, he said. Yo, what the...
It's like telling on himself in this book. It's insane.
He's literally the bad guy in every situation.
He's the antagonist of his own autobiography.
He's fucking unself-aware though. Like he will never get it.
Yo, what did I just say, man? I said. If you can drive, pay attention, and not get in a wreck. He got in a wreck earlier. You can do work, pay attention. You use ADD as an excuse, he said. Probably true. Man, stop trying to put words in my mouth. Not once have I ever used that as an excuse, I said. Man, shut up, he said. He probably never said that, to be honest.
Man,
He's just flavoring himself as, like, fucking...
Definitely,
he
like...
definitely flares up his own, like, reactions.
Yeah. Look, if you don't stop harassing me, I'm gonna report you to the boss. Then we'll see how tough you want to act then, I said. Okay then, how about I tell the boss that he needs to fire you and hire somebody else, he said. I looked at him with a serious face. And said, I'm done talking to you, man. Get the fuck out of my face, I said.
Just a YouTube video where I'm gonna post the picture of him on the back of the novel with the serious face he's giving.
July 21st, 2014. Yesterday, that same guy harassed me at work.
Damn, that guy, he really is on Caleb's case.
When I go to work tomorrow, I'm going to file a complaint against him to my boss. Today, I went and filed a complaint on the guy who has been harassing me at work for the past few days. Sick burn. Good job. Today, I video chatted with that girl I met at Jimmy's movie night thing named Tina. Woo!
He's gonna get some pussy.
Oh, he's gonna finally get some pussy. So,
I've been waiting for him and cheering for him.
so the reason you tired to kill yourself was because after you broke up your ex went around spreading rumors that were not true, and other
That we're
students.
not. I like how he always says that line. That we're not true.
They never
That we're
even
not true.
dated,
That we're
did
not true. That we're not true.
That were not true.
He has to keep throwing that line in there because like he's trying to convince himself.
Bro, I feel like they were never even dating, right? He keeps calling her his ex.
She's
They
not
were
dating anybody.
They
He's just a
never
fucking
dated.
weirdo.
He just harassed and scrolling out a restraining order against him.
He's considering like misunderstanding that they were dating as actually dating, because he's like an incel.
So the reason you tired to kill yourself was because after you broke up with your ex went around spreading rumors that were not true, and other students participated in it, and so did teachers. And your parents, it's like, whoa, the whole world went against you? You mean you like were like stalking this girl and not dating her, but she and all of the students
Like
and
you-
the teachers and your parents were like all going against you and saying shit not true? I can't believe it. And your parents didn't believe when you tried to tell them that the rumors were not true. And as a result of all this, you were put in a psychiatric hospital, I said. Correct, said Tina. Hey, whose line is it anyway? Damn, that's fucked up, I said. So how'd you end up going into the hospital? Asked Tina. It's a long story, but I'll
Why does
tell
every
you.
single woman in this book go to the psychiatric hospital? Have you noticed that?
That's true.
Every single woman he's mentioned has gone to the psychiatric hospital.
Holly had a low common denominator here, man.
Is he projecting that?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, go on.
Go on.
What happened? She asked. My sophomore year, I met this girl. I had pursued her for 2 weeks,
Oh, here we
and
go.
then I made this decision to try to kiss her at
Oh,
school.
here's the fourth time.
I thought she said that she wanted to go out with me on the phone, but obviously I misinterpreted and misunderstood everything she told me. The next day, which was on my 16th birthday, by the way, she told me to stay away from her and not talk to her. I also found out that she was the one who reported me to the school guidance counselor. But anyways, I was gonna stay away from her and not talk to her. But I got lied to by a friend, and he told me that she wanted me to talk to her, when really that was not the case. Oopsie. So I continued to pursue her, and later a cop pulls me into the office and tells me I'm not allowed to have contact with her. And basically I had a restraining order put on me without legal document. Huh? I said. So, an unofficial restraining order, said Tina. Oh, yeah, but anyways, my parents knew what was going on. My father was in the office when the police officer told me what he told me. My mom and my dad didn't really do very much to support me when I was going through, probably because they knew better. Matter of fact,
Your parents take your side when
But-
you kiss a girl without her permission at school, you fucking loser. God damn.
Matter of fact, they were abusive and manipulative. It's like he just learned the word, like, abusive. Yeah.
They're abusive and manipulative because they're like, they think that they're like not taking your side for sexually assaulting a woman at school. Wow, imagine.
They also treated me poorly and appallingly while I was going through this, I said. In what ways were they abusive and manipulative? Asked Tina.
Valid.
It was mainly emotionally and verbally, I said. After the restraining order that happened, Alexis had started... Oh, real name.
That's a real name.
Started talking shit about me to people all over Grant Senior High School and people...
The girl he's talking about's real name is Alexis.
Alexis.
He just revealed that name.
I think we shouldn't dox her, but I am curious to see how.
There's no way we get a doctor without a
You-
surname.
All over Grant Senior High School, people started calling me stalker and calling me creepy. Obviously, Charlotte completely misunderstood me. Even a teacher bullied me about it. My lowest point, I think, was when I started considering that maybe suicide was an option.
Literally copy copy and paste.
He did it is the thing. It's the funniest thing.
I also was having thoughts about getting a gun, shooting up at school, and possibly myself. Woo!
There we go again.
I'm thinking about shooting up the school. Possibly shooting myself. And then later I moved to Louisiana. That is how that ended, I said. Did you ever get bullied in middle school? Asked Tina, like she's like a psychiatrist now, like trying to dissect. Did you get bullied or something? Yeah, pretty much all throughout middle school I was bullied. 6th grade was very misunderstood, but I was very misunderstood by people because I was so weird. People would call me names like figgot and gay, and they would threaten me and would try to tell me I can't do this, I can't do that, just being very mean. The bullying continued, and finally I just said, enough is enough! And I got into a fight at school when I was in 8th grade, and I beat that ass, I said. I felt myself feeling uneasy. I heard Tina say, well, you're not any of those things, and those people don't know you, said Tina. Yeah, thanks for that, I said. I love how literally every person in this book besides him is like a better person and is trying to like bring him up despite the obvious fact that he's like cringe as fuck. July 22nd, 2014. Today, I talked to my boss about what's going on with me and that coworker that has been harassing me, by the way. After I told him about the harassment, my boss told me I will have to talk with him. If the harassment keeps going and the tension keeps building up, you need to tell us. There's not going to be any bullying going on here. Please don't let the tension build up, he said. I won't, I said. Later on when I was working, I was thinking a lot about Bridget and Charlotte. I remember driving that night. Oh god, I was thinking about the fuck. I remember driving that night as the sun went down, listening to music, and I had this feeling of emptiness. I already feel like there was a lot of things that I'm missing in my life, but I felt like there was a new thing that I was missing in my life tonight. I had this feeling like maybe I was born and destined for so much more than the life I have now, but I just don't know what it is. I don't have much else to say about that. July 24th, 2014. Dude, wait, this next thing is literally, this is a whole thing.
It's just the sentence.
This is the whole day. It's actually one sentence. I went for a run this morning. I ran like 4 miles this morning in 32 minutes.
4 miles in 32 minutes?
God damn, he's fast. He's one of the fastest people in the world. I bought a ticket to see this local heavy metal band. Their, spelled T-H-E-R-E, name is Against the Wolves.
Again? You mentioned them earlier. He said this is Friends Band, isn't it? Why did he tell you it's Friends Band? Why is he acting like it's a strange band he doesn't know?
I don't know.
Maybe it's like trying to promote it more.
July 26, 2014. I saw this dude get arrested as I walked into Rocket Town.
Oh, the skate park?
It was pretty interesting to watch.
I played there.
I saw Against the Wolves. I talked to all the band members, and it was so awesome! After they performed, there was this black dude that came up to me and asked for money to get some cigarettes. And I'd never been asked that question before, so I just came him $5.
Came him?
Yes!
I came. I
I came him $5. He talked to me about him being in the military and about God and demons and shit. You could tell that this guy was losing his mind. July 27th, 2014. I worked from 4 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. I have these jokes that I do at work.
Oh no, what is
Get ready for this.
Half-hour shit.
Like, for example, when someone says, don't touch this pan, it is really hot. I say, So it is really sexy. Example 2. Go take the garbage out. Okay, get me a gun. Why? You said take it out. Ha. Example 3. Clean this with the hose. So I'm gonna be cleaning this with women? You said hose.
Because it's like he goes crazy over the hose, and I'm like, ha, typical man.
Typical
You
man.
know, shit like that.
Example 4. Can you give me a hand? Okay, give me a knife. What? Why? You asked me to give you a hand. You don't want me to cut off my hand and give you a hand. Example 5.
That gif of that pink thing cringing on herself.
Meet me down the altar in your white dress. Okay, got it. Shut up.
Huh? What?
I actually don't get that one.
What?
Maybe probably mistyped.
I'll repeat it. Example 5. Meet me down the altar in your white dress. Okay, got it. Shut up.
He meant to like put something before that. You know what I mean? Like he did like a call and response, but he forgot to put the call, and he only put the response.
Moving on.
July 29th, 2014. It was registration day. Look at how, like, there's different, like, spacing in between the lines compared to this one.
Yeah, he changed the line space.
It was registration day. It started at 5 p.m. and ended at 7 p.m. I went there at 5, and me and my mom left at 7. I saw a lot of people that I knew, and I started to have flashback after flashback. I had my earphones in, and I was listening to music most of the time. I saw all the girls who rejected me and their friends. I also talked to my old algebra teacher, and I got to talk to another teacher and Mr. Stevens. I also gave Coach Chambers a big hug. He was a big beard, red beard. He has this big beard, red beard. He's white and he stands 6'3". By the way, he's white. He coaches baseball. I also saw Mr. Huffman. Mr. Huffman was the teacher who bullied me when the whole Charlotte thing was going on. Good. My mom saw that I was upset on the inside. I tried to hide my emotions, but I just couldn't do it. He's like literally like, I imagine him like Shadow the Hedgehog. Like he's literally like DeviantArt Shadow the Hedgehog, like crawling in my skin. You're asking if I was okay. I was like, I need some time to go think about things. Due to the fact that I have to pay for gas, I watched how far I drove and how much gas I was using. I listened to a bunch of sad songs. All around me are familiar faces. I went to Dairy Queen and I got a large chocolate extreme blizzard, and I got a meal and I bought all the Shrek movies. Get up, fella. I'm worried about you. Get up.
That's how it goes. No. Shrek movie.
No comma in any of that, by the way. August 1st, 2014.
Oh my God.
I went to the Family Fun Center in Nashville with Richard and Jimmy.
Who's Jimmy? Jimmy Eat World?
Richard Dick and Jimmy Eat World.
Richard rides with me because it was like 40 minutes away from my house. Me and the group asked about Tina and I. We played laser tag, we bowled, and we played bumper cars. When we played bumper cars, I was screaming out things like, "I'm coming straight at you, boy! Come here, boy!" We did a 1-on-2 playing laser tag, and I was the one who took both of them, and I owned them.
Bet he did.
The fucking... Yeah, that's what your
Oh yeah,
That's
for
what
sure
you're
you
like-
did on the footnote. Yeah.
footnote is. It's literally, sure you did. It's funny you both said that.
August 4th. Today I went to school. It's official. I'm a senior in high school. Today is my first day as a senior in high school. I woke up at 4 in the morning and I ran 4 miles in 32 minutes. God damn it, take another fucking shot. When I got home, I took a shower. I got dressed after that and I watched an episode of iCarly.
I'm Harley.
I walked to school and I got there at 7:55, I think. It takes almost 20 minutes to walk there from an apartment that I live in. When I got there, I went to the homeroom. When I walk through the hallways, I walk with a sense of, if you get in my way, I'm gonna destroy you. This is literally emo werewolf. I try to
Fucking adult and writing like he's in fucking middle school.
I try to look intimidating because I don't want to be messed with.
Me and
Or
like,
put myself in a position where I'm an easy target. I felt uneasy about going back to my old high school, but at the same time I was looking forward to seeing my old friends. I gave Martin Homer a big hug because I saw that he was in my homeroom and we talked homeroom away. After that I went to my first class, which could be Coach Davidson's English class. He is one of the football coaches, by the way. He was talking about what you needed for class, and he also read the handbook. Every teacher that I had read the handbook. It went over the rules and regulations and such. Each creature also went over what expected of you. When I went into my second block class, which is the personal finance, I ran into someone that I did not expect to run into. It was the girl who rejected me when I was in the 8th grade.
Oh my god, he's a senior in high school. He's a senior in high school. I'm so fucking mad at this middle school.
What was her name? Her name was Bridget Foster. To my astonishment, I didn't go and talk to her. She came up to me and she talked to me. We had a pretty long conversation. "Hey, Elijah," she said. "Hey," I said. I took a deep breath and said, "Wow, this is different. This is a shocker," I said. "Why is that?" she asked. "I didn't think you're going to speak to me," I said. "And why is that?" she asked. "Because of that conversation we had in summer of 2013, I said. "I thought you moved," she said. "I did," I said. "What are you doing back here?" she asked. "Well, it's a long story, but just to make short, things were not working out for me in Louisiana," I said. "I see that you dyed your hair brown." Oh no, wait. I see that you dyed your hair brown," I said. "Yeah, I did. I wanted to change it up from being blonde," she said. "I personally liked the blonde, but yeah," I said. "So now I'm about to graduate and everything is... What is it you want to do with your life?" I asked. I honestly have no idea. I'm deciding between going to the army and pursuing special forces or pursuing a music career and a writing career, I said. "I am the most unathletic person in the world," she said. "That is not true. You were a cheerleader for years," I said. "I decided to stop cheerleading because I got tired of it," she said. "I ran 4 miles in 32 minutes this morning before I came to school." We continued talking. I told her about all the crap I'd been through over the years, and it had been a while since I actually talked to her. But anyways, 3rd period I had geometry with Mr. Fields. 4th period I had Coach Chambers, who was my case manager.
Who is my case manager?
What case manager?
Case manager?
You need a case manager when like you're in legal trouble or you're like a troubled person or like you got into trouble or you're just like really mentally ill or like mentally delayed.
August 5th. At school, I did a get to know you thing in each class. My mom tried to get people to tell others that I was Christian. I think I do a pretty good job at hiding the fact that I'm not a Christian from her. Well, all I said
Why
once...
does he say he's a Christian on the back of the
I
book?
don't fucking know. Also, one exciting thing I did this summer in 3rd book block class with Mr. Fields. I talked about seeing the fireworks for the 4th of July in Nashville on the river on a boat. When I went to work, I was 15 minutes late. I told Mr. Rookie, and he asked me why I was late, and I said because your school, and he told me that I need to do better than that. The shift supervisor talked to me I was retarded when I asked a simple question, and he said, "You should know this after 3 months of being here." One of the employees that was 16 or 17 dropped the F-bomb on me because I was trying to follow the rules. I was trying to find a spot for this wet spot on the wet shelf because it was something goes on the dry shelf. It can't have one drop of water on it. And he said to me, "Put it right fucking there, right fucking there." And I tried to tell him that that was not where it goes. And he said, "Okay, put it right fucking there." I just quit arguing with him because it was stupid. Me and Martin were talking about Mr. Hoffman, how he gets involved in stuff that none of his business, and how he bullies people. I said to him, "Fuck Mr. Hoffman." Me and Gary were also talking about joining the army. He was telling me about how he got sprayed by a skunk and how angry surgery on his eye. Multiple people asked me why I was wearing flip-flops to school. I told them I was scratching my feet over and over when they were really itchy after work one time. Huh? August 7th. I went to some appointments. One is with a doctor that helped me with my body pains, and one was a therapist. I told my mom and the therapist what had been on my mind. I told them both that I felt like I was Chuck Noland in Castaway, and now I'm back in Memphis. I thought I had my life in Tennessee for good. I never thought I was going to be moving back here ever again, and I ended up moving back to Tennessee because I could not get my GED or at YCP. After my mom had taken me to that pain doctor, she gave me a ride home. When she brought me home, I was all alone in the apartment. I went to my room and I sat down on the floor of my room and I leaned up against the wall and I cried for about 30 minutes. After that, my mom wanted to watch Divergent and she said that she felt rejected or something when I say that I don't want to do that. And so I just watched the movie with her and she stopped nagging me about it. My mom struggles with clinical depression, so dealing with her is challenging sometimes. She even threatened to kill herself multiple times. August 11th. So within the past few days, I gave 2 weeks notice to my boss that I'm leaving my job at McKendree Village. I feel like I can be successful in school and still attending this job. I feel like I could... Yeah, apparently. I feel like I could keep this job. I really want to be but from my point of view, it's not worth... It's a 40-minute drive from where Grant Senior High School is. I'll also have to pay the gas in my car as well. That's the name of the high school I attend. But yeah, we fucking know in all caps next to it.
Yeah, we fucking know!
It's also a minimum wage job. A lot of people there I don't really get along with either, so yeah. I texted Bridget today. Take a look at the text message that we sent. Take a look at the text message we sent.
Oh god.
Me. Hey Bridget, could you meet me down by the back of the cafeteria after school? I have to ask you something. And no, it's not about my love life, and no, I'm not about to ask you out. Hey, I don't have a
It's
fourth...
like funny that he has to prefix.
Yeah. Hey, I don't have a fourth block, so I just left him, sorry. Could I ask you at your house? It's really important. I'm sorry, Eli, but I have a boyfriend, and I can't have you come over to my house. You can ask me over text, I can't meet you in person. I'm just going to say that I feel hurt. I just thought I should put that out there.
What the fuck?
I'm really sorry, Eli. I'll be happy to answer anything over text. So you're really going to do that to me? What about the conversation we had a few days ago? What about everything we've been through together?
What?
I remember we can still be friends, Eli. I'm just letting you know that I do have a boyfriend, and he isn't really cool with me hanging out with other guys, but anything you want to ask, I can text. Then why are you dating him? Let me get this straight. I have a moment to do some critical thinking. You get all friendly with me after the conversation we had in the summer of 2013, which I'm pretty sure in that conversation I told you that I felt like it'd be best if I withdrew contact from you. And on top of that, before speaking to me, you knew your boyfriend didn't want you hanging around with other guys, and you still decided to approach me and engage in conversation with me. And then after this happens, you tell me you can't hang out with me outside of school because you want a boyfriend. You have a boyfriend who is not okay with that. And how long have you known this guy? A few weeks, a few months, a year, 2 years? Guess how many years I've known you? 5 years, Bridget. That's how long. I've known you since the 7th grade. Well, I guess I must have misinterpreted things. Don't play with my emotions, Bridget.
I am entitled to sex with you because I've known you since the 7th grade.
Bridget, I'm dating him because I love him, and I was just having a conversation with you friend to friend. My mom could tell I was upset. Well, she asked me what was going on. I told my mom, and then she said, as a person, she has a right to set the boundary. I like how his mom's, like, actually a good person. Yeah. But she still knew her boyfriend felt about her hanging out with other guys, and yet she still comes and talks to me. That makes no sense.
She talks to me. Why did she talk
And
to
last
me?
time I checked, I've known her for 5 years, but I assure you that her boyfriend has not known her longer than I have. But you know what, Mom? I told you about the conversation me and her had, and you were right. She doesn't want to hang out with me. I said, well, maybe you should open up your heart, she said. I said, I don't have to open an open heart to anyone. I'm tired of being hurt. I'm done playing this game with Bridget. She's really good at this crap, and I'm not going to participate in it. What crap? She asked. Her playing me like a game, I said. After we got through talking, I went and played this really old game called Freedom Fighters. Oh yeah, I need to say this before I forget. I've been working on this novel for a while. I started writing it in May. I might not have said anything about it until now, because I guess I might just have forgot to mention it, but yeah, any chance I try to work on it. I put, oh, trust me, you did. August 12th.
Is it this? Is this a novel?
Sure is.
Is he trying to be
This isn't
meta?
even a novel. It's a verse of novella.
It's not a novel.
I had lunch with Martin and his 2 friends. I swear to God, Martin and his 2 other friends do some of those weirdest shit sometimes. There are this group of girls. There are around 7 of those girls that sit across from us, and they'd be laughing their asses off at us. Later that day, Mr. Fields caught me crying in the bathroom. Eli, what's going on, he asked me. Yesterday, I had a talk with a girl, and it's been on my mind all day, I said. What happened in that conversation, he asked. Well, I've been thinking about joining the military, and I know if I do infantry, there's a possibility I could die. I didn't want to have that conversation with her over the phone, and we got into the argument over the phone, texting back and forth. I'm down to show you the text messages, I said. Yeah, show me the text messages, said Mr. Fields. I showed him the text messages. After he looked at the message, he gave me my phone back to me and said, Eli, I'm so sorry. That really sucks. High school girls can be insecure like that, said Mr. Fields. Yeah, I have about 13 to 14 months, and I returned here with my mom, and a bunch of my friends have changed for the worse. And they just stopped talking to me together. Have you ever seen that movie Castaway? I asked Mr. Fields. Yeah, Mr. Fields. Not sad, just Mr. Fields. I feel like I'm Chuck Nolan. I moved away, and I thought I'd never be back here again. And I'd never seen my people or this place ever again, and here I am stuck back in Sumner County. I am back at Grant Senior High School. Back in the day, I really liked Bridget, and I wanted to date her more than any other guy in the middle school that I was attending at the time. And now I've gotten older and I've changed. I don't want to date her anymore, and that's not what I want, I said. Man, she's not even worth your time. And time is a very valuable thing. The other students had told me you were in here, so I thought I'd just come and check on you when you're ready to come inside, although I recommend you come in soon. We're going over this material. I don't want you to get behind. It's important, said Mr. Fields. Alright, I'll be in there in 5 minutes, I said.
He's a good teacher. He's like trying to appeal to him. He's like
Yeah.
a creep.
Okay, I'll see you in the classroom, said Mr. Fields. I pulled myself together, and I went back into the classroom ready to learn. I also worked from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. August 13th!
Wait, why would you even fucking say like that's a
I don't
4-hour
know.
shift? That's not even
Why?
anything.
Drink every time you mention words.
Yeah, there's so many things in this book, it's hard to recollect.
You'd think like if you're gonna mention your work schedule it's because you're working like literally over 8 hours or
Right.
something.
August 13th. This girl named Violet that I met when I was a freshman in high school is with me in Coach Chambers' 4th block class. Marcus is with me in that class as well. Me, Marcus, and Violet were having a conversation. Violet, I guess, went to the same middle school I went to and saw the fight. I got into a fight with a guy in middle school, by the way. Dude, you fucked his ass up, bruh. At least that's what I heard anyways, said Violet. Wait, what are you talking about? Said Marcus. He got into a fight with a guy that named Diego in the 8th grade, said Violet. Oh yeah, a bunch of people don't like him, said Marcus. So didn't see the fight, you heard about it? I asked Violet. I want to see you get pissed and just beat the shit out of someone. I want to see you in a fight, said Violet.
What the fuck?
Hell yeah, man.
Me too, said Marcus. Yeah, What happened? Tell us everything, said Violet. Well, what happened is he started bullying me in the 7th grade. It was mainly verbal and emotional bullying that he did. Me and him got into an argument 10 minutes after school let out, and then he decided it'd be a good idea to put his hands on me. Right when he did that, I told him to get his hands off me. He decided to keep on going. Legally, if someone put their hands on you without your permission, that is considered assault. But if I do something like tap you on the shoulder to get your attention to tell you something, that's not assault. That's common sense. My adrenaline was really going, and if someone hit me in the face, I probably would have barely felt it. I was like a bomb ready to explode. But anyway, so I punched him in the face, and everyone around is like, oh, and stuff. Back in the day, I learned some mixed martial arts. Not mixed, mix. And I still remember most of it, if not all, I was taught. I used to wrestle and play football. After I punched him in the face, he grabs me by my shirt and pushes me up against the wall. The guy had 6 inches on me.
Bro.
Well, he had 6 inches of you?
On me. And he weighed probably like 50 pounds more than me. Once when that happens, he is about 12 to 24 inches away from my face. 12 to 24 inches?
That's like 1 to 2 feet.
And I just start landing down elbow strikes on the guy like nobody's business.
Let's go.
Trying to avoid my elbow strikes, he ducks his head down, and then I grab him behind the head and I start kneeing him in the face. I landed four really devastating knees on his face. After that, I wrap my arms around him and I throw him to the ground, get on top of him in the full mount, and I start punching him in the face and landing devastating strikes on his face. And I didn't stop punching until the assistant principal pulled me off of him by himself. By the time the fight was over, blood was all over the floor outside, and he had a broken nose and a busted lip. It was, and still is, one of the most terrifying events that I've ever experienced, I said. You were scared, asked Violet. Yeah, I feel like if anyone told you they got into a fight and you were not scared, I feel like they would be bullshitting you. After that fight happened, I fucking cried like a baby, I said. Yeah, she said. Some, if not most, fights like that go from 1-to-1 to having to fight multiple opponents. And that's never a good thing. Fighting one guy is enough of a challenge as it is. I don't want to ever get in a situation where I'm fighting off multiple attackers. If you're in a street fight outside of a school, that person you're fighting could pull a knife out on you, or brass knuckles, or a gun, or some other weapon. It's extremely risky when you get into a street fight because there's no rules, no cage, no referee, and anything goes, which means anything could happen, I said. Yeah, that's true. I experienced that when I got jumped, said Marcus. That's like a life-defining event by him.
Every time he mentioned
Marcus gets jumped.
yeah.
After my orthodontist appointment today, I went to this restaurant by myself just to get some alone time. Sometimes I go on long drives that last 2 or 3 hours just to be alone. August 15th.
How much money does the guy have?
I don't know, man. That one really interesting thing about today is there was an old lady substitute in Coach Chambers' class. She kept on telling Marcus to pull his pants up. She was saying really stupid stuff in the most weird tone of voice. I couldn't tell whether she was joking or being serious. For example, she said, I don't want to be here for the next hour and a half looking at you people. I busted out laughing when she said that, and so did the rest of the class. August 18th. This past weekend consisted of me doing a project for English class that I had to present to the whole class. My mom volunteered to help me with the project, so I was like, why not?
August 20th, 2014. Today I gave Coach Chambers a note and gave it to him between my first block class and my second block class. Here's what the note said. Hey, Coach Chambers, I would have told you this in person, but I wouldn't be able to get to your room in the morning, and because you leave your classroom right after school, I'm about to talk about something serious, so yeah. In the 10th grade, I met this girl named Charlotte. I had pursued her for 2 weeks.
No.
And then I made the decision to try to kiss her at school. And the next day, the guidance counselor called me to her office and told me to stay away from her and not to talk to her. So I was going to do that. But then this guy who used to be my best friend told me that she wanted me to talk to her when really that was not the case. So then I continued to pursue her, and then later the school police officer pulls me into his office and then tells me I'm not allowed to have any contact with her. After that event, it felt like all hell was breaking loose. Charlotte started talking trash about me to people all over the high school, and people started calling me a stalker and calling me creepy. Even Mr. Hoffman bullied me about it. My lowest point was when I started thinking about committing suicide. Later, I moved to Louisiana, and so yeah, believe me when I say it is something no one should have to go through. After a friend betrays you and a girl and her family wants nothing to do with you, and you get bullied by people and a teacher about it, that tends to screw with your head. It's not something that you can just go through and there not be any outcome as to how it changes you. Not a day goes by or I don't think about it, and believe me when I say that no one should have to go through what I had to go through. Having to come here to school and having to look at her as I pass by her in the hallways is hard. That's not how restraining orders usually work. When I got a restraining order on this girl who was beating my ass every day in 5th grade with like her group of friends, she had to change schools.
Yeah, it's probably making it up.
Probably. Why would he make that up? It makes him look bad.
Everything in this book makes him look bad.
That's true.
He's a bad person.
True. Living with it is hard, but at the same time it gives me motivation and strength to persevere. I hate that it happened, but at the same time I'm glad it happened, because if it didn't happen, I wouldn't be the person I am today. I've accepted the fact that nothing I say or do is going to change what happened. I've cried so many tears over that whole thing that happened that I've lost count. One thing that I learned from it is love gets you hurt, trust gets you killed, and being real gets you hated. Like,
Hollywood and Peddler.
sounds like it.
How do you learn that trust is killed when you get killed?
Like you said in class, some things in life are not fair and there is nothing you can do about it. I have a desire to get married and have children, but I don't want to get married if I'm not 110% positive that woman is the woman that I want to spend the rest of my life with, and to wake up every day and tell her I love her. Coach Jones, you were one of the people that helped me get through that tough time in my life, and so thank you for helping me get through that tough time in my life. Your student, Caleb Tullos.
There.
Later on that day, in my 4th block class, I ended up getting into a very sexual conversation.
You go on.
Now, before I go into details, let me just say, I don't know how we ended up talking about this subject. Marcus noticed that I had some white stains on my pants, which my black pants get stained too easily. He said, "Don't tell me you do what I think you do." "What, masturbate?" I asked. "Yes," he said. We all busted out laughing because it was so awkward. 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 Yes, I masturbate and watch porn. I have an addiction to porn and masturbating. Unfortunately, a friend that I knew back in 7th grade taught me how to masturbate.
What? What? Can you repeat that part?
Is that Caleb saying that? Alright, continue.
A friend I knew back in 7th grade taught me how to masturbate and introduced me to porn, and ever since then I've been hooked, I said. "Have you had sex yet?" asked Violet. "No, I haven't. I'm still a virgin," I said. "Why haven't you had sex yet?" asked Violet. "Dude, getting pussy ain't nothing like watching porn or fucking beating your dick," said Marcus.
Marcus is based.
Well, I know that if I really wanted to, I could get some pussy. But it's just when I was 13, I made a promise to God. And to myself, I wouldn't have sex with anyone but my wife. Even though I left the Christian faith about 2 years ago, unlike some, if not most guys, a promise is a big deal to me. To me, a promise is extremely serious, and well, I'm not trying to get a STD. Plus, if I meet that girl I fall in love with when I want to spend the rest of my life with her and she asks me how many girls I've had sex with, I want my answer to be no one, I said. Aww, said Violet. Plus, I mean, science proves that if your body is not designed to have multiple sex partners like that. And well, if I'm gonna have sex, then I might as well do it in the most satisfying way possible. You can't have the most intimate and best sexual relationship possible if you've had sex with someone other than them. Oh, I don't want to just sexually stimulate myself. I want to experience real genuine passion. I'll never forget my mom telling me about how her and my dad both got married to each other virgins. What the fuck? She told me that night when she did it for the first time with my dad, was her first initial thought was, it was so worth it. And one day I want to know what that feels like. I said they were lying to him. They were lying to him to make him stay a virgin.
I guess the
They were lying to their kid though. Aw, said Violet. What about you two? Are y'all virgins? What about you two? Are y'all virgins? I asked. No, said Violet. No, said Marcus. August 26, 2014.
What? Wait.
No, they're not. Because they know how to get pussy.
Nah, dog.
Nah, bro.
So I finished up work, and now I'm officially done working at the retirement center. I'm so glad I didn't work there anymore. My mom said she wants to throw a party for my 18th birthday. She printed off some invitation cards for me to give out to multiple people at school this week. So that's what I did. I went to school, and Marcus almost got into a fight with another student in our class because he took Marcus's phone charger. That student didn't give him his charger until multiple teachers got involved. People who saw that went down, started bullying Marcus, calling him a bitch or whatnot, and I was ready to jump if people started jumping Marcus. And
Jump magnet.
and I'm a big dude, so I'm a freaking destroy whatever's in my way. August 27, 2014. I started walking to school, and next thing I know, Coach Chambers saw me walking to school, and he let me get in his truck, and he gave me a ride to school.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. He had heard about what happened yesterday. I could tell he was not a happy camper after having a conversation with him about it. Unfortunately, Coach Chambers is moving to Florida with his family. This guy who bullied me back in the day tried to say hi to me this morning. He said, Tullos! I looked at him, and then I just kept walking, and I didn't say anything to him. I walked through the hallway with a mean bulldog face most of the time because my guard is up. After years of being hurt so badly, you get tired of it. I think teachers and students don't give me as much shit anymore because I look like I'm in the military. And like, wait, and like I'm in my 20s and I have matured. Wait, is he in his 20s or not? I also have my earphones on when I walk in the hallway to get to class, and I don't talk to anyone, and I walk fast. I've only been there 2 weeks, and it feels like it has been 2 months. Truth be told, if anyone calls me a cocksucker, faggot, gay, stalker, and creepy, I'm gonna punch him in the face. I will also punch him in the face if they put their hands on me. Stop being a cocksucker, creepy. It's time to get a message out to everyone that I am not to be messed with. I bet it'll happen sometime this year. I'm just waiting for it to happen. I was late to school and to class, and I got a tardy slip. I went to talk to the assistant principal about getting a parking pass, and he told me to get a form, and so I did, and then I was walked back to class. August 28, 2014. Today after school, I went to the movie theater by myself, and I saw As Above, So Below. My dad is in town right now. My dad asked how the movie was. I told him it was scary. It's my birthday tomorrow. I'm gonna be 18 years old. Likely story. August 29, 2014. His age is so ambiguous. in this
It's kind
book.
of a metaphor for something.
For fucking pedophilia, maybe? I'm 18 years old. It is my birthday. I repeat, it's my birthday. I didn't.
Bigger! It's your
Bigger, it's your
I
birthday.
relate to this character.
Happy birthday. You're really good. It's your birthday. Take a drink. It's your birthday. Take a drink. It's your birthday. Take a drink. Eat some blue cheese and a piece of Conquer crumb. It's your birthday.
Birthday and we're reading your favorite book.
This is my favorite book.
I didn't go to school. I woke up and I went to the Firehouse Subs and got a free meatball sandwich.
No.
Corey's mom heard from Corey
Yo,
that
you get a
today
free
was
double
my
sandwich for your
birthday.
Firehouse Subs?
Bro, we gotta go to Firehouse
Go to
Subs
Firehouse Subs
today. So she let me have a free sandwich. She said that it would be on the house. So I went by there. I ate a sandwich. I got a Red Bull and I went home and then I wrote. I went to the movie theater and I saw the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. It was awesome. I went to a Japanese restaurant with my parents and after that I went back to the streets of Indian Lane. I started having all
We
these
have to go to
thoughts. For no reason, in the middle of all that fun, I was feeling down. I felt empty. I was having those feels like someone was missing in my life feelings again. I was looking at these groups of teenagers down there that night, and I was having all these flashbacks to when I was a teenager. He's 18, though, supposedly. And when I was in middle school. Later, I watched When the Game Stands Tall
Huh?
with Judd. When I was driving home, I
Judd?
pulled into the apartment complex, and this cop stopped me, and he gave me a warning for having my high beam lights on going in front of a car. He said that me doing that is against the law. If I were to rate how nervous I was on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say a 2. I
What legendary lines.
Huh? Wait, why would you bring the scale up if it's that low?
I was too tired to really be nervous at all. When I got home, I told my dad. I thought about just not telling him, but then I thought, I think he needs to know what happened. 29 people said happy birthday on my Facebook wall.
Whoa.
Wow.
That's more than I've ever gotten.
August 30th, 2014. I slept till like noon, and I chilled out until the party my mom and dad came back. I found out that my mom and dad had gotten into a fight, but this time
They
there was...
were divorced, living in separate houses.
Maybe they're still hanging out for the kid, though. But
The
this
kid.
time there was no him. There was no yelling, which was a good thing. Me and my dad later went to Target to get some games to play at the party. He started asking me questions. He kept on asking me questions. He asked me a question.
I'm gonna quit talking. I just wanted to get that point across.
Wait, what? And he did not actually say that 3 times.
He did.
Start from the beginning of that sentence real quick. Okay.
Baker.
Sorry, I'm gonna
And just because it's your birthday doesn't mean you can keep knocking over our fucking and sucking trash can. Okay. He's. Oh my god. Okay. He started asking me questions.
Did he?
He kept asking me questions. He asked.
Oh, yeah. Did he ask you a question? Is that what he did next?
He asked me a question that I really didn't feel comfortable answering.
What was
He asked me,
it?
"Do you think I failed you as a father?" Finally, I said to him, "Dad, why are you asking me these questions?" He replied, "Okay, I'm going to stop asking questions." Oh my god.
You can't make a comedy this great on purpose. I swear to fucking
No,
God.
you can't. This is like
This is something special
This
and like
is
once in a lifetime.
gold. Can
fucking
you get me a
achievement.
copy of this
I
book?
can't. He took him
No.
offline because I made fun of him on the Goodreads account.
Are you serious?
I reviewed the book being snarky and being like, "This is the best comedy book I've ever read." I was being cheeky with it.
So
I
it
gave
doesn't
him 5
exist
stars, And then
anymore.
we took it down and re-uploaded it like months later with a new cover, and I think he changed the book, so he got self-conscious of making fun of it.
God damn
So he
it.
has a new copy up right now. But
We have
it's-
to.
it's
We
not
need to
this
do a.
one.
We need to do a second stream reading that one.
I'm sure it's not funny. Either.
When we got home, I took my car and I picked up Marcus and his brother, and we went to the party. What party? Oh, his party. Jimmy, Carl, Richard, Dennis, and Judd showed up. It was awesome. Some other people from my dad's old church that we used to preach at came to the party as well. We played Killer, BS, and The Thing.
Yes.
It was awesome. I made a wish when I blew out the candles to live all my dreams. I had an awesome time. After that, me and Marcus and his brother went to Portland to go to a party, but it ended when we got there, and Marcus kissed this girl. We were rocking out to that gangsta rap music in the car. We were screaming and everything, lol. Then we got back to Marcus's apartment. Everyone was sleeping. I felt like spending the night there, but I didn't bring my contact case or my contact solution or toothbrush or anything. I missed a call from my dad, and he left a voicemail on my phone. I listened to it and told me he loved me and that he was headed to Louisiana. September 1st, 2014. Me and Corey hung out today. When I went to pick up Corey, who the fuck is Corey? Leia came outside and she gave me a big hug. Okay. She squeezed me really tight and hard. She is strong and aggressive for someone who's 5'4".
Oh no!
She was asking about school and how my senior year was going. She was like, maybe you guys could come back and watch a movie or something. I was like, yeah, for sure. She told me that I'm like her other little brother. Me and Corey were at Dairy Queen. So, when this whole high school bullshit is over...
For his sister, right?
Oh, yeah. What plans do you have for the future, I asked. Well, I think I'm, like, going to college, or try to join the military. He said he mentions the military.
No.
Army specifically.
We're running out of drink. Please don't.
I'm going through a similar situation right now, said Corey. Wait, hold on. Your parents are getting divorced? I asked. No. Leah's boyfriend and Leah are breaking up, and the father of her child won't even speak to her, he said. So, Leah made it through the pain of giving birth to her child, I said. Yeah, she did, he said. Ray had been treating her like shit. I was about to kick his ass myself. I told Leah I could get Elijah to beat him up for you, he said. It's been a while since I've been in a fight. I surely wouldn't mind feeling the adrenaline you get from it again, or beating the crap out of someone, I said. When we got back, I went to see Leah. Corey was downstairs doing whatever he was doing. When I went upstairs to her room, she was crying. Immediately, without hesitation, I laid down next to her in bed and wrapped my arms around her. She put her head on my chest. Is this about Ray? I asked. Yeah, she said. I didn't really try to offer her advice. I just wanted to try to listen to her and not give her any advice. I wanted to be there and support her and not try to fix her. Plus, I didn't want to say anything that she would find offensive. Ray has basically left me and my child hanging and has not really been supporting either one of us, she said. That's unfortunate, I said.
He immediately, like, grabs her while she's crying on her bed without her permission.
Yeah, she said. I don't understand how he could do that. If I was a father, that would be my everything. I would be a father before anything else. Leah started cheering up and stopped crying, but she was still laying on me with her head on my chest. So how's your job going? She asked. I quit my job, I told her. And why is that? She asked. Well, it was too time consuming, and it's a 45-minute drive to get there, and I get paid like $8 an hour. Plus, a bunch of the people who there acted like a bunch of stuck-up jerks. I really feel like I could have kept that job if I wanted to bad enough, but from my point of view, it was not worth keeping. Especially if I'm having to pay for my own gas now. My dad let me have his old car, which is a 2001 Nissan Altima. Yeah, it's a piece of crap, but it's better than nothing. Oh yeah, did I mention that it has no air conditioning, I said? I'm also running a book. I still haven't decided whether I want to be in the military or not, I said. Well, well, whatever you decide to pursue, I know you'll be phenomenal at it, she said. Well, thank you, I said. Corey and I watched the movie Disturbia that night. September 3rd, 2014. There was a briefing today in the school auditorium about the handbook today. I went to both the junior one and the senior one. My first block teacher, Coach Davidson, basically told me to come to the junior one because he thought they were going to call the seniors as well after that. This one teacher thought that I was a junior and she got on to me, and I explained to her what the situation was. I had an appointment with the guidance counselor about graduation, and I signed a sheet of paper and another one. So yeah. I saw Charlotte in the hallway, and I said to myself, damn, it's been 2 years since the restraining order hit me in the face. And yet, I'm not an atheist. I haven't killed myself, and I didn't kill myself.
What?
I have this thing marked on my calendar that says 2 years without that motherfucking bitch Charlotte Holt. I didn't tell any. Okay, that's creepy. No, you're so low on drinks, though.
You marked on his calendar.
Yeah. I didn't tell anyone at school that it had been 2 years since that happened. Later on in the evening time, I went to the park in Hendersonville. I bought a 20-ounce red.
God damn it.
Damn it. Some chocolate, and I went a walk. I listened to music, and I listened to a bunch of songs about getting over someone. I threw a little celebration party to 2 years without her. Without her? You never even dated her!
Fucking weirdo.
That's what you wrote.
Right.
I invited no one but me, myself, and I. I got home at 9 p.m. and went to bed. Dude, this is the funniest book I've ever fucking read in my life. Dude, I want this, like, in my life forever. I went and asked my JROTC teacher if I could join the Raiders in working out. Motherfucker! Give me that shit. Because I'm thinking about joining the military, and he told me that I was welcome to join them. I went and worked out with them. We did a bunch of different exercising.
No! What the fuck on?
We did a bunch of different exercising. I felt like throwing up by the end of it.
Me and Leah had a conversation on the phone through text messages. Me. It's like, again, like differently formatted than the other text.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just checking up on you. Are you okay? It's Elijah. Leah. Hey, Elijah. Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you, smiley face. Me. Okay, I just wanted to make sure you were okay, and I'm here for you if you need anything. Leah. Thank you so much, darling. You have no idea how much that means to me. You are such a sweet, kind-hearted, and incredible person. I wish more people like you existed, but I'm glad I have you, smiley face. There's no other Elijah like you. Me. And just to tell you straight up how I feel about the whole situation, ever since you told me about what's going on with you and Ray, not a day has gone by where I haven't thought about you, and my heart is breaking over what you are going through. Basically, when you hurt, I hurt.
Oh my god.
If someone was hurting you emotionally or physically in front of me, I would fight that person. I care about you like you're my own sister, and entering my life was like one of the best things that has ever happened to me, and I thank God for it. And I'm not trying to sound creepy or anything, but I'm just telling it how it is. And I'm not the most intelligent person on the planet, but I do know that you deserve better than this. And hey, Leah, would you mind if I had a talk with Ray? It's okay if you don't want me to talk to him. I was just offering help. Leah. Aw, Eli, that was one of the most sweetest and most heartfelt things anyone's ever said to me. It didn't sound creepy or anything at all. It sounded genuine and truly from your heart. You are so seriously kind, and I am so glad and blessed to have met you.
I am so kind of blessed.
Words cannot thank you enough. And well, if you'd like to, you can. But good luck talking to him. He's impossible. Me, is he in Florida right now? Leah, no, he's in Nashville. What's up with this guy? Like, he wants to know location, like every second. Location. No, he's in Nashville. Me, when could I talk to him? Leah, whenever you'd like, no. Whenever you'd like, space, exclamation point. Me, well, I mean, where does he live?
What?
Leah, I tried to figure out where his address, but he literally goes back and forth from his mom and his aunt's house, and I don't know either address, diagonal face.
No face.
Me, well, if you find out those addresses, just let me know. Leah, I will, exclamation point. Me and Marcus went to Portland after school. I took him to see this girl that he is wanting to date, and Marcus met this girl's parents for the first time, and he was very nervous. Me, Marcus, and that girl took a walk. I also put on some romantic music in my car. Dude, could you imagine, like, being Marcus and, like hanging with your dude that you, like, pity, and, like, you're with a girl, and, like, the dude, like, puts on romantic music while you're driving? Like, I'd be like...
He looks over and she like looks back. He's like nods at Marcus.
Like, the least self-aware person on the planet, actually. I rolled down the windows, cranked the music up loud, and they danced to it. On my way back, they danced in the car to it. On my way back, me and Marcus rocked out to the gangsta music in the car. I went to sleep when we got to Marcus' house because I was so tired. September 8th, 2014. I went to school and I was almost late. I had to run some of the time to get there. I texted my dad in the middle of school. This is one of the toughest conversations I've ever had with my father. Me. Hey Dad, when you asked me if I thought you had failed me as a father, it made me think a lot. I need to get this off my chest. I don't think you failed me as a father, but I do think you could have done better, because when I was going through that whole Charlotte incident, and what felt like hell, you did nothing but support me through it.
Wait, he said they didn't.
Or wait, you did nothing but not support me through it. Thomas did nothing but not support me through it either. I still feel pissed off at you about that, and I might hold that against you for the rest of my life if that's the way I prefer it to be. I almost commit suicide when that whole event happened. And you can take it how you want it, but I'm just telling you how I feel, and I'm just telling you the truth. Dad, I'm sorry I hurt you so badly. I want to ask you to forgive me. His dad is like too good of a person. He's literally like... Oh my god. I hope he realizes how fucking idiotic his son is. Thanks for letting me know. I pray that God will heal your heart. I love you. When I got to my third block class, me and the rest of my class got an unexpected surprise from Mr. Fields. He handed us all a sheet of paper that said, Bellringer, 9/8/14. Bullet point. Sit in your new seat. Do not move desks! This is your seat. The rolling chair is not. The back counter is not. Those seating areas must be earned. Place your phone in the phone collection box, not in your pocket. If I see your phone today, it will be taken up and turned in. I will return phones in the box before the end of class. There are changes coming. Unfortunately, the flexibility I've given has been abused by some. This class is primarily for learning geometry. We can goof joke around, and enjoy ourselves, but not at the cost of not being prepared for learning. Everyone in this room is capable of much more than you have shown. If you're not on board with doing what is expected of you, please do not come through my door. Thank you. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
We all signed our name on the line where right next to it said, I understand what Mr. Fields is saying, X. Later on, I went and worked out with the Raiders.
Oh, no. September 10th, 2014. Me and my mom got into an argument about my car. I thought she said she would get the oil changed on it and would ask if I could get it changed, and she would say no because something else would be going on. I said, we need to get my oil in my car changed. If it breaks down, guess whose fault it is? Not going to be, I said. And then she said, Eli, I'm not your employee, and if you want to get your oil changed, you need to take it up there yourself, so don't cop an attitude with me. I'm not copping an attitude with you. I've told you. I need to get the oil changed on my car over and over, and you keep putting it off, I said. Me. Hey, Corey. I was wondering if I could get a ride tomorrow. I have to get the oil changed on my car. Corey. To school? No, like after school. I've not called Jiffy Lube yet, but there's possibility there might be so many cars that they'll leave it there overnight. I'm taking there after school. That's not real. Corey. You just show up at Jiffy Lube and they will take care of the rest, plus I ride the bus. Me. My mom said she took it there one time, but they couldn't do it that day because there was too many cars. You don't think Leah or your mom or your dad can pick me up? Leah is in Nashville, Mom at work, and my dad is in Kentucky doing business. What is Leah doing in Nashville? Making Ray pay stuff? Making him take responsibility? That's good. Yup. Okay, well, thanks anyway. I'd like to talk to Ray. Me personally. September 11th. 9/11. Today is September 11th, 2014. You know what that means? It means it's been 13 years since the plane flew right into the World Trade Center. People have been talking about 9/11 all day today. I fell asleep in the couch chambers class and I missed the bus. Mr. Fields told us what he was doing when 9/11 happened, and he said him and his buddies were working at the factory and they saw it on the news, and our reaction was, oh well, that sucks. And we started laughing because of the way he said it and his tone of voice. Mr. Fields was like, guys, that's not funny. Right when he said that, we all stopped laughing. He's the kind of teacher that is not funny when he gets angry. He was right, but my point still remains. Coach Chambers told me and the rest of the 4th block class he is not going to be in school tomorrow because his mom has an illness. This one dude told me I was being an idiot in geometry class because I was joking around with Martin. I said to the guy who said I was being an idiot, I'm not an idiot, but thank you for your concern. He was starting to make me angry. If he says the wrong thing to me or puts his hands on me, I'm going to fight him. I talked to a friend of mine named Miller Bells in 1st block. In the middle of the conversation, I said, you want to know what you do when I'm alone in my room? He said, I don't want to know. And me and everyone around us started laughing, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, that came out the wrong way, and it sounded wrong. September 14th. Over the last few days, I've been working on my book. I'm always working on my book, and I'm writing every day anyways, but yeah. Today I woke up and I went to church and I kept on looking at this girl that was the daughter of a couple that are friends with my mom. I knew that I wanted to talk to her, but I was scared of getting hurt. She was just like this good looking and athletic person, and so yeah. I wanted to play the drums this morning for church just because I'm really good at playing the drums. And I love to play the drums, and I can't have a drum set at the apartment. From what I know, they have rehearsal for praise worship before the service. I showed up for rehearsal, but they already had someone playing the drums. It was disappointing. I went home and I went to sleep with depression running through my head. I woke up later and I tried to go into one room in the apartment because I knew that my dad was in town. And I also knew that he had some come to church with us. and was in town. I tried to go into this one room in the apartment and it was locked. I had a pretty good idea of what they were doing. You can let your imagination run wild. I saw them come out of the room that was locked. My mom started saying very inappropriate things to me. I was like, Mom, I don't want to know this, and I don't want to hear this, and I don't want to think about this. She was talking about restoring their vows to each other. She told me she was checking out my dad's meat pistol. My dad said he was sorry for embarrassing me. This is why I'm not going to live with my parents the rest of my life. This is indeed the crap I have to deal with. Once when I leave my parents' house, I'm gone. Right after I heard that crap, I put on my tennis shoes, my physical training clothes, I put in some earphones, put on my heavy metal music, and ran 5 miles. September 15th. Yesterday was depressing until after school when I went to Raiders. There's this girl on the Raiders team that people call her Tigger. She is like 5 feet tall. She said hi to me in the hallway this morning when I got to school.
I can't hold this cup in my hand.
I didn't look at her very long.
It's too big for me to hold it.
She was like 5 feet tall. She said hi to me in the hallway this morning when I got to school. I didn't look at her for very long, but she looked pretty in the hallway. So far, no one has even talked to me about the whole Charlotte thing, and no one has touched me physically without my permission, and no one has called... No one has touched me physically without my permission, and no one has called me faggot or gay. As long as no one brings the whole Charlotte thing, touches me physically, or calls me faggot or gay, I'm good. I couldn't really focus because I was depressed and sleep deprived. I didn't sleep very well last night. I must have gotten like 4 hours of sleep. I guess it's one of those days that are depressing. When I got home, I made a protein shake, and then I took a shower and worked on my book. I went to bed at like 8 p.m. because I was so tired. September 16th. I woke up at like 4 a.m. and I got ready to go to school. Martin, who the hell is Martin, asked me what he thought the drama going on at Grant Senior High School today. I replied, for me, I don't know if it's because I'm a senior, but I feel like things have numbed down at Grant Senior High School.
Oh my god, wait, we had a drink for that.
I feel like I'm not having to deal with as much bullshit as I had to deal with back in the day. Although not a day goes by where I don't think about it. I saw Charlotte in the hallway. It was indeed very awkward as I walked past her in the hallway. It's always awkward whenever I walk past Bridget or Charlotte in the hallway. The horrible thing about being in high school is like if someone becomes your enemy freshman year or any other time that you're in high school, unless they move to another school or unless you move to another school, you have to walk past that person in the hallway for the rest of the high school career until you walk across the stage to receive your high school diploma. It's the definition of awkward. Now, changing the subject, Mr. Fields, I would say, has a swagger personality. I don't know if it's that, or if he's just frustrated with his high schoolers. I mean, he is a nice guy. He is not cocky, stuck-up jerk. But he is very confident. He said stuff before, quote-unquote, guys, it's not a rhetorical question, or, really? Or, guys, it's not funny, or, don't be looking at me like your paper on the screen. When he gets serious, everyone shuts up. I'm serious, too. September 17th. I woke up at like 4 in the morning, went for a run, and worked on the novel I'm working on, and I went to school, and the day was boring for the most part. I went early for tutoring with Mr. Fields. I took the bus that came around 7 a.m. After that, I went to class, and that day was boring, except for Coach Chambers' class. I went to Coach Chambers' class, and one of the other basketball coaches was there for like 50 minutes, and there's this dude who I think is mentally retarded or autistic or something, and I'm being serious right now. I'm not trying to sound like a bully or sound judgmental, I'm being dead serious right now. He started asking the sub a bunch of personal questions like, do you smoke? Or, do you think smoking makes you cool? Or, have you used a condom? Coach Chambers came into the classroom later, and he started explaining why he was leaving the job. His job at Grant Senior High School. He said that him and the rest of his family had wanted to move to Florida for a very long time. And he was finally in a position to make that happen.
Bigger.
He said he was doing what feels like is best for him and the rest of his family. It's understandable. September 18th. I went to school, and after school the whole Raiders team was learning navigation. I got Tigger's number. Her real name is Piper. I went back to the apartment after that, worked on my book, and did an abdominal workout, and went for a run. Me. Hey, are you doing anything tomorrow? Piper, I'm going to the football game. You should come. Me? Oh, I don't go to any high school football games. Piper, why not? Me, I had a really bad thing happen to me when I was a sophomore in high school.
Whoa.
Piper,
Mysterious.
oh, I'm sorry. Did you like the orienting today? Yeah, it was interesting. I actually really pretty good at it. What was your pace count? 63. Mine was 56. What was it running? Nice. I know that if I go do something that evening, you probably aren't going to want to join me because you don't know me that well and you have not reached that point of trust in me yet. And Piper, you can ask me anything. And if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Sorry, I was in a ceremony and you're so sweet. You seem like a wonderful person. Thanks. No problem, smiley face. September 19th. I got angry that morning when I saw that Charlotte was someone you could vote for to be prom queen for this year's prom.
What makes you... What made him angry about that?
I felt like hitting someone, but I was able to control my temper. I told Coach Davison that I was not going to vote, and he was cool with it. Violet got angry at a student in 4th block. The student's name is Kurt. He's basically telling someone what to do and was complaining about something almost every single day. I can't blame her, honestly. Violet said to him, I'm tired of hearing you complain about almost everything every day. And Kurt got angry and he went out in the hallway and Coach Chambers said, she's right, Kurt. Violet yells when she gets angry. What the fuck was the point of that? After school, I went to Marcus's apartment. I stopped at the gas station near my apartment and got a 20-ounce Red Bull. Me and him are hanging out at his house for around an hour. My mom gave me $20 today. She will sometimes give me money out of her wallet, just because she worries about me enough as it is. She not only struggles with depression, but she also struggles with anxiety. Me and him decided that we were going to go to the streets of Indian Lake to eat at Buffalo Wild Wings. Tonight I met Marcus's stepbrother. His name is Terrell. We ate there. There were also 2 black females that joined us.
What?
Which I don't mind having females around at all. We all got into deep conversation about how we feel the school system for Summer County is broken as far as how they handle bullying. Man, a few weeks ago, the way that some of those kids were acting towards Marcus when that incident with Kurt happened was pissing me off, I said. What happened? Asked Terrell. They were about to fight over a charger, like you just take someone that's not yours. If it was me, I would have punched him in the face, I said. You would have gotten suspended and probably arrested, he said. No, I wouldn't have been arrested, but I would have been suspended. If someone takes something from you that belongs to you, that's stealing. Stealing is a crime, bottom line, I said. It also pisses me off the way some of those teachers act. Just the way that they be talking sometimes. It just sounds retarded and fake, I said. I'm not gonna disagree with you on that, said Terrell. Why didn't y'all go to the game tonight? One of the girls said. Why didn't y'all go to the game tonight? It's honestly complicated, but I'll try to be as brief and straight to the point as possible. I was bullied for years by football players. Some of those people that I bullied by are still in the football team. I'm not going to support a bunch of people who give big bodies but small minds and act like a bunch of cocky assholes, I said. Yeah, man, one of the reasons I got into mixed martial arts is because I was being bullied myself, and I want to know how to defend myself. I will say, if it wasn't for boxing, I probably wouldn't be so good at destroying like I am, said Terrell. That's the same reason I took some self-defense classes for a temporary period of time. But anyways, so yeah, people be talking about getting pumped on and getting fucking school spirit. It would be what anyone else wants me to be. I'm not afraid to be myself. I'm not going to apologize for anyone for being myself. Some athletes I've discovered are bullies, and I myself have been bullied before by athletes. You want me to go into school gymnasium when a prep rally is going on and get hyped up about a sport and get full school spirit? You won't even get hyped up about my music career. You won't even get hyped up about my writing career. You won't even get hyped up about me wanting to join the military. I honestly feel like it's all full of shit. I said, fuck school spirit. Fuck Grant Senior High School. I said. Terrell had a beer in his hand. I'll drink to that, he said. Let's raise our glasses real fast, I said. I said, to giving the middle finger to school spirit. Cheers. Cheers, everyone said. We all bumped each other's drinks and drank. I was drinking a Coke. As we drove back to Marcus's apartment, they started talking about sex while I remained silent. Terrell out of nowhere asked me, Yo, Eli, have you ever had a girl suck your dick? It feels amazing, said Terrell. Okay, first of all, I don't have a dick. I have a meat pistol, and it shoots my DNA, I said. Everyone busted out laughing, including myself. But no, I haven't, I said. After that, they continued with their conversation. I continued to remain silent. I went home later because I was starting to feel tired. September 20th. I went to Marcus's place, and me and Marcus and Terrell went to Sean's apartment. Sean is Marcus's cousin. We hung out there for an hour or two. Sean was at the same apartment complex that Terrell was. Terrell asked me how I met Marcus and Sean. I told him I met Marcus at the high school we attend, and I met Sean through hanging out with Marcus. After that, me, Marcus, and Terrell and Sean went to downtown Nashville uncapitalized. We were just walking around and talking. I guess you could say it was like walking on the treadmill. Me and the rest of the group decided to go through this alleyway, and this homeless dog ended up barking at us, and we thought the dog was going to chase us, so we ran as fast as we could out of that alleyway. Terrell and Marcus decided to keep walking through Nashville. For some reason, they were really horny, lol. Sean wanted to walk back to the corridor. I didn't want to let him walk by himself because of how protective of a person I am, and I was like 30 to 45 minute walk. We got back into the 2001 Nissan Altima. Man, I'm pissed off that I have to pay $10 to give you gas money, he said. I'm sorry, I said. No, I'm not pissed off at you. I'm pissed off at fucking Tyrell because he didn't tell me shit about it. Yo, they need to hurry the fuck up, I said. Eli, where did you go when you left, he said. I moved to Louisiana and then I came back here, I said. With everything that was going on before I left to a certain extent, I felt like it was for the best, I said. Oh yeah, I heard you were dealing with so much bullshit before you left, he said. I was, and I was so close to committing suicide that year, I said. Whoa, spelled wrong again. Hold up, how did this happen? Well, it was kind of a long story, but if you're willing to listen, I'll tell you, I said. I knew you were hurting, but damn, I didn't know it was that severe, but sure, let's hear it, he said. Well, what happened is, I met this girl named Charlotte, and she was really hot. She had these really massive, good-looking boobs and this really fine-ass booty. She had really built legs and really good eye contact. Her hair was just amazingly blonde, and she had this really sexy, high-pitched voice. Her smile, her everything just gave me the chills and made my heart race. I pursued her for like 2 weeks, and I asked her out over the phone. I thought she said she would go out with me, but obviously I misunderstood what she told me. I tried to kiss her at school as a result of that conversation I had with her over the phone. Later on my birthday too, the guidance counselor called me to her office and told me to stay away from her and not to speak to her. I was going to do that, but then a guy who used to be friends with me lied to me and told me she really wanted to talk to her when she really was not the case. So I continued to pursue her. And a few days later, the school cops pulled me into the office and my father's sitting right there. And he tells me I'm not allowed to have any contact with her. After that conversation, I felt like shit hit the fan. Charlotte started going around school saying things about me that were not true. Random students would bully me during school about it. Even a teacher bullied me about it. My parents, some if not most of the time, were not supporting me while I was having grief. As a matter of fact, there were times they were emotionally and verbally abusive towards me. My parents are also Christians, so that's pretty hypocritical coming from them. All of that pretty much made me feel like a worthless piece of shit. There were times when I had thoughts about committing suicide. Later on, I moved to Louisiana, so yeah. After all that happened, I left the Christian faith. I've been so angry at all those people who hurt me for so long. Right now, I'm deciding whether I should forgive all those people who hurt me or to hold a grudge against them for the rest of my life. Ever since that Charlotte thing happened, my attitude towards all those people has been going on. I'm going to hold what they did to me against them for the rest of my life if I feel it needs to be. I'm thinking about going camping sometime and putting their names on pieces of paper and then burning that piece of paper in a symbolism of forgiving them and deciding to follow Jesus. In other words, returning to the Christian faith, I said. Damn, that's fucked up. I'm sorry all that happened to you, man, and we'll do what we want to do, man. If there's anything I want you to take from this, it's nothing that is worth taking your own life over, and there are other girls out there, I said. Is she a preppy girl, he asked. She's a bitch, I said. But is she a preppy girl, he asked. She's a bitch, I said. Okay, I'll take that as a yes, he said. Yeah, I understand, man. It's frustrating when you pursue someone and they don't feel the same way about you, he said. Hell yeah, it is. I have no reason to be embarrassed about what happened, but all those motherfuckers do. I'm so over it, though. Whenever I walk through the hallways and see those motherfuckers, I don't want to cry anymore. It's just awkward. I walk around school like I'm the shit because I'm a boss, I said. I was so tired when I was driving home. We were listening to the gangster rap music going there and coming back. I was so tired when I was driving home that I felt like I just got back in town from a long night drive. I drove everyone back to their places. Marcus got his stuff and we went over to his place. We were so tired we both barely said anything at all. When we got back to my apartment, I was still hungry, and so I decided to get Mom's debit card from her purse and go to McDonald's to get something to eat. She usually tells me to use her card whenever I ask for it, so I just took it without even asking. Kind of a badass. Lamar went with me. Who's Lamar? And I got him a vanilla milkshake, and I got me a meal. After that, me and Lamar went back to my apartment and we went to sleep. While Marcus, Sean, and Terrell were walking through downtown Nashville, Piper texted me. Piper, hey. Me, what's up? Piper, picking out clothes, how about you? Me, I'm about to go hang out with my homeboy Marcus. Piper, lovely, I'm going to the mall. Rivergate? Yep. What are you looking to buy? I don't know, haha, just walking around. Who are you with? I'm going to be with a friend of mine. From who or where do you know this person? JROTC. Is that her nickname? It's his last name. What? Yeah. Oh, well, that explains everything. By the way, he's not like a boyfriend. He's like our brother. How old are you, just out of curiosity? Piper, 14.
Oh!
What?
He's 18. He's 18.
14. His response, when do you turn 15?
What?
January, how old are you? 18. Oh, cool, yeah, probably have no interest in me now, haha. It's funny that you say that, because I had a similar thought. Great minds think a lot alike. Well, this is a random question. What kind of music do you like? Where are you? Downtown Nashville. Damn. Yeah, me and my brother homeboys and walking around for hours, and just for the record, this was not my idea. Piper, I was going to stop by if you were around us. Wait, are you in downtown Nashville? No, I'm around Rivergate. Oh, so have I gained your trust to hang out with me outside of school? Piper, yeah. Well, I'm glad you trust me, by the way. I want to drive if you want me and my partners to come with you. I figured you drove. I've been driving around for around 18 months. Well, do you want to hang out tonight or tomorrow or some other time? Probably not tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I thought so. Unless you want to come back our way, I'm not home yet. Where are you now? Hendersonville. What time do you need to be picked up? Don't worry about it. As in what? I'm being made to go home as my dad can get beer. Can. Huh? Your dad is a drinker? Yeah, he dips and drinks. Does he hurt you physically or emotionally?
How do you go from that to that?
No, my brother did though, actually. He does or used to. He's in rehab in California. Who? My brother. And how do you feel? And how do you feel about that? It's better than him here always drunk and hurting me. Hold on. Is your dad trying to get sober? Why are you being forced to go home? No, my dad called my mom, who's driving me around, and said that he's hungry and to come home so I can eat and bring him beer. Well, I've been in a similar situation that you're in, but my two oldest brothers are both stoners, drinkers, and smokers, and they used to mess with me a lot when I was younger, but it's different now. I can relate to what's going through.
And smokers?
I'm sorry. You should go and hang out with your friends. I don't want to distract you. You're not distracting me. To tell you the truth. We're just walking around and we're not really doing anything. Alright then, how's your day been? Interesting. Like 8 dots. Why interesting? A lot of events have happened today. Ah, good. My friends are doing weird shit. My friends do weird shit all the time. What do they do? They just act crazy. Yeah, same. Do you live in Gallatin or Hendersonville? Gallatin. I live in the apartments next to Grant Senior Middle School. I used to live in those apartments. How did you like it? I liked it. My parents didn't. How long have you been living in Sumner County? 2 years. A little over 5 years for me. Where are you? I was born in Nashville, Tennessee. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's about you. I was born in Atlanta, Georgia. How was it in Atlanta? I was too young to remember living there. When I was like 2, I moved to Yorkville, Georgia. Do you like it in Sumner County? Yeah, it's cool. At first, I hated it. Yeah, there's some real douchebags in Sumner County, FYI. Believe me, I know. September 21st. What was the point of that conversation? September 21st, 2014. Sunday, me and Marcus went with Mom to church. It was kind of awkward because Marcus is not too religious, but I'm not either. After church, me and Marcus and my mom went Black Eyed Peas to get something to eat. Went to Black Eyed Peas? Is that a restaurant? Probably. After that, me and Marcus decided to go hang out with Marcus's girlfriend. Me and Marcus went to Marcus's girlfriend's house. And Sally's who's Sally? Father asked us, am I my brother's keeper? Marcus didn't know what to answer was, and I had my iPhone in front of me. I tried to look it up, and Sally's father guessed I was doing that, and he guessed correctly. And we all busted out laughing in the room. Marcus said yes, and he got it right. What the fuck did I just read? Me, Marcus, and Sally, who the hell is Sally, went to the park in Portland. Before we went to the park, I said to them, guys, it's really hot outside. I really don't feel like getting roasted alive. So I went, Sally, out of the kindness of her heart, gave me more money to get an energy drink. And so we did. I went and I got an energy drink. I was about to take Sally and Marcus to Marcus's apartment so that Sally could meet Marcus's mom, and I realized she had to be home by a certain time, so we didn't have time for her to meet his mom. I took them both home and then went home as well.
Okay.
Okay. In the middle of the whole day, I started randomly texting Piper. Randomly. Hey, would you be down to chill today? What would we do? Me and my partner were going to the Portland. And do what? Marcus and I were going to go to his girlfriend's house. I'll have to ask. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Okay, if your parents need to meet me, then I don't have a problem with meeting them. My dad said no. Question mark emoji block. Does he need to meet me? I think he's just worried it will happen again. What will happen again? An ex tried to rape me. Whoa, what?
Whoa.
WOE on all caps. With an interrobang at the end. Yeah, my ex, who goes to station camp, tried to rape me. Well, just for the record, I think I should go ahead and tell you that I'm a virgin. I'm waiting till I'm married to have sex. So trust me. Because of what happened. Because of what happened, I'm pretty scared of sex. Well, I would never do that to you, but I know that actions speak louder than words, and I'm sorry that happened to you. It's okay, I'm just glad you didn't blame it on me. What? It wasn't your fault. Stuff happens. He made the choice. He didn't make the choice for him. And to be honest with you, I wish I could jump through the phone and give you a hug.
Oh my God.
Thank you for that. It means a lot. Is there anything I can do to build trust with your family? Maybe next weekend you come over and they could see how you are, and it really hurt me. It's really just my dad. Okay, that works. I gotta start somewhere. To groom you. I'm sorry. I think you're a great guy. Hey, you have Facebook? Yes. What should I look up on Facebook to find you? Piper York. What time do you actually go to school in the morning? 7:35 typically. Where in the school do you usually hang out? Are you planning on joining the army?
What the fuck?
Outside the lunchroom or in the ROTC room? I don't know. I might join another branch or not join at all. I'm doing Army Infantry, and I'm hoping I can become an Army Special Forces combat diver.
Woo!
That sounds pretty cool. But depending on how I feel emotionally after doing 3 tours in combat, I might not do Green Berets. You have it all figured out. When I leave the army, I might try to become a bouncer or security guard as a part-time job, of course. That sounds fun. Yeah, let's hope I don't get hit in the head with a beer bottle. That hurt. So I hope not. Yeah, I have so much work to do for class. Do you want to resume talking later? No, I'm putting it all off. What? What year were you born? 2000? Month and day?
Whoa!
January 19th. I'm only 3 years, 4 months, and 22 days older than you are. Well, you have it down to the exact.
Hey, I'm only 3 years older than you.
I'm only 3 years, 4 months, and 22 days older than you.
Counting, though.
Who's counting? It's just a number.
And he's like 18 or 19 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Allegedly.
Piper.
It's
Well,
not 20.
Well, you have it down to the exact. Sure do. So if you and me
Sure
start,
do.
so if you and me started dating, we would not be breaking the law.
Bro, what?
Yes, you would.
Ain't no way, ain't no way, ain't
Okay.
no way.
Indeed, age isn't a huge thing for me. I don't think that there's a huge deal about 3 years in between.
Bro, of course a kid would think that.
She's 14. Okay.
Wait, she's 14.
Yes.
15, maybe.
Well, she's 14. She just said she was 14 like 5 lines ago.
Oh my god.
September 22nd. I told my mom about Piper and she thought she was really cute. I had a conversation with Piper for like 30 to 40 minutes this morning. She was telling me about the game and this dude in GRTC messed with her, and I don't think she went into detail about it, so I don't know much about it. And I've known her for that long, and she is not my girlfriend, so I'm not going to do anything. What? She was not talking about the game, and she's not talking to someone else. I told her about what I did that weekend, and she told me what she did that weekend. I told her about me being in the hospital and struggling with grief and depression at the same time.
Grief over what?
Why was he in the hospital? September 23rd. Who cares? After Raiders practice, Piper told me I was not walking home when I told her I was walking home. Huh? And Mother took us to Sonic, and she has both got some ice cream. That was nice! Exclamation point. When we were in the parking lot of Sonic, just talking for like an hour, I think Piper said something like, "It's the power of the boobs."
Ooh,
And it was kind of awkward but attractive at the same time.
it was kind of awkward, but attractive at the same time.
I like girls who are weird like that.
Bigger.
I told them about my experience at YCP, and her mother was telling me about Piper and about her dad and about her brother and about how tall he is, and told her about my what? My goals and what to do with her life. Piper looked at me and said, "Quit being quiet. Stop it." I tried to speak more often. There was no quotations in that old. Me and Piper texted each other. Here we go. Why were you in the hospital? When? Oh, I just saw a photo of you on Facebook of you in the hospital. Well, I've been to the hospital twice since school started. This first is a huge story. The second is because I have testing done because they thought my kidneys are failing. So how did you like the songs? Wow. Wow. Fucking prick. I like them. Did your mom like me? Yes. What did she say about me? She said you're sweet, quiet, and quirky. I'm looking forward to coming the weekend. I just have to convince my dad. Well, hopefully that'll be easier to do since your mom has met me. Would you ever date me? We were just talking about the fact that I like you this morning in our status relationship way. The girl. Oh, I'm dumb. I think you left out some dialogue on accident here. It's just her talking 3 times in a row.
Maybe he meant to put his name
Yeah.
somewhere.
And he's like, well, would you? She said, prob. September 25th. I listened to The Perks of Being a Wallflower.
There it is.
Oh!
It's one of my favorite books. I'm going to be doing a report on it once I'm through reading it. I texted Piper today. Hey Piper, I'm just checking up on you to make sure you're okay if you need anything and to see if we're on for Saturday. Not Saturday, because honestly I'm swamped with work. You're not going to be available Friday or Saturday. Sunday, no. TMIDK? Okay, well, if you can just let me know. Oh, and just so you know, I respect you.
No, just so you know, I respect.
I respect you, dude.
Just
26.
Let me fuck you.
I went to tutoring in the morning to Mr. Fields' class, and then when the bell rang, I went to see Piper for like 5 minutes. I told her that I was just checking up on her. When I got home, it was depressing because I was in an apartment by myself because my mom was out of town at a conference or something. I was watching Defiance and stopped watching it around halfway through and just sat there for a few hours. I felt like a loser that was sitting around an apartment for hours by myself. I was waiting for someone to call or something. I went to bed at like 10, I think it was, and I worked on my book. I also checked the Piper today. I'm glad. Hey, I don't know if I asked you this, but do you like scary movies or scary places?
Whoa.
Yes? Do you want to watch romantic movies? Not really. Do you like going for long walks? Yes. Do you play instrument, or do you write poetry, songs, short stories, or novels? Have you been in a play, or do you paint, sculpt, or draw? I write stories, I used to be in plays, and I like to paint. OMG! Exclamation, like 18 exclamation points and a smiley face. What? No explanation, or no punctuation. Me, personally, I believe people who are musicians, writers, dancers, actors, and artists feel things differently than people who are not those things do. Not those things do!
Oh my goodness.
Piper, me. Well, I should probably let you get back to work. I just wanted to ask those questions. September 27th. I was writing my book, and later on I went to see Marcus at 4 p.m. I told Marcus that I was thinking about a lot about Piper. I told him, it sucks that she's not here with us, man. We went to Sally's house, we went to pick up Sean, we went to Marcus's place, we went to Dairy Queen, and I got something to eat. I got Marcus vanilla milkshake, and I got Sean an Oreo milk blizzard. And Marcus and Sean were telling me and Sally about all these parties they have gone to and about times they've ran from the cops. After we ate at Dairy Queen, we went back to the apartment. We watched A Walk to Remember. We took Sally home. On the way back, I asked them, do you guys ever get tired of listening to all the gangsta shit all the time? They said, no, not really, Sean said. Man, that's gotta be more to life than this, I said. Huh? September 29th. I got on Facebook and I saw that she has gone to the movies with a friend when she had told me that she had work. She told me she would not let me know if we hung out. And so, yeah, it provoked me to anger.
What?
Me. He's texting her again. Me. Why didn't you tell me you were hanging with Lee? Piper, question mark. Me. The day before yesterday. Oh, Mom surprised me at the break and going to a movie. So why didn't you tell me? Mom set it up with Seaborn. So why didn't you tell me?
It's like as soon as like he takes interest in somebody, he's basically dating. Like what,
Literally.
What did he tell me? Like MVP.
No, so this interaction, it literally feels like the gender roles are reversed here with Piper. It's so fucking funny. Because, like, Piper, didn't think it was important. Well, it's important to me. You didn't think I deserved to know that. You thought that little of me that you couldn't have just told me? Whoa, calm down. Well, how would you have felt if I did that to you? I would have been okay. Well, I would just like to say that I feel hurt and that I can't believe that this is happening. What's happening? This. Calm down. No, I'm not gonna calm down. You told me that we were swarmed with work and that you couldn't hang out with me, and yet, when that happened, you decided not to say anything to me, and you knew how I felt, and you allowed me to feel that way. I wasn't the one who did it. I didn't know I had to check in with you either. Well, if something like that happens, I expect you to say something. Well, what was I supposed to say? Oh, by the way, my mom set up in the hanging with Lee, bye? Yes, you could have invited me along too. My mother set it up last minute. So you're telling me I would have not had time to make it to the movie theater? You could have at least told me the situation was... You're blowing this way out of proportion. Well, it may seem that way to you, but this is a really big deal to me because I care about you a lot. It's not like you informed me of what you did this weekend, so why flip out? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I'm talking about the fact that you knew I wanted to hang out with you, and you went to the movie theater and said nothing to me. I'm over this conversation, sorry. I didn't know I needed to inform you what I do 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I never said you needed to inform me on what to do 24/7. If this is the way you're going to treat me, I don't want to be associating with you for having this conversation face to face. I would have not yelled at you. I'm not going to yell at you, and I expect you to not yell at me again. I care about you a lot. I don't want you to walk away from you. I wasn't yelling at you. Well, saying that you are over this conversation hurts me. I'm over arguing. Well, when people have problems, they work things out. They talk to each other. Well, like, everyone is mad at me right now. I don't really know what to talk it out. I just want to be away from everything. Well, if I hurt you emotionally, I would apologize to you. I said sorry. Well, it didn't seem that way to me. But now that you have communicated to me that you are sorry for what you did, I forgive you. And like I said, I care about you a lot. And I'm not about to give up on you. How do you type that and not realize you're the simpy fucking piece of shit? Like, oh my god. Lee. Hi, Eli? Me. Who is this? It's Piper's friend Lee. It's Piper's friend Lee. I want to say sorry. What did she do, huh? You... Wait. You and her went to the movie theater the day before yesterday, and she knew that I wanted to hang out with her
What did you
that
do,
day,
Ma?
and yet she did not say anything to me about it. I'm sorry, it's because I asked her Thursday, sorry, and she wanted her gay friend. Hold on, she asked you Thursday, so she was lying to me completely when she said it was the last minute when you guys went to the movie theater? Okay, that was actually me lying, lol. I wanted you to think it was your fault so you weren't mad at her. Look, she didn't even think about it, and it was last second. Look, she's yours Friday. Look, she didn't mean to, okay? Huh?
Question mark?
What? Anyway, but hey, let me introduce myself. My name is Elijah Vincent. I'm Lee. I hope you don't mind if I save your contact on my phone. I do not. By the way, you know not to be intimidated by me, right? You know I'm gay, right? Yeah, Piper told me about you. And by the way, I'm not going to harass you 24/7 for being gay. I'm not going to hate you for being gay.
Wow.
You realize that ever harass me for being gay, Bree would probably hate you, right? I did not know that, but thank you for telling me. You make me a little... You can make a little joke about it every now and then, just so you don't be mean. Oh, I've been bullied for years, so I know that it is like you don't have to worry about that, huh? And just so you know, I'm not gonna like hit on you. I'm not like that. So do you have a crush on Piper? Yeah, pretty big one. She's not like most of the girls I've met. I put what, underage to the right?
What? Underage?
And Lee's like, she's great. And you're like, I love the fact that she's weird. That is one thing that really attracts me to her. Yeah, I love her too. Just know that I'm always gonna love her more. Well, I don't know how you feel about her, so I don't know how to respond to that. I'm gay. I don't like romantic. I mean, like, I love her as a friend a lot more than anyone. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Hey, do you think I should give Piper some space before I try to start a conversation with her again? Say, like, one day. Yeah.
Say like 1 day space.
So, like, 1 day of space, maybe?
That's a lot.
That's a lot, right?
Neat.
That's a lot, right? Oh my god. October 1st.
Right.
I went to Mr. Field's room that morning. He told me that I had a meeting to attend about my IEP. So I went to the IEP meeting. IEP stands for Individualized Education Program. The meeting touched the topics of plans after high school and what will happen for me as far as my education for the rest of my final year in high school. Coach Chambers, the vice principal, the guidance counselor, the school psychologist, and my mom and I were at the meeting. They had nothing but good things to say about me. Coach Chambers was talking to me about the letter that I gave him. He said a lot of things. I'll tell you what I remember for the best of my ability. Please don't. I knew that he had talked to my mom about the letter. He said, now about the letter. Eye contact, please. I immediately looked at him. I began to cry. I couldn't stop the tears from flowing even if I tried.
What?
When I was reading all of this, what really caught my attention the most was when I read this word, he said. He took a pen and underlined the word suicide. My mother-in-law had a brain tumor and she died. A few months after that, my father-in-law couldn't take it anymore and ended up taking his life, he said. As I was crying, my mother put her arm around me. Coach Chambers started talking about when I was said, love gets you hurt, trust gets you killed, being real gets you hated, he said. Love is always going to get you hurt. It's making us both hurt right now in this room. And trust, it's not always going to get you killed. He told me later on in this conversation, you are one of a kind. I gave him a goodbye hug. I went to the Raiders, and then I got home. What the hell's the Raiders? I got home. My mom and I got into an argument about me working on the English project. I was like, "It's my grade, is it not?" She was like, "Well, with all due respect, I've gone out of my way to get you here, Mom. I've been working hard since we moved back here. I want to graduate, and I know that I have to get this done. I'm gonna make it happen, Mom." October 2nd. I went to Raiders and talked to Piper for the first time face to face as we had the argument. She was scratching my right arm in my bicep area, and she was like, does that feel weird? I said, hey, are you angry with me? What? No, she said, so you wouldn't mind if I came to the bond fire? B-O-N-D? I asked. No, she said, what time does it start on Saturday, and what is the address of the party? I asked. I'll text you later, she said. And Piper, I'm really sorry about all the bullshit you had to go through with some people you got dated in the past. I can't imagine what you must be feeling right now. You deserve better than this. It's okay, I just try to forget it, said Piper. I'm gonna miss you so much tomorrow night. If there's anything you need, I won't be far away. I said, thank you, she said. Piper texted me then when and where it was later that evening. October 3rd, 2014. An old friend of mine named Drake got back into contact with me. He'd been wanting to hang out with me for the past few months. He just kept putting off hanging out with me because he has such a busy schedule. Today I went to the library and I worked on my novel. Mr. Fields just happened to come up to the library. He was asking what I was doing and I told him what I was doing, and me and him got into good conversation. I told him I was writing a book and he got really thrilled. He had heard about the stuff I wrote in Mr. Stevens' class when I was a sophomore in high school. He was super thrilled. He informed me that I would like a copy of my book once I get done with it. There was a prep rally going on today. I wasn't even about to go and support a bunch of football players who act like a bunch of cocky jerks. I went to the bathroom and a teacher caught me in the bathroom. He was like, "Why are you in here?" I was like, "Does it matter?" Surprisingly, I was pretty calm when I had this conversation with him. He commanded me to go to the main office. What? Why? I had a conversation with the office lady. I told her what was going on. She said, "No need to go to the prep rally. I'm not babysitting anyone." "Excuse me? You don't need to babysit me. I'm a grown man," I said. "You know I could write you up for this. I'm going to tell someone about this," I said. "That's fine with me," I said. After that, I walked out of the office like a boss. I leaned against a wall outside the gym. I was listening to Eminem. I was ready to fight someone who was going to try to physically force me into the gym. The head principal came out into the hallway to talk to me. He told me the next time to just go to his office and they would give me a quiet place to go. After school, I picked up my friend Drake because he said he wanted to hang out. Me and him went to the movie theater to get tickets to go see Annabelle. At first, we went to the streets of Indian Lake. Drake didn't have an identification card at him, so we couldn't buy the ticket. So we decided we were going to get something to eat at Buffalo Wild Wings. We were listening to heavy metal in the car with the windows rolled down. We ended up getting into a conversation about girls at school. It sucks that I got rejected by both Charlotte and Carrie, but later on I found out that both of them ended up becoming slutty. Who's Carrie?
What?
Who's Carrie? Is that the girl's real name again?
Who's carrying what?
It's probably Bridget's real name. I won't be surprised if they end up married 3 or 4 times and they reach adulthood. To be more specific, I found out that Carrie ended up having a threesome with 2 guys on the baseball team. Plus, Carrie disrespected me on Twitter. She made a whole post about me. Charlotte also didn't treat me well either. And well, if that's the way they are, then I do not want to marry either one of them for sure, I told him. "Man, have you had sex yet?" Yes! Literally, a pause, and he's like staring at Caleb, and he's like, "Man, have you had sex yet?" "I think you already know the answer to that," I said. "You have."
Good answer.
"You have," he said. "No, I haven't," I said. "You're still a virgin?" he said. "You're goddamn right I'm a virgin. I'm saving myself for my wife," I said. "Man, I want to get as much pussy as I can before I get married. But yeah, Charlotte and Carrie are both bitches, man. And may I say I'm glad you ended up going out with Charlotte. I feel like that happened to you, you would have turned into a preppy asshole," he said. "Well, thank you," I said. After the meal, we went to the movie theater in Gallatin. They don't check for ID cards there. Why would they for a movie? And while we went there to see that movie, he paid for my movie ticket, so that was awesome. I thanked him, of course. After the movie, I took him home, and I went home myself, and I went to bed. October 4th. I met up with Piper at 5 p.m. at a gas station. At 5 or 6 other people were there. I was following her. Why was that relevant? I was following her mom and her for the rest of her friends that were in the one car. All of a sudden, we got to a red light. Piper jumped out of her mom's car and got into my car, and it was an amazing feeling. She smiled at me, and she was like, "Hey," my heart started racing and I couldn't stop smiling. We had a conversation, and everything felt natural. I just had a nice casual conversation with her, without even trying. We played Truth or Dare, Never Have I Ever, Spin the Bottle, and then I started playing with a Ouija board. Then I started playing the Ouija board. I headed outside to my car.
Wait, hold on.
I guess they were at a party, but he failed to type that line of dialogue in. When we played Truth or Dare, one of the dares was for Brie to kiss my neck for 30 seconds, and she did it, and it felt amazing. When we played spin, I gotta get a fucking Camus pants. When we played spin the bottle, she kissed her friends that were girls on the lips. It was hilarious. She also grabbed her boobs at one point for no reason as well, lol. I had to use the bathroom 3 to 4 times because I drank so much tea and water. Probably to jerk off to. She took a call from her brother who was in rehab. She started crying and she went up to the house. I sat there for like 10 seconds after she went into the house, and then I got up and saw her. I said in a concerned voice, "Are you okay?" She nodded yes, and then I hugged her. We drove back to the gas station, and Piper rode with me. I opened the door for her. We were talking, and I said, "Will you go on a date with me?" She looked at me and said, "Sure, if I can go." We had a very intelligent and fact-based conversation. I told her more stories about the Youth Challenge program. I told her about stories about when I got bullied. It was time to leave. I gave Piper a hug. I kissed her on her head. When I got home, I went to bed. I texted her afterwards. "Hey, when can I meet your dad?" Piper, okay. Tomorrow? Honestly, Piper, I could have not asked for a better night. I got on Facebook and I saw that Ray is helping Leah with the baby. I texted Leah. So is Ray manning up to the situation? Slowly but surely, yes. That's good. He's the father of a child. Something tells me that somewhere deep down in his heart, he's still in love with you. And growing up without a father is something no one should have to go through. I'm glad to hear the good news. Ah, thanks, Eli. That's so sweet. It means a lot. I just hope he stays this way. ... Some people change only for a little while they go back to their old ways, but I hope he's different. Yeah, me too, Leah. Hey, I know that I'm not your son's father, but I do know that he is going to need a friend support group growing up, and I'm basically asking your permission if I can be on one of his friend support list. Of course. October 5th. Hey, Piper, I don't want to annoy you, so I'm just going to let you tell me what day and what time works best for you. Piper, Eli? Me, hey. Piper, can we talk? Me, okay. I don't think this will work out.
Yeah,
What do you mean? Like, us? What makes you say that? It's not going to work out. How can you tell me that and we not even taking a shot at this? I just want to be friends. Goodbye, Piper. Why goodbye? After this conversation, I took my mom's car for a drive, and I told her that I was just going for a drive. I cried as I drove and went to the streets of Indian Lake, and I parked in that parking lot, and I cried. She told me not to feel like I was never going to have a relationship with a girl like that, and she was trying to tell me to have an open heart. Mama, just put yourself in my shoes, okay? I've been rejected by girls for years. I have not had a single girlfriend yet. I've been bullied for years. I haven't even had my first kiss yet. A girl put a restraining order on me. I'm just tired of all these difficulties. I've been waiting for years for things to get better. Like, when are things going to get better? She didn't really know what to say after I said that. I decided I was going to go somewhere to hang out because I didn't want to go back to the apartment, and my mom asked where I was going to go, and I said I don't want to know what I'm going to go. I have to go to go? What? I texted Leah. Hey Leah, are you home? Aw, no, I just left. Woo, hun. I just had a bad thing happen to me. I need someone to go to process things. Oh, hun, are you okay? I'm devastated, so that would be a no. What happened, sweetheart? Even if I'm not home, we're here for you, and your family is too. So can I go to your house even though you're not there? What?
How did you go from that to that?
What? This girl that I was talking to just told me that she wanted to be friends, and I asked her out, and she said yes. Oh, honey, of course you can go over there. You're like family to us. And oh my gosh, are you serious? That's awful. Why? I don't know. That's a really good question because I don't know. That's so crappy on her part. Like, that's so mean to do. Yeah, it sucks. Hey, Leah, are you gonna be back before midnight tonight? I'm not that sure. I went over to Corey's house, and I had dinner with them.
Sure.
I told them what was going on. I even heard Corey say stuff like, oh, don't cry over it, man. There are girls out there. Don't even waste your time on her. I said, Mr. Jackson said, it's not that big of a deal. Corey's sister Emma said that it's a learning experience. I talked to him, and he talked to me. We listened to some music, and then I went home after that. I got like 5 hours of sleep. October 6th. I got like 5 hours of sleep last night. I couldn't stop thinking about me and Corey went to the streets of Indian Lake and we walked to Walmart. We ended up getting into a sword fight with these toy swords that were plastic. We walked back to the movie theater. We went and saw the movie called The Equalizer. Corey was playing with this drone when he got there later that night. That's the whole day. October 7th. I went to see the dermatologist and me and Mom were talking about me and Piper. I hung out with Marcus and Drake. I told Drake what happened and he encouraged me to drive to Piper's house. What? My emotions got the best of me and I drove to Piper's house with Drake and Marcus. And me and Piper had a face-to-face conversation. And just to say the least, that conversation didn't go very well. When I got in the car, I was weeping. They both asked me what was wrong. I told them what happened. After I dropped them off at their place, I went home. I went into my room and cried. My mom heard me crying and she hugged me, and I was crying. I walked around my apartment complex for 2 to 3 hours straight just listening to music. I've been listening to a lot of music lately to try to get my mind off of things. My mom asked me if I was suicidal tonight. I told her that I was having some unwanted suicidal thoughts, but I also told her that I was not going to try to hurt myself. I slept terrible that night. That night was probably one of the worst nights of sleep I've ever had in my life. October 11th. I ended my friendship with Piper.
No.
Oh my god, what?
Piper's like thanking God.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
These past few days have consisted of me arguing with my mom about the whole situation with Piper. A lot of ups and downs emotionally. Hanging out with my friends, playing the drums at church. Some days it feels just numb. Some days I've been feeling really angry and frustrated. I've also been writing a lot lately. Marcus and Drake are trying to get laid last night. I could have easily joined in with them if I wanted. What? What is that? Easily. Last time I checked, Marcus had a girlfriend. I refused to try to participate in that, even though I had pressured me to do it. It wasn't a hard choice, and it wasn't difficult for me to say no. People at the church that my mom was attending were telling me not to worry about what happened between me and Piper, and that I'm a great guy. My dad talked to me about the whole thing, and he didn't really know what to say to me. My mom and dad were both really know what to say to me. Bro, stop repeating shit. My dad had prayed this would be the best year of my life, and it hasn't. October 13th. I woke up earlier than I wanted to, and I drove to the streets of Indian Lake at like 4 something in the morning. I went for a run in the rain. I haven't slept well the past 3 to 4 days. I'm working on 2 projects, one for geometry and the other for English. My mom told me I should not give up on her. I told my mom what she did was wrong, and besides that, waiting has never been for me. October 14th. I went to school and did my presentation, and everyone loved it. I wrote, did they? Me and Ryan talked about our problems that we had in our lives right now. I wore this suit today, and my mom told me that I need to not let my emotions get in the way today and just do what needs to be done. I took her advice, and honestly, I don't even care anymore. Coach Davidson was telling a class that he was not in a good mood because he did not have a good break, because his football team got humiliated by Gallatin. I told him, well, I lost a friend if it makes you feel any better. I locked the keys in my car on accident, and I called my mom and had to wait for her for a long time, and I just listened to music. My mom picked me up, we went home, and she asked me how I was doing. One comment led to another, and we had a big argument, and she told me not to expect that I would get a gorgeous girl. That comment really hurt my feelings. I told her it is my choice who I want to pursue and who I don't want to pursue. It sounds so evil. I told her that it is my choice and not hers. I FaceTimed my dad and I told him how I felt. I remember saying things to him like, I wake up in the morning and the first person I think about is her. I'm not going to Raiders anymore because I think it'd be best if I did it on my own. For years I've just been feeling like a loser because I can't date the girls I want to date. Try dating someone your own age, fella. I can't get the respect I want. I can't do what I want to do with my life. He told me, well, if those things take a lot of work, they are not overnight things. They take years of hard work, son. I also remember telling my dad, I've been trying to get a girlfriend for years, and I always end up getting hurt. I have done what feels like everything I can do. I told my dad I wish he were around more so we could talk about this. What Mom just told me makes me feel bitter towards her for the rest of my life. I told my dad, but I told Piper that I was going to be pissed off at her for the rest of my life. I feel it needs to be. My dad told me that when I'm living on my own, that I won't have to answer to her anymore, and I won't have to put up with her. To sum it all up, spelled wrong. My dad made me feel better. At the end of the conversation, he prayed for me. Honestly, when I can leave my parents' house, I'm gone. I went to bed after everything happened. I'm so frustrated and sad that I don't have a girlfriend. My dad told me that high school is not exactly the best place to look if you're looking for your wife. I was like, God says no a lot, and I've asked him to give me a girlfriend.
Yo, that's so fucking creepy.
My dad said that he feels like God is saying wait, not no. And I said, well, he said no to me with this relationship.
I don't know what I would do if I was a parent in this kid.
Dude, I would like beat the fucking shit out of my son if you talk. Like, the fuck is wrong with you, kid? Why did the chicken cross the road to get to the streets of Indian Lake and do 50 push-ups and run 4 miles?
Hello, everyone. How are you? Thank you. We're continuing on. There's no chapters, but October 18th. We're finishing this up. We have a hangover. I'm gonna start it off, and then I think we're passing it to you. We're still drinking, but it's gonna be water.
Yeah, it's no alcohol.
Well, that destroyed us. We got.
feel like garbage.
I picked Day Up Drake. I picked right off the bat. I picked Day Up Drake in the morning, and we chilled out at my apartment. And later, we picked up Marcus, and I went to see Fury at the Gallatin movie theater with Marcus while we went and saw something else. He talks about movies so much. This is all one sentence. Everything I've read so far is one sentence, by the way, but I'll start halfway through. Later, we picked up Marcus. I went to see Fury at the Gallatin movie theater with Marcus while we went and saw something else.
What?
So did he see Fury or something else? After the movie was over, all 3 of us went to a haunted house in Nashville. It's called the Devil's Dungeon. We waited for like an hour in line to go into the haunted house. And Drake asked me, "Yo, Eli, why you look so sad? You're depressing me," he said. I told him, "I am sad because I don't have Piper. If I had Piper, she would most likely be with us right now." Really? It's hard, and I'm worried that it's only going to get harder, but regardless of the situation, I know that this will not last forever, I said. "Dude, she just changed her mind, man. That's all she did," said Drake. "But still, man, that was some bullshit that she pulled, Drake," said Marcus. I don't think he said that. I don't think... Or if he did, he was capping. "Yeah, that was some bullshit she pulled. And, well, yeah, I mean, you have a right to change your mind, but still what she did was wrong. And that's not how you treat people. Anyone who disagrees with me on that has forever made an enemy of me." I also got to deal with the bullshit I got to deal with at home, with my parents fighting over the phone and me and my mom fighting. She can be emotionally and verbally abusive and controlling. As soon as I can leave, I'm gone, I said. October 20th, 2014. Actually, yeah. I went to school and I left at the end of 3rd block because my emotions got the best of me. I felt mostly depressed and angry today. I signed myself out. I didn't need a note because I'm 18 years old, and I went to Barnes & Noble at the streets of Indian Lake to write. Tasty water.
Yep, water.
Okay. I was there for like 80 minutes. On my way to Barnes & Noble, I was listening to depressing music. I also listened to a debate about the existence of God.
Wow, you're so intelligent.
He's like deep as fuck.
He's so intelligent.
Today I told the ROTC colonel about why I wasn't coming back to Raiders. He replied, "What good does it do to be angry about the whole incident, man? There are other fish in the sea," I said. What?
Huh?
It said he replied, and then all one big quote, and then I said.
One of my favorite things in this book is that he just constantly forgets who's talking halfway through the dialogue.
Colonel, I feel like for years people have been treating me like a Colonel. I feel like for years people have been treating me like I'm worthless, and it's been leading me to believe that I'm worthless and that I'm never going to amount to anything, I said. Well, man, I'm not going to tell you you're worthless. The sergeant is not going to tell you that either. You know why? Because that's not true. As far as your mom telling you not to expect to get a really good-looking girl, man, you don't know what the future holds for you. What's gorgeous is what's on the inside, because I'm telling you, man, after that honeymoon, as a matter of fact, after the first date, all of that outside stuff gets really old really quick. After that, Colonel said something to me that I'll never forget. Hurt people hurt people. You understand that. Hurt people hurt people. You go ahead and train solo if you feel that's what you need to do, but you can't let other people stop you, he said. October 22nd, 2014. It has been 12 days that I have gone without talking to Piper. I woke up this morning at 4:40 and I went for a run. Although it was really cold, it was 45 degrees outside. That's not really that cold for 4:40, right? It was also very dark outside. The only thing that kept me seeing was what was in front of me were the car lights and the street lights. I was listening to music while I was running. I ran almost 5 miles. I was thinking a lot about Piper today. I am both angry and depressed. Someone asked me why I was not going to Raiders anymore, and I told her because of Piper for one, and because I feel like being at Raiders is slowing me down. I'm trying to get stronger, not weaker. I can run 5 miles without stopping, when some of those guys at Raiders can barely run a mile. It was extremely cold outside. I feel like when I go to church and I put that mask to make it seem... I put on this mask to make it seem to everyone that I was okay and that nothing was wrong. I feel like I do that whenever I step into a church building. October 23rd, 2014. This girl named Lauren called me creepy because she said that I stare her down in class. All I did was look at her once, and then she looked at me, and then she caught me looking at her, and I hear her say, "He is so creepy." I acted like I was not angry when really I was. I told her that I found that to be offensive to me, and I explained to her why. She apologized after I told her this. I took a good look at Charlotte today. As she walked down the hallway.
Oh my god, homie is...
The girl is just fucking restrained for her.
Wait, that's Charlotte, right?
Yeah.
The restraint. But he's taking a good look.
Good.
A good look at Charlotte today as she walked down the hallway. I was looking at her body and checking her out.
Oh.
And a combination of those two. Does it make sense to say I was looking at her body and checking her out and a combination of those two?
And a combination.
Like the third thing is he's doing the other two things he already said he's doing. Today I went to school and Violet asked me, "Hey Eli, why haven't you been at lunch for the past 2 days?" Yeah, I've been going to Mr. Fields' room at lunch because I just want to be alone and listen to music on my Spotify account. I'm really wondering if joining the military is really what I want for my life. I'm playing around with the idea of just packing up all my stuff and hitchhiking to another state to join a band and pursue a music career after I graduate. Oh, he's good at pursuing. Sounds like an exciting adventure, she said. Yeah, it's thrilling and exciting just to think about it. But just to answer your question, I've been having all these negative emotions all the time. I feel like I'm coming off a drug or something. I wish I could just not care about my love life, but I can't bring myself to do that. If I have to feel this forever, I'd rather just be numb to everything. Plus, I don't have Piper. And Piper hurt me. I asked her out and she said yes, and told me later that she just wanted to be friends. I bet he like pressured her hella into saying yes too. And now it's like ammunition against her in his mind. Really funny shit. My mom also takes me to church to try to make me feel better, and I feel like when I go to church, I put on this mask and make it seem to everyone that I'm okay and that nothing is wrong, and I'm sick of it, I said. Did she explain to you why she just wanted to be friends? She asked. No, if I knew that all this would happen if I pursued Piper, I would have never even gone to Raiders. I also wonder if any of my teachers have something personal against me. I raised my hand up when Coach Davidson was talking. He said, yes, I see your hand up, and no, I'm not going to call on you until I'm finished talking. I asked a question about an assignment, and the assistant teacher who teaches special education English told me he only explained it 4 times. It left me feeling angry and frustrated. Yeah, that is like an asshole-ish thing to say as a teacher, and it's, I don't know. Like, obviously people have retention problems in those classes. I think from now on I might just speak only when spoken to in class from now on, because I don't want to hear it. I'm trying to pay attention in class, but if I have a question, the stupid thing to do would be not asking a question, I said. Eli, never let anyone bring you down. That girl isn't worth being upset about if she's going to just hurt you without saying sorry for what she did. She got raped? No, Charlotte's restraining order. She's OG stalk victim. Piper.
But every single girl he talked to told him they got raped. Well, like, it happened 3 times.
Really?
Yeah.
What a silly baka. Just hurt you without saying sorry for what she did. There is better out there in the world. Someone who will give you much more happiness. Keep your head up. You deserve to be happy. You've a wonderful person. She gave me a hug, which was unexpected. It made my day better. Boing. Am I right? I woke up at 4 in the morning and I went to Gold's gym to work out. Then when I got there, I saw this dude who was really ripped, and he was 5'7". And I asked him for some help how to do things, and he showed me. I saw my brother as I headed out this morning to go to the gym. Him and his 3 other friends got in this morning at like 2 in the morning. I got to school at 7:30 a.m. this morning, and I went to Mr. Fields' room and waited for him to get in, and this girl saw me headbanging to some music, and she started headbanging with me, and I was like, yes.
And I was like, yes.
That was all one sentence. I get really into any type of music that I like. This girl looked like she was 4'10" or 5 feet tall. After school, I took Drake home and I went home. October 25th, 2014. Later, me and Drake went to the movie theater in Gallatin. I wanted to go see The Best of Me, and he didn't want to look like he was a faggot. And I said to him, even if we were gay, who would give two literal flying fucks, and why does it matter? He said, you go see what you want to see. I'm going to go see what I want to see. He decided that he was going to go see Ouija. Is that how you pronounce it? And I was like, okay. After the movie was over, I took him home. That should... This...
With his friend, and he said he didn't want to look gay for going to the theater with a friend.
His friend said that, I think.
Abandoned him.
Or wait.
No.
I know, his friend did say that, but like...
He was like, even if you're gay, why does it matter?
Yeah, like, the Caleb is like actually gay in the closet, so he's like...
Bye.
He definitely has a crush on Marcus.
By the way, Marcus is one of my black friends.
By the way, Marcus is one of my black friends. One of my many. This paragraph shouldn't exist, right? Like, it is, the whole day entry is just him going to a movie theater and them not agreeing on a movie, and then not even watching the movie together and not describing the movie, and then just going home. It wasn't relevant. There was nothing to that. October 30th, 2014. I woke up and I went to school. Wait, is that Halloween? I woke up and I went to school. My mom told me that I need to start showing her more respect, and I was like, okay. The thing is, though, I'm not going to allow her to do me and treat me any kind of way. I basically some kind of way. I basically daydreamed all through the day. When I went to Mrs. Tammy's room, she asked me how I was doing, and I told her the truth. Mrs. Tammy taught me special ed algebra in my sophomore year of high school. I had an intelligent conversation with her. Honestly, these past few weeks have felt a lot longer than just 4 weeks, I said. Well, what's been going on? She asked. Well, I asked out this girl. She said yes, and then she tells me the next day that she just wants to be friends. I looked at her today and she looked really pretty, and it just crushed me inside to know that she's not mine, and that she hurt me the way that she did. Yesterday when I got home, my rage built up and I punched my dresser as hard as I could, and I bruised my knuckles and I scraped my hand, and my hand was bleeding and my hand was shaking. It hurt when I punched the dresser, but I was so angry that it probably was not as painful as it should have been. I punched that dresser so hard that one of the wooden pieces broke off of it. I had been thinking about Piper all day that day, and finally my emotions built up, and when I walked into my room, I got this overwhelming feeling that I needed to hit something. And so I hit my dresser, I said. Could you imagine being this guy's teacher and him being like, what's wrong? Why you think the last 4 weeks have felt so long? And he says that, and like, what do you say? Like,
dialogue he was telling his teacher?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, even stress about that. Most of the students who go here are babies. They are not as mature as you are. You can ask them something and they will change their answer by 3 p.m. I've known you since you were a sophomore. You're looking for an adult type of relationship. Doubt. And you might have to wait until you get out of high school in order to find that. Actually, that's smart. She's low-key saying, like, please wait until... Yeah, please wait until you're out of high school before you pursue women, because I can already tell what your type is. It's 14-year-olds for some reason. That's the best advice anyone could have gave him. That's actually genius. You're looking for an adult type of relationship, and you might have to wait until you get out of high school in order to find that. It's a big world out there, and soon it's going to be your chance to taste it, she said. I smiled and was like, thank you, Mrs. Tammy, I said. Yeah, I was only gone for a year, and it sucks that a lot of the friends that I had before I left no longer speak to me. Anytime I've tried to reach out to them, they either ignore me or are busy. Plus my mom keeps on bothering me. And to be quite truthful, I'm getting tired of it. She told me I need to be more respectful of her, but I'm not going to allow her to do me and treat me any kind of way. Why does he keep saying the same sentences? Like he said that earlier, like word for word. I don't even tell my mom anything anymore because she just comes back with negativity. She acts cynical. She comes back with criticism. I get so sick and tired of it. It's just the same old crap. I thought it wouldn't get worse as I got older, and it has. My parents are on the edge of getting a divorce. I'm starting to isolate more and more. I'm doing the best I can, but it is not easy. Some mornings I don't feel like getting out of bed. It feels like this situation gets the best of me no matter how hard I try not to let it get the best of me. To tell you the truth, this situation that I'm in is starting to give me an excuse to feel low and depressed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but I know that I've got to do something about my situation. I'm messing around with the idea of just packing up my bags and hitchhiking to another town or state to join a band after high school, or just studying really hard for the ASVAB, passing that test, and joining the army after school. October 31st, Halloween, 2014. Friday, I didn't go to school, and I went to sleep, and then later I woke up and I acted hateful towards my mom, and I ended up getting a lecture from her for like 5 minutes straight. I went back to sleep, and then I woke up, and I remember just feeling very angry because of everything. And I felt sad because of everything. I apologized to my mom for the way I acted that morning. An old friend of mine named Luke called me and wanted to hang out with me, and so did his girlfriend. I drove nearly an hour to pick them up, and what I thought was going to be a pleasant night turned out to be the complete opposite. Him and his girlfriend were fighting the whole night. I felt like a freaking marriage counselor that whole night. I dropped them off later that night, past midnight.
Was that the whole night?
The whole night.
Was that the end of the night?
Yes. The whole night.
Why does he keep saying none of his friends, all of his friends ignore him when we get back to him, yet he hangs out with like 10 of his
He's
old
just
friends?
making
He has,
shit
he has,
up.
like 10 plus old friends that are actively calling him and hanging out with him, that he's trying to act like no one is hanging out with him or like...
November 1st, 2014. I went to hang out with Marcus, Drake, and Sean, and we ended up going to a party. I tried to talk to this one girl, but she didn't seem to want to talk to me. She had a nice body, and I tried to talk to her. I tried to talk to this one girl, but she didn't want to talk to me. She has a nice body, and I tried to talk to her. At first, she came and talked to me. She said like 4 sentences to me and walked off. She paid almost no attention to me after that. I told people at the party that I was with Marcus. We tragically had to leave the party an hour and a half early. That's so weird, comma, spacing. Had to leave the party an hour, comma, and a half early, comma, because my mom wanted me home by midnight. I remember going to that party, and people were drinking and listening to really loud rap music. It was like 40 degrees outside, so it was pretty cold outside. I remember thinking that night, there has got to be more than this. Surely I was made for more than this. I just don't know what it is. I started thinking, maybe it's Jesus that I need. Maybe that's what's missing. All of them were freaking out when I was driving, because apparently I drive really crazy. November 6th, 2014.
I wrote, I'm in tears to the left of this paragraph.
So
it
this
has
is
to
a good
be-
one.
It has to be the good one.
Okay. Today is a Thursday. I'd say I'm crying almost every day. I think I'm going to try to work on just shutting up and being silent more at school. It kills me inside to even look at Piper. There are specific routes that I take to avoid even seeing Piper in the hallway. Example 1. I take the science hallway. The science hallway? And go down the stairs at the end of the science hallway to get to my first block English class. Example 2. I go to the end of the English hallway, go back up the stairs, walk through the science hallway, and then past the mathematics hallway, go downstairs, and I go to my second block class, and that is in social studies hallway. Example 3. I go back up to the math hallway, and I go to Mrs. Tammy's room for lunch, because I officially hate going down to the cafeteria. I go to Mrs. Field's room for third block. After third block, I walk to the English hallway, and I walk up the stairs in front of the English hallway, which leads me to my fourth block class, which is in the science stairs in front of the English hallway, which lead to my fourth block class, which is the science hallway. After that, I go to the end of the science hallway, go down the stairs, and I don't look back because I get scared that I will see Piper walking down the English hallway, and I can't take it when I look at Piper. I let Coach Davidson use my iPhone 5 charger because his phone was dying. Since Mr. Chambers left, this new teacher got on to me about being late to class, and he told me that I need to be on time to class from now on. He is very stubborn, I'd say. He gets on to someone about something every single day. When I went into the parking lot, someone had put a sheet of paper on my car that said, "Learn to park." I didn't know who it was, but I bet they wouldn't have had the balls to say that crap to my face. My mom knew that I was struggling, and so she sent me a text message about this program at this church called Celebrate Recovery, and she gave me a time and place. She told me in the text message, "You should go attend that program tonight." I went to that program, Celebrate Recovery, tonight, and what happened was praise and worship. And then after that, news updates, and then we heard a testimony, and then we split up into small groups, and I'm not allowed to talk about what anyone else shared in the small groups, and I'm not allowed to say who was present. There are rules to the share group. They are called guidelines at Celebrate Recovery. Keep your sharing focused on your own thoughts and feelings. Limit your sharing to 3 to 5 minutes. There is no crosstalk. Crosstalk is when two people engage in conversation excluding all others. Each person is free to express his or her feelings without interruption. We are here to support one another, not fix one another. This keeps us focused on our own issues. And anonymity and confidentiality are basic requirements. Okay. What is shared in the group stays in the group. The only exception is when someone threatens to injure themselves or others. Offensive language has no place in a Christ-centered recovery group. No smoking. If you must smoke, please step outside. We only share once in a small group.
November 8th, 2014. I went to work out this morning at like 6.
Yo!
Immediately. Me and my mom had a fight today. We went and saw Fury, and she was threatening to kill herself.
Didn't he already see you?
Yeah, I thought they already saw it.
Bro, this is crazy. And she was threatening to kill herself, and she was going 90 miles per hour on the freeway. My mom was in a bad mood. She was talking about how she breastfed me for 2 years, and she started saying that I'm disrespectful and emotionally abusing her. One of the things she got angry about was the fact that Fury was very graphic and had a lot of blood and guts in it. And apparently that brought a lot of unwanted thoughts to her head and was like, I didn't force you to watch the movie. You could have stepped out of the theater. She started accusing me of all these things, and she told me I was not allowed to go anywhere and I need to clean my room.
Damn, what a stone cold bitch.
I started walking to Kroger, and I called Leah, and I explained to her what was going on. She was astonished when I told her what was going on. She had a lot of empathy towards me.
I can't believe that.
And was very loving and kind. In the middle of the conversation, I was like, and this is the reason I love you, like you're my own sister. She said she loved me before I hung up the phone. I said, okay, see you soon, I love you. She said, I love you too. In the middle of the walk, my dad called me and told me to go back to the apartment and to clean my room, and to hold up my end of the deal. And so that is what I did. Corey picked me up. We went over to his place. I told him about what was going on. Me, Leia, Corey, and Ray were talking at the dinner table. And we moved into the topic about my electronic penis.
What?
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 This is the first time I'm hearing of an electronic penis. Alright, anyway. And we moved on to the topic about about an electronic penis.
An electronic penis?
I don't remember.
A dildo?
Yeah, I'm assuming. I don't remember what they were talking about. I kind of zoned out and just shut up. Finally, my emotions got the best of me, and I stepped outside and I cried. I cried for around 30 minutes, I'm guessing. Corey stepped outside and saw me crying, and he was like, dude, what's going on? What's wrong? I told him, I feel so alone in this situation. I don't know if I'm going to get my high school diploma or if I'm going to be homeless eating out of trash cans. My mom has been threatening to kick me out, I said. He told me, you're not alone in this situation, man. You should come inside. It's cold outside, I said. Corey's dad gave me some hot tea, and he talked to me one-on-one. I told him what was going on. He gave me some advice. He told me, dealing with someone who struggles with depression like your mother is like raising an infant. It takes a lot of self-control and patience to be able to handle something like that. So I say patience, and self-control. I hung out with Corey and the rest of his family that night. I told Leia about my situation, and I was like, if things don't get any better, then I am moving out. She was like, where are you gonna go? I don't know. Somewhere temporary, I replied. I showed Leah my apartment, and before I went inside, I gave her a hug, and she smiled at me, and she said, Eli, text or call me if you need anything. I was like, okay, thank you. I called my brother Evan, and I told him what my situation was, and he told me that if I'm going to move out, then I should get $2,000 to $3,000 to start out with. He was telling me all these things about what I should do if I decided to move out. He told me that I should tell her how you feel. He said he has been in my shoes before, and the fact of the matter is, he actually has been in my shoes before. He also said to have a plan and to really think about this. He told me this thing, and he also told me the same exact thing. That's basically what the structure of that last...
So much.
Yeah,
Same thing twice.
literally.
Like in a row.
November 10th, 2014. I talked to Mr. Fields about my situation and about me thinking about moving out. I told him all the crap she'd been pulling is not just an every once in a while thing or a once or twice thing, and it never happens again. Like, it's daily. It's a lifestyle she has. All I'm going to say to you about that is decide whether you moving out is going to make the situation you're in less stressful or more stressful for both of you. Like, I would not advise you to just wake up one day and be like, okay, I'm moving out, and then you do it. Then the next thing you know, you're dealing with an even more stressful situation. I also would tell your mom how you feel. I also would advise you to really think about this, because you moving out could possibly destroy your chances of graduating from high school. I've been a teacher for many years, and I've seen this situation come up time and time again with different students I've had. And then, if you have decided that you're going to move out, sit your mom down and tell her that you're for real. Like, tell her I have a plan as to where I'm going to be staying, who I'm going to be staying with, how I'm going to be making my income. Like, this is not a decision that I'm making on impulse, he said. Yeah, I see what you're saying, I said. Even though I also talked to the guidance counselor about my situation, to be honest, didn't really help me at all. What she told me was not very helpful. I had an appointment with the dermatologist that I have been seeing he has switched. What? And my mom took me around and ran some errands. My mom pretty much controlled my schedule after school that day, and she gave me my keys back because I just shut up and did what she told me to do. I didn't get home until late. November 11, 2014. Tuesday, I went and saw Against the Wolves for the second time, and I told all of them about my goals and what I wanted to do with my life and what I'm going through right now and how their music has helped me get through this tough time in my life. I lost my stainless steel bracelet that night. I don't know if I ever want to get another bracelet like that ever again. That bracelet costed $65. And I had it for almost a year. When Against the Wolves came on, I got in the mosh pit and I spazzed out. I talked to the band members when I helped.
They're a rap band.
I think they're like a metal band. I talked to the band members when I helped put their stuff up, and I told them about me going into the army and doing infantry. And then they told me that when I get out, I should be security for them, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'd love to. I also told them about me trying to write a bestseller and trying to get into the music industry. I told them that it has gotten so bad to the point where I'm thinking about moving out. One of the lead vocalists told me that he was glad that their music was helping me out, and the other lead vocalist told me that anytime I need to talk to them, that they were available. It took me around 30 minutes to find out where I parked. The show was in downtown Nashville. November 13th, 2014. When I got to school today, I walked into my first block class, and I saw this sheet that had been posted on Coach Davidson's front door. It said, "Words to not use in Coach Davidson's class." The list. Oh my god. Bay. Bruh. On fleek.
Oh, no.
0 to 100. Every
What?
number in between is acceptable. 300.
You can't say 300.
Nope. Guh.
Go?
Chill.
Chill?
Cuz. Ebola. Unless we are discussing current events, it's not funny to accuse someone of having it. Fool. About a week ago! Unless we were talking about what happened about a week ago, but there will be no singing or dancing to go along with that phrase.
What? Why is like teacher so
The song.
Cringe. Yeah, it's a Bobby Shmurda song.
Wait, how long has Bob Schmurda been around?
Bobby Shmurda's been around since like 2013.
Really?
Maybe, I don't know, maybe a little later than that. Maybe 2014 that song came out. Something like that though. But then he went to prison like right after. Anything with or nah. Felicia. There is no one in any of my classes named Felicia. Boy, girl, bye. Salty. Ratchet. Childish. Turn up. Barely. You can sit it without a weird voice. I'm legally blind. No, you are not. P.O.P. Hold it down. Fam. Bang bang.
This shit's still going on.
Thought. This was 2014. When I got home from school, I worked on a project today for English class. My parents helped me out with it. My dad made a sarcastic joke about me punching my dresser and hurting my hand while we were talking over the phone, and I said, "Yeah, that's not funny, Dad." Later that night, I attended another Celebrate Recovery meeting. November 14th, 2014. I left school an hour early to pick up my bags to leave to go to Cleveland, Tennessee. Okay. I followed my parents in my mom's car to Cleveland, Tennessee. My dad drove his car. I got angry, depressed, happy, and silly in the car. When I was driving for 3 hours, I had a lot of different thoughts. My dad got so worried about getting there on time that he completely forgot about me, and he took off, and I lost him. And then he called me and told me he left a ticket for me, and that I would have to use my iPhone to find out where it is.
Huh?
And while I was on the phone with him, I accidentally backed into a mailbox. The play was really good. It was probably the best play that I had seen him in so far. My brother Thomas is getting a bachelor's degree in theater. There was a 10-minute break in the middle of the play, and I chose to call my friend Jimmy because he sent me a message on Facebook about his birthday party. I told him about my situation with me in this page. That's what he wrote on it. Okay, and the one highlighted phrase with you just repeating it over and over again.
What was the phrase?
We'll get to it. We'll get to it in just a second. I told him about my situation with me, my mom, and all the other hardship that I'm going through. He encouraged me. Me and my brother had dinner with mom and dad.
What? What's the next part?
Oh my god, okay. Me and my brother had dinner with my mom and dad at Applebee's.
Wait, what's so funny? It's like kind of funny, but... Huh?
I highlighted the word Applebee's.
You just wrote Applebee's.
I wrote Applebee's around the page like 80 times.
Oh, me and my brother had dinner with my mom and dad at Applebee's after the play, and I remained quiet the whole time pretty much. I met his roommates, and well, I went to bed around 45 minutes after I got there. November 15th, 2014. My mom and dad found a scratch on my mom's car from last night. I told them about it, and it was pretty visible. They told me they appreciated my honesty and that I was not in trouble. I went to Ian's party when I got home. The party was awesome. Me and the rest of Ian's friends sang happy birthday to him, and someone went up behind him and smashed his face into the cake. I busted out laughing, and everyone was like, "Oh!" We also watched Carrie the movie. It was a good movie. I saw Jimmy kiss a dude for the first time tonight. I didn't know he was bisexual. November 19th.
How tall was he?
How tall was he?
And as they were kissing, he was ripped from head to toe.
His muscles rippling beneath his shirt, slightly too tight.
I imagined he was 14 and a woman.
That really got me hot.
I had to go masturbate after
I
that.
had to go masturbate.
What does he say? Like, pleasure himself or something?
Yeah, he felt pleasure.
Ugh.
At what point, what did he say he pleasured himself?
Like 3 times.
Yeah, like 3
No, I
times
meant,
in like
like,
the
what-
same paragraph.
What context?
It was the very end of a paragraph. Or it
He
says
went
the-
somewhere where there were like hot
He was like-
girls.
I pleasured myself. Or something like that. He like throws it in there real quick.
Yeah, he was like around a bunch of hot girls, and then he was like, I had to go home and pleasure
He
myself.
was, I think he was talking about he's the fucking dentist or something. And then, like, the
Yeah,
nurses
yeah,
were
yeah.
Oh,
He was at the
yeah.
dentist and the
Yeah.
nurses were hot. That's
He's
exactly what it
horny
was.
as hell.
November 19th, 2014. For the past few days, I've been preparing to participate in the spoken word poetry slam event that is going down in the library this Friday the school is hosting. I had a conversation with Mr. Fields at lunch this afternoon. I go to his room during lunch now. Hey, Mr. Fields, would you say that it's true that when you're young, everything feels like the end of the world? I said. He replied, yes, because the logical part of your brain, like the frontal lobe. The frontal lobe is the part of the brain that has to do with reasoning, devising sentiments, and resolving. That part of the brain does not fully develop until you are like 22 or 23 years old. It's like whatever you're dealing with in your life is going to make you a better person or a worse person. It's like you're a sword and you're being put on fire and then being hammered down. It's like you are going to become sharper and better, or you're going to break apart and become worse than before. And no matter how bad you think your situation is, you always recognize the fact that there are other people that have it worse than you, he said. Yeah, that's true, I said. Mr.
Not true, though. Just Piper.
True. Mr. Hoffman came in to talk to Mr. Fields. I could have stared him down, but I simply didn't because I didn't want to do something to start a situation that involved me and Mr. Hoffman bickering back and forth. Honestly, I didn't think it was worth my time. November 21st, 2014. I presented my poem that I wrote for the poetry slam that went down in the library. There is feeling that you get when you are real and people are feeling and relating to what you are saying, and it's indescribable feeling. My poem is below.
Oh.
After school, I went to McDonald's and I got something to eat there, and then I went home and I was writing my book. No, not yet.
He said below and then like waits to fucking like,
Yeah.
it's
Marcus
somewhere down there, I'm sure.
Marcus wanted to hang out, so I picked him up, and we went to hang out with these girls at the streets of Indian Lake. We got tickets to go see Dumb and Dumber 2. After the movie, me and Marcus walked to my car. These 2 girls were asking if they could get a ride, and I was like, hey, not to be a buzzkill, but I can't do that. Me and Marcus have a place to report to, I said. But we need a ride, she said. I got angry and replied, I'm supposed to give 2 literal flying fucks about this just because, and the last time I checked, I'm not a goddamn taxi service, I said. Like for real, Marcus said.
Why is he being an asshole?
We both got in the car and drove off as fast as I could, and I'm assuming this is the poem because of the way it's spaced
What did I
out.
write about that part?
You sure told these two mean women. Alright.
Here's the poem.
Yup. Okay. For years, I have been told and taught lies and more lies. Love gets you hurt. Trust gets you killed. Being real gets you hated. I know that many times I have been underestimated, but my enemies' words and actions keep me motivated. I walk around this school and I see people that I despise. You should never once have to question who are your real allies. There have been many times when I have been backstabbed and betrayed, and there have been many times when I have been majorly played. The only thing I've known from love is how to get heartbroken. You play with my emotions and still expect to be my friend. If I could go back in time, I would have never looked at you. You're gonna be like that after everything we've been through.
What's this poem about?
Probably,
It's about Charlotte?
it's like, I think it's just like a hodgepodge. You reject me remorselessly from your life. I've withdrew. So do not be surprised if I want nothing to do with you. I drove my car and I looked to my right just to see you're not there. I know you were hanging out with someone else and you don't care. God, this is such a long poem.
I'm reading this in front of a class.
Oh my god, I bet they were all fucking giggling.
Like, cringing, like.
These past few weeks have felt like months because of what is going on. It hurts to look at you in the hallway, but I move along. I get sick and tired of you acting like you did nothing wrong. Sometimes I will think about you and try to hold back my tears. I don't talk about this to certain people and certain peers. Even Sakura is cringing.
The dog just cringed. That was a live dog cringe.
Live dog cringe.
Live dog cringe. Because I get sick having offensive things put in my ears. Bullying is a major problem around this world still. Hurtful words and actions are like bullets, and the bullets fire at will. I have been bullied for years, just for your information. I think about my own situation and my own frustration.
Dude, the rhyming doesn't help me sympathize with him more. It makes it funny and goofy. Why does he keep rhyming? He literally should have done.
Because he's not self-aware at all. I think about my own situation and my own frustration. And then I think, no wonder we have a school shooting in this nation. Oh! Whoa! And students fighting each other over exploitation. And people killing themselves over their own situation. And teens breaking the law and having to be put on probation. People not seeking help, but turning to isolation. Show me exactly what a family is supposed to look like. I thought in a family, everyone is supposed to be tight. Getting hurt over and over, having fight after fight, yelling at each other just to prove who was wrong and who was right. It is a blessing to see the sunrise after a long, hard night. Some people don't understand why I chose to walk down this pathway. Not many people understand why I have trust issues today. But I'm tired of getting hurt. What do you expect me to say? I'm glad that I'm graduating from high school in May. And this town is way too small for me, and I just cannot stay. If hurt is a liquid in a bottle, mine is overflowing. But I know it's temporary, what I'm undergoing. November 25th, 2014. I drove over to Tina's house today. The drive lasted around an hour. I stopped by a gas station and I got a 20-ounce Red Bull that I drank before I came here. I told her she looked prettier from the last time I saw her, but I was slow to say it because I didn't want it to sound like I was hitting on her.
Now he cares about that?
I stepped inside her house and I met her mother and father. Her dad is 5'8". Her mother is 5'10" or 5'11". I went inside and they asked who I was, where I was from, how long of a drive it was for me, what my goals are, what school I go to. I told them about me wanting to go into the army, and we started talking about A Lone Survivor, the movie, and we started talking about Navy SEALs. I feel guilty that I didn't say certain words to Piper, but I know that even if I did say everything I wanted to her, it wouldn't change the fact that me and her are no longer friends but enemies. I ended the conversation with, "Hey, it was really nice to meet y'all. It's just, I haven't seen Tina in a while, and I was hoping I could visit with her while I was here," and we went up to her bonus room, and we talked for a while. I don't know what the fuck that means. Right? "So how's school going?" Tina said. I told her, "It's been very black and white for me," I said. "So it's been gray?" she asked. "Yeah, I guess you could say that. We both..."
Busted out laughing.
How has it been black and white, she asked. Well, I'm back with the same shitty-ass people. I'm also back with the same kick-ass people. And tragically, some of my friends that I had before I moved to Louisiana April 2013 have become worse people, or have just stopped talking to me altogether for one reason or another. I also am still living with my mom, and if I stick around her for too long, it becomes toxic for me. So I do my best to stay out of her way, and my parents are fighting frequently and might be getting a divorce in the future. Not to mention I asked out a girl and she said yes, and then after that, she told me that she just wanted to be friends and didn't even give me an explanation as to why she just wanted to be friends. So she pretty much just played with my emotions. I said, "Oh my god, that's so fucking mean," she said. Yeah, I was thinking about the same thing too. It sucks, and I can't even listen to a romantic song without thinking about her. But at the same time, I'm keeping in mind that when I graduate, I'm not going to see any of the people that I went to high school with ever again. I feel somewhat guilty about what happened though. I feel like there are some things that I didn't say to her that I should have said to her, but I know that even if I did get to say everything I wanted to say to her, that still wouldn't change the fact that me and her don't communicate, and I am not very satisfied with the decisions that I've been making lately in general. They have been leaving me feeling empty and unsatisfied. My mom was talking to me about God, and I was like, I don't know why she's trying to force religion on me. She was like, no, I'm just trying to put truth in your head, and Satan wants to drive you away from him in any way that he can. I told her, well, God is not exactly helping me out with my problems, and I feel like in some way I have been betrayed by God. I don't want to go to church anymore, and I don't want to pray anymore. How do you expect me to feel after everything I have been through? After I said that, she started talking to me about my love life. I told her that you don't have to worry about my love life because I'm not planning to get married, because I have trust issues and I'm tired of getting hurt. After that, she shut up. I'm starting to wonder if she's right and if that's what's missing in my life. I've been having this feeling that I was made for so much more, but I just don't know what it is. Maybe that's what I'm missing in my life, and what I'm made for. Hey, you said you wanted to do infantry in the army, and I was wondering what it is, she said. Those are the guys that fight on foot, and they're the ones who are basically on the front lines getting shot and kill the bad guys, I said.
Master Chief dialogue.
Are you going to do that? She said. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure if that's really what I want to do with my life, I said. We scrolled down Netflix and we found Friday Night Lights, and I was telling her about it, and all of a sudden, she says, what is it about a team that sucks and then gets better? I could not stop laughing. I was laughing so hard that she asked if I was okay or if I needed some medication. I arrived at her place at like 5 p.m. and I was planning to stay until 11 p.m. but that didn't happen because something unexpected came up and Tina and her dad had to go somewhere to get something. I felt sad and disappointed that I had to leave. I asked Tina to walk with me to my car. I leaned up against my car and I looked at her and was like, hey, are you okay? You seem like you have a lot on your mind. I said, no, I'm just really tired, that's all, said Tina. I looked at her and she looked at me. I looked down and then smiled. I looked back up and her still smiling. And then I said, I'll see you soon then. Yeah, said Tina. I hugged her and said, okay, call me if you need anything. I hugged her and then I got in my car. I drove home. The drive was probably one of the most depressing drives I've ever taken in my life. When I got home, I stood up for a while and then I wrote some stuff. November 26, 2014. I was working on my novel. And then Marcus texted me on Facebook and said he wanted to hang out. Marcus, what's up, bruh? Me, hey. Marcus, what you doing? Me, working on my novel. Marcus, word. Me, what are you doing? Marcus, none. Talking to them girls we was hanging with last week when we saw Dumb and Dumber. Me, I bet they think I'm an asshole, right? LOL. Marcus, no one the girl like you. Me, right now it's not exactly the best time for me to be in a relationship because I'm going to be going into the army, plus I just lost a friend a few weeks ago and I got my heart broken and I have trust issues. Marcus, damn, I sorry. Me. Me, yeah. Marcus, my bad, I brother you. Oh, my bad, I bother you. Me, oh, you didn't bother me, man. You're my partner. You can talk to me when you want and when you need to. Marcus, okay, bro, cause I about to ask you wanna go to the house but IDK. Me, to be completely and utterly honest and truthful with you, everything that is going on with me in my life is making me question a lot of things. You wrote an arrow pointing to that. It was to be completely and utterly, absolutely, incredibly, 100%, totally, entirely, wholly, fully, perfectly, and unreservedly, but mostly unequivocally, manifestly, and unquestionably truthful with you.
Are you just flexing your writing skill?
Marcus, I will help you out. That what partners do.
That's what partners do.
Me, my senior year so far has been one of the toughest times in my life.
Oh yeah.
Marcus, I can see that, bro.
Hard, dude.
Me, and thank you, I appreciate it. Marcus, no problem, bro. Me, I'll ask if I can go, but if I can go, you make sure that you show both of those girls this conversation that we had.
What?
Marcus, okay, well, I will, bro. Me, where you at? Marcus, at my crib. You can come now. I just taken a shower. My brother Evan got in for Thanksgiving. Me and Marcus went and hung out with those girls. I feel like I acted like an asshole because I was talking really loud and saying sexual phrases and talking about sex and shit like that. Me and Marcus drove to Sally's house, even though they broke up about a month ago. And even though Marcus is dating this new girl named Frances, Marcus told me that Frances is graduating early and she's moving away and going to college. And Marcus is trying to be logical about the situation. Frances told Marcus that she has liked him for years and now just recently got the courage to tell him. Marcus and Frances have been going out around for a month. Sally and Marcus had a conversation and they talked about how they were both the first love and stuff, and they were talking about getting back together. I didn't hear all of what was said. All I know is what they were talking about. I told him that my mom only fills up this car once every 2 weeks, so next time we go a lot of places in one day, I'm going to need him to give me some gas money. November 27th, 2014. I went and had dinner with my family at Cracker Barrel. Applebee's. I went and had dinner with my family at Cracker Barrel, and I ran into Frances. I talked to her and I asked her about graduating early, and she said, yes, it's true. I have a feeling like this Christmas is going to be one of the most loneliest and depressing Christmas of my life. If having a relationship with someone and doing life with that someone is like walking 10 miles, then I feel like there might not be anything worse than having to finish that hike and walk that walk by yourself. My dad bought an army shirt for me and he said, thank my mother for it. And I was like, but you bought it. And she said, well, just thank her for me. And I said, yeah. And I bet she is going to use that as a manipulative tool. And he was like, no, she is not going to do that. I wasn't trying to start an argument, so I just quit talking. My mom was cruel, manipulative, and abusive. Those are 3 really good words to describe my mom. November 29, 2014. Me, Marcus, and Drake are riding around in my car. Hey, Eli, what would you do if Charlotte's guy friends started trying to fight us? Asked Drake. We'd whoop that ass, said Marcus. Goddamn right. If Charlotte and her family don't respect me, they can all suck a dick, I said. There was this Santa Claus advertisement that came on the radio, I said. Yeah, he's coming to kiss my ass and suck this dick, I said.
What?
They both gave me some gas money. I tried out one of those water vapor pens Drake had. I'd never buy one of those things with my money, but if a friend passes one to me when we are hanging out, sure, I will use the pen with him. I drove us to that water vapor pen store. It was closed. Then we went to the mall, and then the store that was in the mall that sold water vapor pens was not there anymore. December 1st, 2014. I woke up at around 4 in the morning and I shaved off all of my facial hair. You know, people actually liked my facial hair, but November is over. After that, I got dressed and I went to Waffle House. After that, I went to school. I went up to Mr. Fields' room this morning and one comment led to another. Then I asked him, Mr. Fields, how'd you meet your wife? I asked. We met at MTSU. At first she liked me and did not like her back. I was trying to pursue someone else, and so that whole relationship didn't work out. At first we were just friends, but as time passed, that changed. We started dating, and one day I just sat down at the library at college and I began to write down all of the traits that I wanted in a wife. As I began to write, she hit every single trait that I wrote down, he said. That's insane, I said. I dwelled really hard about my situation, and I went into the shower and I cried. As soon as I can be independent, I'm gone. Final chapter.
Final chapter?
Final chapter.
Final chapter! Alright, so, you have reached the end of part 1 of this story about a misfit.
Fun.
I guess. So you saw how I was at the end of this part of the story, but keep in mind this is not the end of me telling the story. This story doesn't completely end this way. Stay tuned for part 2, and I guess I'll do the whole Chessie to be continued thing. Yes, that's how the book ends. And you wrote, so, ... Is this the end of the story? I wasn't sure. Please say it 6 more fucking times. That's
Jesse.
I have to say this is probably one of the most satisfying reads that I have had in my entire academic career. Wow.
Kids read that book instead of The Catcher in the Rye.
Period.
Honestly.
Like literally.
It taught me more about humanity than that guy did.
I want a physical copy of this book.
I wish I could get more for you.
Dude,
It's the last remaining physical copy in existence.
no way.
Well, I'm sure
We-
a lot of
we
them
should
are
get-
down dump somewhere and all his friends threw him away when he gave him to him or something.
I mean, like, we could scan it.
That'd be good.
That'd be fun.
I've been wanting to scan it.
Yeah, we should scan it. Because I want a copy and I want to show it to everybody.
You just got done reading an Audible audiobook. That was Grant Senior Boulevard, a story about a misfit by Caleb Tullos. Caleb Tullos,
Incredible.
as of 2017, is currently in the United States Army. He is not only a writer, but he's also a musician. He lives in Kentucky and strives to one day be a very successful novelist and to be in a very successful heavy metal band. He is also a very committed Christian and has a burning desire to live like Jesus. Lulu.com. Copyright.
She was checking out my dad's meat pistol. No one called me faggot or gay as long as no one brings the whole Charlotte thing. Don't just be physically or call me a faggot or gay, I'm good.
Does you screenshot the book where the girl's literally talking about how she got raped and he's like, why would you do that?
Why did you do that?
I feel like that's one of the first pages that comes to mind if I wanted to make someone cringe. Well, thank you everyone for joining. This has been reading time with Crispy, Dranner.
There's another book he wrote called Determination.
Well, that's the only.
Really?
Wait, you can literally get Grant Senior Boulevard, a story of a misfit for $6 as an ebook.
It's a reprint.
There's 2 of them though. There's 2 different versions.
They're reprints.
Can you
Aw.
get, so you can't get this one anymore?
No, after I made fun of him in the reviews, he took the book down and actually read it for the first time, and then he reposted it online, and then I think he rewrote it a 3rd time and republished it again with a different book cover.
Yeah, he wrote a book about a fucking a zombie apocalypse in 2012.
What?
Yeah, it's called Determination, and the description is, when a deadly virus attacks the human race, only the strong survive. Determination is the story of a group of friends who fight to stay alive in the middle of a zombie apocalypse. Chris Miller encounters a scenario that will test his faith and his will to stay alive while protecting his friends. In the middle of all the chaos, he meets Paige, who steals his heart along the way.
Oh no.
Dude,
Is that just Charlotte?
it must be. Dude, I want to buy this.
I bet he describes it the same way.
Yeah. No, is that what we're reading next?
Yeah, dude, we are going to get this and read it next.
We can have it on screen as a PDF for the next time in a little separate window. We read this whole fucking bibliography on stream. I'm down.
Eventually, he's just gonna come in and stream and be like, "What the fuck are you guys doing? Why are you making fun of me reading my book?
Motherfucker, fuck you, bitch.
Motherfucker, fuck you, bitch!"
How much are the shitty books?
Like $6, right?
That one was $8.
That's probably worth the immense amount of entertainment we'll get.
I'm
True.
sure.
Although I feel like, wait,
You
no,
probably-
if that was written in 2012, it has to actually be somehow worse written than this book.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
That's after?
No, you wrote that before this one.
Oh.
It's just so funny that my grandma like watches my posts and like I don't know, just thinking about her watching this and laughing at it makes me laugh. Really, makes me bust
As
out
it-
laughing.
As it should. Bust out la- ah!
Aww.
Thank you for stopping by for group reading time.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Tune in
Stay
next
tuned for some
time for
Terraria.
Determination.
Determination.
Okay, let's do it.
See you
You
then.
wanna stream some Terraria soon?